friendly fire as they returned from a mission. It was Kuwaiti anti-aircraft fire that hit them. This was in the aftermath of an assault by Iran. The pilots ejected from their aircraft and made it to the ground safely. No one was killed in this incident. But separately, you're looking there at smoke rising in an area that is at or near the U.S. Diplomatic post in Kuwait, and questions about exactly what has happened there. We might get a bit more detail about what's happening here in the Middle East when the U.S. Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, along with Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, hold a news conference. That's coming up less than an hour from now, we anticipate. We should get a better sense of where the Americans see their operation at this point. When I talk about what is happening at the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait, we are told at this point first responders in that area now. Not clear what has happened, just that smoke is rising. And it is one of 6 countries around the Gulf that are now impacted by Iranian retaliatory strikes. Let's talk about Israel's military, because that's where we stand this morning in Israel. Their air defenses have been working against new Iranian missile barrages. We've been hearing some evidence of that this morning. What you're looking at was taken from Jerusalem, but the latest alert covered Tel Aviv and central Israel. Israeli President Isaac Herzog says children are among 9 Israeli dead from an Iranian missile strike, and says that the Iranian attack hit a synagogue just west of Jerusalem. Another 27 people wounded. Israel's military says it has intercepted dozens of Iranian drones since the conflict began early on Saturday, but some of those drones have made their way to a target. Okay, as I say, U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth set to hold an update. That is in less than an hour's time. But Willie Lowry is in our Washington bureau right now, putting together the pieces of what we do know. This, Willie, of course, began in the overnight hours from Friday into Saturday. It appears the Americans saw an opportunity to take out Iran's supreme leader. They took that chance. They did eliminate him. We would expect something of more of that from Pete Hegseth. But what do we know about where things stand right now?
Yeah, David. Well, this morning's press conference is really important for a few reasons. First, as you mentioned at the top of the show, President Trump released these 2 pre-recorded video kind of addresses and spoke by phone to media outlets, but no no administration officials were on the Sunday shows. That's incredibly rare, especially for the gravity of the current situation. And so journalists haven't had an opportunity to press the administration on just what exactly they were thinking when they launched what can only be described as a massive, massive attack on Iran. So Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, will provide that first public in-person update on what they're calling Operation Epic Fury. And as you mentioned, it comes 2 days after the U.S. and Israel launched this massive attack against Iran that killed the country's longtime leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and dozens of other Iranian officials, igniting a conflict that, as you've spoken about, is quickly engulfing the entire region. Now, Hegseth and Kane will likely be pressed on why Washington started this conflict. The Trump administration briefed some leaders in Congress last week, but this is really important. They did not seek congressional approval ahead of the strikes, and the attack also seemingly goes against much of what President Donald Trump campaigned on, which was America first and an end to the country's forever wars. Last week, the Wall Street Journal reported that Kane and other Pentagon officials had actually warned of the dangers of a potential long-term military campaign in the region, and it seems like those dangers are coming to fruition.
Willie, let's just take stock of where things stand on the third day of this campaign. We have Israel and the United States taking on Iran, which itself is targeting not just Israel, where I stand right now with rockets and drones and missiles, but also we have seen the United Arab Emirates and Kuwait and Qatar and Bahrain, Lebanon now looped into this, Oman potentially a target as well, the Strait of Hormuz. This is big. What we don't know is how it will end. We don't know what the benchmarks are for the Americans or the Israelis, what they would consider the finish line. Are there those kinds of questions being posed?
I think certainly, and I think the coming hours, the coming days, we will see not just journalists, but lawmakers press the administration on trying to get those very answers. We know that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is also speaking to congressional leaders later today and addressing, I believe, all of Congress tomorrow. You know, as you mentioned, this is a quickly evolving, quickly spiraling conflict. I think in many ways, this is the beginning of the conflict that so many people feared would materialize in the days after October 7th. It can only be described at this point as a regional-wide conflict. And it's come at some expense for the U.S. We know that 3 F-15s crashed in Kuwait. The CENTCOM says that it was from friendly fire, but that is not just significant. It's also financially significant. Those are incredibly expensive pieces of war machinery. We also know that 3 service members have been killed and 5 others seriously wounded since this operation began on early Saturday morning. U.S. President Donald Trump says he expects more to die.
As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more.
Trump vowed to avenge the soldier's death and said that the U.S. would continue fighting until it achieved all of its objectives. But again, what exactly those objectives are is still very much unclear.
Willie Lowry in Washington, thank you very much. All right, let's get an update to you about the new front on this war, which has opened up just in the last 12 hours. It involves Israel and Lebanon, and specifically in Lebanon, it is Hezbollah that has fired weaponry into Israel, and Israel has responded in its own way with its own attack. We are being told right now that there is an apartment block in southern Beirut that has been notified, likely phone calls, to people living in that apartment block to get out. That is very often a precursor for the Israeli Defense Forces to go in and destroy a building, usually with an airstrike. That is what's happened as the Israeli military in the past 24 hours called up people in more than 50 different villages in a part of Lebanon and told them to leave their homes because of expected strikes there, as Israel says it is targeting Hezbollah positions. A reminder, Hezbollah, of course, a long-time proxy group. It has received support from and continues to support Iran's regime, as compromised as Iran's regime is right now. The U.S. President Donald Trump has said he hopes the Iranian people will rise up and they will be the ones to effect regime change. But there are a number of people who doubt that, including one Iran expert at an anti-war NGO who says this is just not a realistic outcome.
For President Trump, I don't think he has a regime change or a day after strategy. He has a wish or a hope that by degrading the Iranian state's repressive capacity, the Iranian people can come to the streets and take the matters into their own hands. But this is wishful thinking because the Iranian regime is deeply entrenched, deeply benched, and in contrast, the Iranian people are unarmed, unorganized, fragmented, and don't have the kind of leadership that is required to be able to hold the country together. The Islamic Republic is a system. It was never really a one-man show. And Ayatollah Khamenei was representing a consensual view within that system. It is true that at the end of the day, he had the final say, but his worldview, I think, has outlived him.
Ali Vaiz there of the International Crisis Group. We know from inside Iran that officials there say a successor to the supreme leader set to be named within the next couple of days. We're also going to be taking a look shortly at how realistic regime change is, how much can be accomplished by airstrikes alone. We're getting more reaction as well from the federal government, the Canadian government, about the situation in Iran. The Foreign Affairs Minister, Anita Anand, speaking earlier from the trade mission just wrapped in India. She is traveling with Prime Minister Carney on this multi-nation trade mission.
First and foremost, Canada wasn't involved, we weren't notified, and we do not have an intention to be involved in any military strikes or operation. We share the concern of the United States and many other countries relating to Iranian nuclear proliferation. And in fact, we've called on Iran for a number of years to cease proliferating in terms of its nuclear capacity. That's why we have not had diplomatic relations with Iran for 15 years. At the same time, we prefer a diplomatic solution. This is why I have spent the last 2 days speaking with my counterparts across the Middle East and in the Gulf states, from Jordan to Qatar to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to UAE and all of my G7 counterparts, stressing that Canada believes in a diplomatic and peaceful solution, and as soon as possible, we would like parties to get to the table.
But there's no indication that there will be any return to the negotiating table at this point. None of the parties, the warring parties, seem willing to do that. Let's turn to Janice McGregor, who's in our Parliamentary Bureau, looking at all the events involving Canada here. Janice.
Yeah, and the Foreign Affairs Minister, you know, speaking to counterparts, hoping for a negotiated solution here, but not sounding terribly confident that based on her conversations that this is the direction that things are going in. Anita Anand today was echoing some things we heard from the Prime Minister earlier in the weekend, emphasizing that while Canada does support actions to destroy the nuclear capabilities of Iran, it will not be involved militarily, and she was quite explicit about that Canada was not at the table when decisions were made about this strike, and would not be involved going forward. Now we have to pause here and note just a couple of things here. First of all, some questions about whether Canada would even have the capacity, certainly in terms of fighter jets, if this is very much an air war right now. That's not something where Canada even has resources in the region to be a participant in that, or bases that kind of strength. But Canada does have, and here I would point people to some reporting from our Murray Brewster, 18 officers in the region as part of exchange programs, currently based, and you've heard about these locations in the coverage all weekend, some at CENTCOM in Bahrain, and some at the Combined Aerospace Operations Center in Qatar. Now, these officers, unless they were explicitly ordered not to, it's possible that they were involved or had a line of sight on some of the planning and operational decisions in the early hours of these decisions on the Americans' part to attack. We do not have clarity, Murray reports this morning, from DND as to whether these officers could have remained involved or whether they were explicitly told to step back in light of the fact that officially the Canadian military is not part of this. They've just said that they had no involvement in Operation Epic Fury in its planning. So some questions remain about that, but of course this matters because we all remember the Iraq War where we did have Canada on the outside of that one, except it did have some exchange officers embedded with the U.S. at the time, and they were not ordered to cease kind of those cooperative joint sort of exchange program work, and therefore were kind of involved in the Iraq War, notwithstanding the decision by Jean Chrétien's government to stay out and have no part of that. So our colleagues continuing to track that, but from Anand's perspective, still trying to argue for diplomacy even at a time when it's not really clear that any diplomacy is going to be surfacing, at least in the short term.
Janice McGregor in Ottawa, thank you very much. We are speaking to you from Tel Aviv live this morning. And we are doing so on a day in which another front has opened in this ever-widening war. It is between Israel and Lebanon as a result of, Israel says, Hezbollah fire into this country, to which Israel responded. Israel now saying that as part of that response, it has killed the head of Hezbollah's military intelligence headquarters in Beirut. That would appear to be a targeted killing. Israel taking credit for that this morning. And we are looking at the continuation of fire in a new front in this war, just 3 days old, and it just keeps getting bigger. Jen is talking about some of the disruption, and it has impacted the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of Canadians who are in many different parts of this region. Some live here permanently, others are visiting. Linda Ward looking at the fact that airlines cannot fly in a vast area of the Middle East. Linda, take us through it.
Well, what we know right now is, David, about 2,100 flights have been canceled just today to and from airports right across the Middle East. Hundreds of thousands of travelers, as you say, stranded, trying to make new connections. In some cases, airports are closed as well. We know airports in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha directly hit in strikes. These are important hubs for travel. About 90,000 people alone change flights daily in these airports. Just from the three main airlines that go into those three airports. We're looking there at the flight tracking site, Flight Aware, some of the diversions that are happening around this area. And we can show you some of the airspace closures in the region. In red, they're completely closed. We're looking at some of the damage done by those airstrikes right now, David, on your screen. Just some of the disruption that we're seeing at those airports in the Middle East. But yeah, when we look at airspace closures, right throughout the conflict zone is essentially completely closed down, and there are some others where they're showing sort of more caution in those areas, flights rerouting around the conflict.
Linda, I can say with confidence, standing here in Israel, that there are 0 airliners in the sky above me, and that, of course, because of the war and the risk that they would get confused potentially for a hostile force and get shot down by some party to this conflict. Air Canada among those airlines, among the Canadian airlines, making the decision to stop service to this city, Tel Aviv, where I am. What is the broader message from Canadian Airlines about the impact of all of this?
Yeah, Air Canada saying Tel Aviv and Dubai, currently flights suspended. And for flights to from going through this region, they're allowing free changes, free cancellations for at least the next couple of weeks. WestJet offering the same for flights to Dubai, Saudi Arabia through today is the message. But we are seeing many airlines extending those cancellations as the danger persists, David.
Linda Ward in our Toronto studio, thank you very much. All right, we are live here this morning in Tel Aviv, the largest city in Israel, one that has come itself under attack during the course of this short war, which looks likely to continue for weeks to come, that according to the U.S. president. Israel launching new strikes just this morning against Lebanon. They are targeting the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. Israel's military now says it has killed the head of Hezbollah's intelligence unit. And in the last couple of hours, we have heard from the U.S. military acknowledging that 3 American fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. Those planes crashed. The pilots got out by ejecting from the aircraft. You see one of those F-15s out of control there shortly before it hit the ground, and one of the pilots parachuting to the ground. We're going to have all the latest developments on what is another remarkable and in many ways terrifying day across the Middle East. You are watching CBC Morning Live. We are live on location in the Middle East today in Tel Aviv. Let's talk about Iran itself and what comes after the killing of the supreme leader. Ali Khamenei served almost 37 years as the top official. Big questions now about what comes next. At this point, the current regime remains in place. It is the vice president of Iran who says the government will continue without interruption, despite the loss, the killing of several senior figures. One cleric has been appointed as interim leader until a successor is identified. President Trump urged Iranians to take back their country. Despite ongoing U.S. and Israeli airstrikes, there is no sign the government is about to fall. Let's get some insight into all of this with Daniel Block, who's senior editor at Foreign Affairs. It's an American foreign policy and global affairs magazine. Daniel, good morning to you.
Good morning.
I do want to talk about a number of aspects here, but we have been talking over the weekend about the president's calls for Iranians to essentially take matters into their own hands, to seize this opportunity and take back their government. Why is that much harder than it would sound?
Sure. So there's a few reasons why that's going to be very difficult. And I'll just start by pointing out that an aerial bombing campaign has never in history incited a successful uprising against a government. So just historically, the odds are really against this happening. And there's two reasons why it's never succeeded, both of which apply to Iran. And then there's a third reason why it's particularly unlikely to happen in Iran's case. The first is simply that almost no matter how much you hate your leader, if your country is bombed, it weakens the opposition because you just don't really want to be seen as being on the same side as the people who are attacking your state. Now, there are exceptions. Again, if your leader is particularly despised, there are some people who don't feel squeamish about siding with the attacking power. And certainly there are people like that in Iran who are just so desperate and so fed up with Khamenei's leadership that they're okay with this or perhaps even welcome this. But the other reason is that it's incredibly difficult to actually bomb out all of a state's repressive capacity. You really need to have troops on the ground in order to get rid of small arms, in order to get rid of all the bombs, really everything you need in order to stamp out the government's ability to put down protests. And Iran has substantial repressive capacity. I mean, it killed 30,000 protesters in December and January. And then the final thing I think that's worth noting in Iran's case is Iran's opposition is very weak. It's very divided. The government, again, because it has such strong repressive capacity, was very effective at stamping it out and locking up opponents. And again, a lot of the opponents of the regime, they don't really get along with each other. So it's hard to see how they'd be able to coordinate in the midst of chaos, even after the bombings is done, to take down the government and then figure out who should take charge afterward.
Daniel Block, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to hear much more from Washington coming up at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. The Secretary of War, formerly the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, will join the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to provide an update on what they call Operation Epic Fury. Again, that is coming up just a little more than an hour from now. Of course, we will have full coverage of it here on CBC Morning Live as we continue our broadcast this morning from Tel Aviv. Israel and Hezbollah exchanging fire today as tensions across this region escalate and grow. The Israeli military now says it has killed the head of Hezbollah's intelligence operation. The Lebanese government has now banned Hezbollah's military activities. The health ministry in Lebanon says Israeli attacks have killed at least 31 people. This after Hezbollah says it fired rockets and drones at Israel in retaliation for the killing of Iran's supreme leader on Saturday. Hezbollah, one of Tehran's principal allies in the Middle East. Good day. It is Monday, March the 2nd. I'm David Common, and we are live for you this morning in Tel Aviv with everything happening across the Middle East, also on our radar.
Our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is.
President Trump saying American military personnel have been killed in the escalating conflict. And we now know, breaking just moments ago, that the number of American dead is up to 4. This is the result of a person who was injured in a previous event who have now succumbed to their injuries. Trump has vowed to avenge their deaths, but has warned more could be coming. He described the strikes as one of the largest military offensives ever launched. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has threatened to continue its retaliation, not just against American and Israeli targets, but at those allies around the Gulf region.
The removal of this regime means one thing and one thing only: freedom for Iranians, freedom and peace for the Middle East and beyond.
Thousands of Iranian Canadians rallying this weekend, calling this a moment of hope for their homeland. 45,000 people attending just that one demonstration. Some describe the military action that killed Iran's supreme leader as a step towards freedom and the potential for regime change. The Canadian government says it supports stopping Iran's nuclear program, but says it is not involved nor it was consulted in the fighting. We're going to have all the latest developments for you right here on the ground in Tel Aviv as missiles and rockets continue to fly. We're on top of the situation, the growing situation here in the Middle East. Good morning from Tel Aviv, where we have breaking news. The U.S. military reporting another combat death in its conflict with Iran. Central Command saying a 4th member of the U.S. military has died. This is someone who had been previously wounded in an Iranian attack and has since succumbed to their injuries. President Trump has been warning that more American troops will likely be killed before this conflict is over. He's also urging Iranian forces to lay down their arms.
I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country.
We're looking at what survives of Iran's leadership now. It is an interim council running the country. Al Jazeera reporting a Revolutionary Guard general has been named the new defense secretary. Previous one was killed. We now have new video into us from Tehran. You see smoke there rising over the city. The U.S. and Israel carrying out what is now their third day of airstrikes. Janice Stein has been watching all of this since it began. Janice is the founding director of the Munk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy and joins us this morning. Janice, good day to you.
A good day to you, David. You are in the thick of it.
We certainly are, Janice, and over the course of this morning, we've heard a number of alarms sounding for the potential of incoming threats. I think one big question broadly over the question of how this ends is, what is the goal for either side? For Iran, is it simply survival? And for the U.S. and Israel, it is what?
Well, for Iran, it is clearly survival. If this regime, by which I mean a clerical regime, the existing political structure survives, that is victory. For the United States, for Israel, I mean, the President of the United States said this repeatedly, it's regime change, but how do you do that, David? That's the big problem. And in the last 24 hours in Tehran, we've seen a lot. We've seen people in the streets celebrating the death of the supreme leader. We've seen a huge crowd mourn it. We've seen besieged checkpoints at different parts of some of Iran's cities, which mean that infrastructure is still in place. There is actually nobody to surrender to. Donald Trump keeps saying, lay down your arms and surrender, but to whom? At the same time as the latest waves of attacks are deliberately targeted at what we would call the repressive structure, the law enforcement command, the Republican Guards, and besieged headquarters. So this is a story in the making.
It certainly is, Janice. I want to talk about timelines here. We hear from President Trump that he could see this going 4 or 5 weeks. In some ways, it is a question of how many supplies each side has to continue hurling munitions at one another. Is that timeline of 4 or 5 weeks, is that sort of out of thin air in your mind, or is there a rationale behind? Yeah.
Well, I think you're right, David. I think it really is. Look, I describe, if you force me to use one sentence, I would say this is an endurance contest between what remains of Iran's missile launchers. It has a lot of ballistic missiles, many fewer missile launchers. And that's what the targets of the strike are, versus the United States and Israel's interceptors, missile interceptors, because those stocks were drawn down too. That is going to be a big part of the timeline here. And I think a second part of the timeline for Donald Trump, clearly, are oil markets and other markets. That is probably the biggest part of the story now. We saw the price of oil go up. Oil futures are down. That accelerates. We saw the bond markets do their work in Europe over Greenland. It's entirely possible that we get the same kind of impact from oil markets in this case.
Because while those oil markets are at a global level, it is American consumers who will feel it most directly, and he has a domestic political consideration, Janice.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Listen, Janice, I do want to ask you, Yeah, sorry, Janice. You're in a different country. I'm in a different country. We're all trying to manage this. So I'm sorry to jump on top of you there, but I do want to ask you about Hezbollah, a new front opening just in the last 12 hours, really, in this war. It seemed inevitable in many ways that Hezbollah, which has been deeply weakened by previous Israeli attacks, it seemed inevitable that they would become a party to this conflict.
Yeah.
How long can they stay in it?
They're not, I mean, how long can, Hezbollah has lost two things. It's lost a great deal of its military equipment, and the president of Lebanon came out with a very strong statement. And this is the strongest statement that any modern president of Lebanon has issued, saying he does not and will not permit the country to be dragged into a war, and insisting now that Hezbollah lay down its weapons. I think their numbers, there's still a large number of Hezbollah loyalists, but I don't think they are a strategic threat in the way they would have been even 18 months ago.
It is very clear, Janice, just to wrap up with you, that the Trump administration really didn't seek out any other country to be part of this. No. Canada says it wasn't consulted, neither were the French or the Germans or the Italians. Countries that there might be a natural alliance with to go and speak with them in advance of this. France is among the countries now saying this should go to the UN Security Council. There should be a resolution that only the UN should be authorizing the kind of action that we're now seeing. It does not seem that the Trump administration would care about that, and so why even make these calls?
Well, look, a similar argument is being made inside the United States by Congress people who are saying this is an illegal war, it required congressional, authorization, and that's correct. Congress authorizes war. So that kind of emphasis from Europeans, David, who are really frustrated that they weren't consulted, and Canada was not consulted. You make these arguments because you want to you're springing to the defense of the tattered remains of a liberal institutional order. That's really what it is. It's not going to have an impact on this war, but at least Macron is doing what he can to reassert the importance of institutions here.
Janice Stein, I always appreciate speaking with you and doing so today from Tel Aviv in the middle of this conflict. I hope we can rely on you on what looks like weeks more of war to come.
You can, and you and your team stay safe, David.
Yeah, thank you very much, Janice. In fact, I will use Janice's comment as a little reminder to people watching that this is a city that has come under threat in the last 72 hours repeatedly, and in fact has been struck. And so if, while we are on the air, we all hear sirens, we're going to have to walk away from our camera position here, and our very capable team back in Toronto will take over our broadcasting. That is just for the safety of ourselves and our crew, that if it looks like something might hit this building or the vicinity, we're going to move on. We are also watching in a very short time to hear from the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who will be joined by the top soldier in the country, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, to provide an update on what they call Operation Epic Fury. Again, that happening 8 a.m. Eastern Time, and we will have it for you as we continue our broadcast live in the Middle East here on CBC Morning Live. Let's bring you the latest on the situation in the Middle East. This video in from Qatar. Iran has been launching missiles and drones at the Gulf states. There are U.S. military bases across the region. This morning, the Qatari Defense Ministry says some of those Iranian missiles targeted energy infrastructure. Saudi Arabia also reporting a fire at a major oil refinery. They say it was started by debris from 2 drones that had been shot out of the sky. Oman, another of the states being targeted by Iran, says at least 1 person has been killed after an oil tanker, a ship, was targeted by a smaller boat filled with explosives. We also know of an apparent Iranian drone attack on a British military facility, one in Cyprus, that is adding to ever more concerns about just how big this is getting. The drone hit the British Air Force military base, Kratiri, around midnight local time. The president of Cyprus and the British Defense Ministry say it caused limited damage and no casualties. The base has not been targeted by rockets since Libyan militants did it back in 1986. That's 40 years ago. And we're going to get a lot more out of Washington in the next few minutes. The Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, set to speak there on Operation Epic Fury. We also know they'll give us an update on the 4th U.S. service member who has died as a result of this conflict, and the shooting down, apparently by friendly fire, mistakenly, of 3 American fighter jets as they were returning to Kuwait. The pilots in those cases were able to bail out. I'm David Common. I am live for you this morning in Tel Aviv. And I got to tell you, just to get here was a feat. There are a lot of bigger things going on, but we did want to show you a bit of the behind the scenes of what it took for us to get here. So reporters don't tend to like to be the story. We like to cover stories, and getting to the story is a big deal. It's a story in and of itself. So I am trying to get to Israel. But to get there is very challenging. Normally, you'd be able to take 1 flight to get there. Right now, you can't do that. The airspace is closed over top of Israel and Iran and Bahrain and Dubai. It's a very widespread area. So we have to take this very circuitous route. So I am in Cairo right now. I've taken 2 flights to get here, Toronto to London, London down to Cairo. I've been traveling for, I think, 24 hours at this point. And I've still got a lot more to go. I'm going down to Sharm el-Sheikh next. And then we drive north up through the Sinai to get to the Israeli border. Okay, after 3 flights, we now have to do 2 legs of driving. So 5 legs in total. Have arrived in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, now heading to the Taba border crossing with Israel. It is 10:20 at night. We've got at least 3.5 hours driving ahead of us to the border, and then more driving after that. After driving down a long, winding road for a couple of hours, we are now basically at the border crossing with Israel. It's just up here. I'm going to have to get out and walk the rest of the way. Another driver will pick me up on the other side. And I would note it's exactly 24 hours since I left Toronto. And it gives you a sense of the length of this journey and the fact that many of my colleagues are in front of me, more are behind me, and so there's a lot of people trying to just get to where the news is happening. And here we go. Okay, so it is dawn. Have made it now to Tel Aviv. Basically walked in the door and a red alert has sounded, meaning there is an incoming threat to this area, and so we're moving down into shelter. Ended up spending better part of about half an hour in the shelter there, and that is the daily reality for many living in this country and, of course, across the region, with hundreds reportedly being killed in multiple different countries. An ever-expanding war. We're going to continue our live coverage here on CBC Morning Live.
clutch.
Good Monday morning. I'm David Common, and this is a special edition of Morning Live in Tel Aviv. It is very active here in the Middle East with an ever-expanding war, more countries now involved. And I will point out that in our broadcast, if sirens sound indicating an incoming threat, we ourselves may need to take shelter. We have a team back in Toronto ready to take over should that happen. But let's get to those who are most deeply impacted, those living across the Middle East in a fight that just keeps getting bigger this morning. Look at that. Hundreds of vehicles fleeing southern Lebanon. This is new as Israel exchanges attacks with Hezbollah in Lebanon. The Israeli military with breaking news saying they have killed a top Hezbollah leader in Beirut. We have much more on this story ahead, including looking at 3 American fighter jets shot down today. Downed, it would seem, in a friendly fire incident. It was Kuwaiti air defenses that mistakenly shot those F-15 fighter jets out of the sky near a major U.S. airbase. Meanwhile, American officials are saying stay away from the U.S. embassy in Kuwait as a result of, you see it, the smoke rising there.
He's dead.
Iranian Canadians are reacting to the killing of Iran's supreme leader with the possibility of regime change. All right, there is no relief in the attacks that are happening, be it from Israel or the U.S. or Iran. No signs either that this conflict will be slowing down. In fact, it is widening. More countries, more people, more targets impacted. Israel attacking Hezbollah, which itself has been attacking Israel. Hezbollah is Iran's proxy force in Lebanon. President Trump warning that everything happening, what they call Operation Epic Fury, could last for weeks to come. New video into us from Tehran. Israel and the U.S. now in their 3rd day of missile strikes and bombing runs into the country. The Red Crescent Society there saying at least 555 people have been killed in Iran since the U.S. and Israel launched the air assaults early on Saturday. And it says now that 131 cities across Iran have been targeted. Looking at that scene there, it is a focus this morning. This is the aftermath of a reported airstrike that hit a girls' school. Iranian media reporting dozens of children are among at least 165 dead. The U.S. military is investigating what happened there, but some indication it may be because that school very nearby an Iranian naval facility. Let's turn back to southern Lebanon, where thousands of people attempting to flee to escape Israeli airstrikes, which have begun in the last 12 hours. Israel's military confirming it's carried out a wave of strikes against Hezbollah, and they claim to have killed Hezbollah's intelligence chief. Israel says this is in response for Hezbollah firing rockets into the city of Haifa in northern Israel. Lebanon's prime minister condemns Hezbollah's attack from Lebanese territory and calls for a ban on its military activities. This is the first fighting between Israel and Hezbollah since the ceasefire more than a year ago. All right, what is happening? Where is this heading? Let's get an update now from the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who is speaking along with the top soldier in the United States at the Pentagon.
Fury, the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history. For 47 long years, the expansionist and Islamist regime in Tehran has waged a savage, one-sided war against America. They didn't always declare it openly, except for their constant chants of death to America. They did it through the blood of our people. Car bombs in Beirut, rocket attacks on our ships, murders at our embassies, roadside bombs in Iraq and Afghanistan, funded and armed by Iranian Quds Force and IRGC killers. My generation of veterans carry the names of brothers who never came home. Brothers butchered by Iranian-backed roadside bombs and well-armed militias, thousands of our own. We didn't start this war. but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah and his death cult. It took the 47th president, a fighter who always puts America first, to finally draw the line after 47 years of Iranian belligerence. He reminded the world, as he has time and time again, being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. President Trump has also been very consistent. Crazy regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. It's common sense. Many have said it, but it takes guts to actually enforce it, and our president has guts. Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb. It almost worked under Obama and his terrible deal, but not under this president. Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it. Today, in their desperation, the enemy is unmasked as Iranian missiles and drones rain down indiscriminately on the hotels, airports, apartments, and other civilian targets of their neighbors. Cowardly terrorist tactics from a regime that for decades has trafficked in cowardly terrorist tactics, lies, death, and destruction to this day. The Iranian leadership has built nothing except proxies and missiles and drones and deeply buried nuclear factories and facilities. Peaceful nuclear ambitions do not need to be buried underneath mountains. Last June, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear program to rubble. Afterward, we told them plainly, that's it, now make a deal. They arrogantly refused. We said, rebuild it, and we'll stop you again, this time far worse. Well, President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, they bent over backwards for real diplomacy, offering pathway after pathway to peace. I watched it. I was there. They tried over and over and over again earnest attempts at peace. The former regime had every chance to make a peaceful and sensible deal. But Tehran was not negotiating. They were stalling, buying time to reload their missile stockpiles and restart their nuclear ambitions. Their goal, hold us hostage, threatening to strike our forces. Well, President Trump doesn't play those games. And as Secretary Rubio said after the Maduro raid, if you don't know, now you know. President Trump puts America and Americans first. He doesn't hesitate, and neither do our troops. The mission of Operation Epic Fury is laser-focused. Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons. We're hitting them surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. With every passing day, our capabilities get stronger and Iran's get weaker. We set the terms of this war, from start to finish. Our ambitions are not utopian. They are realistic, scoped to our interests and the defense of our people and our allies. Speaking of people, we hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. to Iranian security forces. Choose wisely. President Trump has also been clear about your fate in either direction. To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite. This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes. Israel has clear missions as well, for which we are grateful. Capable partners, as we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and of course, classified effects. All on our terms, with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives. As the president warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell, and always will be. A grateful nation honors the 4 Americans we have lost thus far and those injured. The absolute best of America. May we prosecute the remainder of this operation in a manner that honors them. No apologies, no hesitation, epic fury for them and the thousands of Americans before them, taken too soon by Iranian radicals. Before I turn it over to General Kane for the operational update, let me speak straight to you, the Joint Force, our warriors on the front lines. This is your moment. This is the generational turning point America has waited for since 1979, and since the rudderless wars of hubris my generation, our generation, endured. Don't listen to the noise. Just stay focused. Our commander-in-chief is steady at the wheel. We face a determined enemy, but you are better. But we must prove it every single day. History doesn't care if we're tired, if we're scared, or if the fight feels big. It demands warriors who rise anyway. Peace through strength, the warrior ethos, lethality, unity of purpose, those are not slogans. They're the beating heart of what it means to wear the uniform, that uniform. You think clearly under fire, you act decisively in chaos, you uphold the Constitution, and you uphold our country without hesitation. We are not defenders anymore. We are warriors, trained to kill the enemy and break their will. History is watching. Be the force you swore an oath to be, focused, disciplined, lethal, and unbreakable. We will finish this on America First conditions of President Trump's choosing. Nobody else's, as it should be. And know this above all, President Trump and I have your back, always. Through fire, through criticism, through fake news, through everything. We unleash you the best, most powerful, most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen. May Almighty God watch over you, and his providential arms of protection extend over you. Godspeed, warriors, and keep going. General Kane, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. The purpose of my portion of the briefing today is to update you and the American people on the actions taken thus far. The briefing will discuss the preparation, the planning, setting the force, the early operations, and how we're assessing the progress thus far. So let's get started. On Saturday, 28 February, at 01:15 Eastern Standard Time, 9:45 a.m. local Tehran time, on the orders of the President of the United States, U.S. Central Command, under the command of United States Navy Admiral Brad Cooper, commenced Operation Epic Fury. As I said, I'm going to walk you through the initial phases of the operation, but first I want to express my deep condolences and the condolences of the Joint Force to the Department of War personnel killed and wounded in actions thus far. As the Secretary said, they're heroes and represent the best of our nation has to offer. They're true examples of what selfless service means. Our deepest and heartfelt condolences are with their families, their friends, and their units. We grieve with you, and we will never forget you. Additionally, I stand here before you today grateful for each service member, planner, logistician, operator across our joint force, for our Department of War civilians, our intelligence community teammates, our interagency teammates who continue to stand in harm's way alongside us. I am proud of all of you as you take the fight to the enemy, and we are the best in the world at integrating, period. I want to extend my personal gratitude to the dedicated commanders and senior enlisted leaders and the enlisted members of the Joint Force who are fighting this fight across the CENTCOM AOR. In addition to Admiral Cooper and Fleet Master Chief Compton, I want to highlight a few today. U.S. Army Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Pat Frank, who along with his team are fighting the counter-missile and counter-drone fight. United States Navy Central Command Commander Vice Admiral Kurt Renshaw and his team, who are engaged with the Iranian Navy and projecting American naval combat power from the seas. And United States Air Force Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Derek France and his leadership team, who are crushing Iranian targets from the air. I want to highlight the support to the CENTCOM fight from other combatant commands who are directly involved with this effort, to include U.S. Spacecom, U.S. Cybercom, and U.S. UCOM. I also want to specifically call out United States Transportation Command and U.S. STRATCOM for their contributions to this fight. We cannot project American combat power at the time and place of our choosing without both. And finally, I want to express how deeply thankful I am for the continued service and sacrifice of the entire Joint Force and their families. Their unwavering commitment and dedication are the cornerstones of this effort. So let me start with a few details. First, to be clear, as the Secretary said, this is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations. So let me talk about the preparation and the planning. On February 28th, the full strength of America's armed forces came together in a unified purpose against a capable and determined adversary. The United States Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and our reserve components integrated across our combatant commands and began coordinated operations with the Israeli armed forces of an unprecedented scale. As the Secretary laid out, our military objectives are clear. Our mission is to protect and defend ourselves and, together with our regional partners, prevent Iran from the ability to project power outside of its borders, and be ready for follow-on actions as appropriate. Across every domain, land, air, sea, cyber, the U.S. Joint Force delivered synchronized and layered effects designed to disrupt, degrade, deny, and destroy Iran's ability to conduct and sustain combat operations. On the U.S. side, this marked the culmination of months and in some cases years of deliberate planning and refinement against this particular target set. From precision strikes against key military infrastructure to persistent intelligence and targeting integration to the close coordination of the components across vast distances, this operation again demonstrated America's reach, readiness, and professionalism, and that of our joint united force. It was historic not only in the operational scope, but in the level of joint integration displayed across every element of the joint force. And as I said earlier, this work is just beginning and will continue. So now to talk a little bit about setting the force and setting the theater. On the order of the Secretary of War over the last 30 days to reinforce deterrence and provide the President with credible options should action be required, the Joint Force began to systematically reposition assets and personnel across the region. These movements ensured that U.S. forces remained postured, protected, and ready to respond decisively for any emerging threat. This deployment included thousands of service members from all branches, hundreds of advanced fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens of refueling tankers, the Lincoln and Ford Carrier Strike Group and their embarked air wings, sustained flow of munitions, fuel, supplies, all supported with command and control, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance network. And the flow of forces continues today. In fact, Admiral Cooper will receive additional forces even today. This rapid buildup of forces demonstrated the Joint Forces' ability to adapt and project power at the time and place of our nation's choosing. I want to highlight a couple specific cases for you. The Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which many of you know was down in the Western Hemisphere, redeployed across the Atlantic to set the theater. The ship, her crew, their families, and the entire strike group took a deep breath and, as they always do, began planning to conduct combat operations. The integrated Reserve and National Guard forces have continued to demonstrate the value of America's reserve forces, including the Wisconsin Army National Guard operating in Kuwait and Iraq, and Air National Guard units from a variety of states to include Vermont and Virginia. In the case of the Vermont Air National Guard and the 158th Fighter Wing, they were mobilized for Operation Absolute Resolve and then were tasked to take their F-35As across the Atlantic instead of going home to be prepared to support this operation. The same is with our Air National Guard and Air Force Reserve Command tanker and mobility forces, who stepped right out of their civilian jobs to deploy and to protect the region. Lastly, I want to highlight the unsung heroes of warfare, our American logisticians and sustainment force, those who quietly work every day behind the scenes to project and sustain America's combat power. Our leaders from World War II were right when they said professionals do logistics. As regional tensions rose, the Joint Force elevated our force protection measures on the order of the Secretary and repositioned discreetly civilians and non-essential personnel designed to ensure the safety and security of our joint force. By the time operations began, only essential forces remained on our bases and in theater, all ready, capable to respond. So now let me move to H hour. At 3:38 p.m. on Friday, February 27th, the United States Central Command, through the Secretary of War, received the final go order from President Trump. The President directed, and I quote, "Operation Epic Fury is approved. No aborts. Good luck," close quote. In the region, every element of the Joint Force made their final preparations. Air defense batteries readied themselves, checking their systems to respond to Iranian attacks. Pilots and crews rehearsed their strike packages for the final time. Air crews began loading their final weapons, and 2 carrier strike groups began to move towards their launching points. Across the globe, our operations centers came alive in Tampa, Florida, here at the Pentagon, and of course forward in the Central Command AOR. As always, operational security was paramount as we sought to maintain and sustain the element of surprise. This operation was highly classified so that at H hour, the enemy would see one thing: speed, surprise, and violence of action. The first movers were U.S. Cybercom and U.S. Spacecom, layering non-kinetic effects, disrupting and degrading and blinding Iran's ability to see, communicate, and respond. At H hour, the beginning of major combat operations, 01:15 local Eastern Daylight Time, 9:45 local AM Tehran time. As dawn crept up across the Central Command AOR, the skies surged to life. More than 100 aircraft launched from land, sea, fighters, tankers, airborne early warning, electronic attack, bombers from the States, and unmanned platforms, forming a single synchronized wave. This was a daylight strike based on a trigger event conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces, enabled by the U.S. intelligence community. The first shooters at sea were Tomahawks unleashed by the United States Navy, closed in on Iranian naval forces, and began to conduct strikes across the southern flank in Iran. On the ground, forces fired precision standoff weapons, measured, deliberate, precise, and lethal. This was a massive, overwhelming attack across all domains of warfare, striking more than 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours. We are now roughly 57 hours into the operation. In the initial phase, CENTCOM's focus was systematic targeting of Iranian's command and control infrastructure, naval forces, ballistic missile sites, and intelligence infrastructure designed to daze and confuse them. Coordinated space and cyber operations effectively disrupted communications and sensor networks across the area of responsibility, leaving the adversary without the ability to see, coordinate, or respond effectively. The combined impact of these strikes, swift, precise, and overwhelming, has resulted in the establishment of local air superiority. This air superiority will not only enhance the protection of our forces, but also allow them to continue the work over Iran. Over the course of the last 2 days, the Joint Force has launched hundreds of missions from land and sea and delivered tens of thousands of pieces of ordnance. The effort continues to scale. This included American B-2 bombers, which again, similar to Midnight Hammer, flew a 37-hour round-trip sortie from the continental United States, dropping precision, penetrating munitions on Iranian underground facilities across the southern flank and slightly deeper. Additionally, Israel has separately executed hundreds of sorties against hundreds of targets. Beyond Air Force and Navy aircraft strike packages, coordinated salvos of precision standoff weapons from across the region have neutralized hundreds of pre-planned targets. As I mentioned earlier, in support of these kinetic operations, U.S. Cybercom and Spacecom have continuously layered effects to disrupt, disorient, and confuse the enemy. I will note that this operation had several combat firsts, which I'll allow at some point in the future Admiral Cooper to talk about since he owns the AOR. While we've prosecuted a relentless offensive campaign, our defense has been equally important. Across the theater, operations have remained steady and disciplined. Once again, our integrated air and missile defense network is performing exactly as it's intended. U.S. Patriot and THAAD batteries, along with ballistic missile defense-capable Navy destroyers, continue to coordinate and execute intercepts with precision and consistency. I wish that every American could hear the voice communications like I have as these joint operations centers remain calm, focused, and cool while executing under fire over and over again. Collectively, these systems have intercepted hundreds of ballistic missiles targeting U.S. forces, our partners, and regional stability. The threat from one-way attack UAVs has remained persistent. Our systems have proven effective in countering these platforms, engaging targets rapidly. Each intercept represents hundreds of hours of training, readiness, and technology all coming together to work as designed. We will remain vigilant in the counter-UAV fight. And the defense of the region is not ours alone. As the threat grew, our partners surged in beside us. Air defense batteries in Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia joined the fight, proof positive that years of training, trust, and hard-earned integration pay off. I am aware of the loss of 3 U.S. Air Force F-15Es overnight in the region. I am grateful for the safety of the crews, and we know that this was not from hostile enemy fire. As this matter's under investigation, I'll not comment further on this. Let me close. Operations will remain active across the theater and across the globe. The U.S. forces are postured not only to maintain pressure, but to respond and adapt as required. Operation Epic Fury stands as a reminder of what the United States military uniquely delivers: the ability to project power on a global scale with speed, surprise, precision, and overwhelming force when and where our nation requires it. What we've demonstrated over the past several days reflects years of investment in readiness, joint integration, and professionalism of the joint force. As major combat operations continue across CENTCOM, we remain engaged globally. America's joint force retains the credibility, capacity, and flexibility to respond to any contingency anywhere in the world at any time. To those who would test our resolve or threaten the United States, our allies, or our interests, understand clearly we can reach you, we can sustain the fight, and we can scale the fight, and we will prevail. To the American people, your joint force remains steady, frosty, calm, and focused. Your service members are trained, disciplined, and determined. We understand the risks of this mission and the weight of the responsibility that we carry. We also recognize that our families also shoulder the burden at home. You are a part of this too. I am proud today, as I am every day, to stand as a member of America's joint force. There is no mission too complex, no distance too great, and no adversary too determined for the men and women who wear our nation's uniform. We mourn our fallen, we honor their families, and we continue our mission with focus, unity, and strength. And now I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right here. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. What percentage of Iranian long-strike capabilities are still in the fight, and what is our exit strategy here, and when will it be deployed?
Well, they have long-range strike capabilities, which we are hyper-focused on. The brief we got just this morning, Admiral Cooper knows exactly and precisely what kind of threat matrix he's looking at, the way they might change their techniques, and how we adapt to that. So we're making sure the theater commander has absolutely everything he needs. I mean, one of the things the chairman mentioned is for months and months, even before we built up, we ensured that we had maximum defensive capabilities in theater to allow the president the decision space in the future. So even before this buildup in the last 30 days, we discreetly brought defensive assets in to make sure, understanding that there are Iranian capabilities. As far as time frame, I would never hang a time frame from our perspective. The commander-in-chief sets the op tempo and terms of this fight. As I said, it's on his terms. And we'll make sure that Admiral Cooper and his team have everything they need, not just to defend. I mean, the best defense is good offense. And so we're aggressively pushing into that airspace over that southern flank to ensure that we control it and we destroy anything that moves that would attempt to shoot us. Think of it as shooting the archer instead of the arrows. That's where we want to be. And we have the kind of exquisite intelligence to get over the top, find that and destroy it. It won't happen overnight. This is a big battle space with a lot of capabilities. That's part of the reason why it's such a threat to us. That's why I talk about conventional umbrella to blackmail nuclear ambitions. They were building up this conventional arsenal in order to ensure that no one would ever block them from their ability to get nuclear weapons. So we're very clear-eyed about the nature of this Iranian threat, and we're going to get after it. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question. The only thing I'll add is that unlike an operation, a single operation like Midnight Hammer or Absolute Resolve, it'll take some time for us to conduct battle damage assessment, and the targeting cycle that CENTCOM will run will take those things into effect. Admiral Cooper will adjust his plan and fires accordingly to ensure that we're attriting that. He's focused on long-range strike capability coming out of the enemy, and that's a key and essential part of it.
Of the capabilities that still exist from the enemy front?
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say we're still doing BDA. Normally we'd be able to see a singular thing and we'd assess pretty quickly. He's doing offense and assessment simultaneously, so it'll take longer for us to assess than it would in a single operation.
Secretary Hegseth, thank you. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. 2 questions for you. The president said yesterday in his video message that we will leave Iran when we complete all of our objectives. What are our objectives? And can you share more information on how the soldiers who were killed were killed?
Well, I laid out the objectives, as did the chairman. They're completely nested. I mean, Iran has an ability to project power against us and our allies in ways that we can't tolerate. So whether that's ballistic missiles and drones, so offensive capabilities, effectively their Navy, which would attempt to set other terms and impose different costs, drone capabilities, which we laid out there. And ultimately, though, this tying it back to Midnight Hammer, the president has been willing to make a deal. You can't have a nuclear bomb. Radical Islamists can't have a nuclear bomb that they wield against the world. He gave them every single opportunity. Then we precisely took it away. And even then, after that, they didn't have that. They didn't come to the table with a willingness to give it away. So ultimately, those nuclear ambitions, which never ceased, are something that had to be addressed as well. So that's a discrete sense of what's being addressed here to ensure that they can't use that conventional umbrella to continue a pursuit of nuclear ambitions. And then, as it pertains to the U.S. casualties, that particular incident was, you have air defenses and the lot's coming in and you hit most of it, and we absolutely do. We have incredible air defenders. Every once in a while you might have one, unfortunately we call it a squirter that makes its way through, and in that particular case it happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified, but these are powerful weapons. So we certainly will do, as I said, moments like that, as we remember them and we take care of them and take care of their families, only stiffen our resolve to ensure that we do this properly.
Thank you.
Yep. Right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. I had 2 questions for you. First, are there currently any American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long we'll go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what we're willing to do and not do. It's foolishness. And so President Trump ensures that our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interests. But we're not dumb about it. You don't have to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for 20 years. We've proven that you can achieve objectives that advance American interests without being foolish about it. Now, will we be bold about it? Are we willing to be decisive about it? Do we put months and months of planning into what kind of effects we want to achieve? Absolutely. But going forward, why in the world would we tell you, the enemy, anybody, what we will or will not do in pursuit of an objective? We fight to win. We fight to achieve the objectives the President of the United States has laid out, and we will do so unapologetically. Thank you.
Is there any significance to Israel carrying out the strike to kill the Ayatollah? And I wanted to know, what was your immediate reaction to finding out about his killing?
I think Israel did a great job in the conduct of that operation.
President Trump put a 4-week timeline
right
on
here.
it. Are you
Please.
saying that's wrong?
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned during the briefing, General Kane, that there would be additional troops sent to the region. Could you say how many troops currently are involved in this operation and how many additional troops are planned to go in this next phase?
I don't want to talk specifics because that would tip the enemy off. We have more tactical aviation flowing into theater just based on the time it took to get it out there. I think we're just about where we want to be in terms of total combat capacity and total combat power for Admiral Cooper. One of the things, though, that a commander, he'll consistently assess the trajectory of the campaign. Is he on or off trajectory? And then make an ask of the joint force, which will then develop options for consideration by the Secretary and the President to either increase or in some cases decrease the amount of combat capability that we have over there.
I heard the question about about 4 weeks. It's the typical NBC sort of gotcha type question. President Trump has all the latitude in the world to talk about how long it may or may not take. 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 6 weeks. It could move up, it could move back. We're going to execute at his command the objectives we've set out to achieve. And what he has shown an ability to do that other presidents can't quite seem to have the aperture to do, well, I mean, Joe Biden didn't even know what he was doing, is to look for opportunities and off-ramps and escalations for the United States that creates new opportunities to execute what we need on our own timeline. So you can play games about 4 weeks, 5 weeks. He has all the latitude, and I'm glad he does, because there's no better communicator than our president expressing those things.
Daily Mail.
I've been in meetings with the president for the last 2.5 days. We know exactly where his headspace is, and he will communicate as he should exactly what he would like, and we will follow those orders. And I think everything he said on that is right down the middle.
Chairman, did you
Absolutely.
have
Yes, right there. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I left my hometown of Sakis in Iranian Kurdistan in 1996. Can you promise that I will be able to return home safely this year? And I have a following question too, please.
I appreciate the question. I'm not here to place guarantees on that, but I think the message the president has given has been clear to the people of Iran. This is your moment. The world was seized by these crowds, and then seized by the reality of this regime killing tens of thousands of innocent protesters. So we saw the nature of the regime yet again exposed. We saw many of the Iranian people seek a change there. This is their moment to take advantage of it, for sure.
You served in Iraq and know that no American soldiers were killed in Kurdistan. The Kurdish people are very pro-American. Will you continue protect Kurdistan and Peshmerga as loyal ally of the United States? Why I'm asking this question? Because now Kurdistan is under attack by Iranian drones and by proxies in Iraq and on the region.
I think I can speak to allies generally in the region who we've been in constant communication with. We have been standing shoulder to shoulder with them, and we appreciate their capabilities. Absolutely. Yes, right here.
Hi, thank you. Cameron Arkin with the Daily Wire. My question is about some of the domestic threats, if any, regarding this right now. Have there been any concerns about Iranian sleeper cells, and kind of what has the Trump administration been doing to kind of monitor these threats?
Across the interagency, in full coordination, of course, we're paying attention to any potentialities there. This is a former regime, that seeks to export that ideology and try to sow terror. We're ready for that. We've seen these types of folks before, and the American people can rest assured that we're vigilant on that.
Right here. Secretary, thank you. Kind of a follow-up on that last question. There was just this, what appears to be a terrorist attack in Austin yesterday. How does that change the operation at all? What effect does that have? And
it doesn't change the operation at all, and I know the authorities are executing exactly the way they should.
Secretary Higseth, and one for Chairman Kane as well. I understand, to your point here, that you don't want to broadcast everything for our adversaries to hear, but the American people also want to know what they're sending their men and women to war for. Is there a concern of this spiraling into a longer war? And then one for the chairman when you're done.
Did you not hear my remarks? I mean, we're ensuring the mission gets accomplished, but we are very clear-eyed, as the president has been, unlike other presidents, about the foolish policies of the past that recklessly pulled us in to things that were not tethered to actual clear objectives. So we know, we have plans, we have generals, we have chairmen, we have commanders, CENTCOM commanders, Admiral Cooper, who's executing very deliberately to ensure outcomes that I laid out are accomplished. But we would never, in front of a press pool, lay out how long that may take. The mission for our warfighters, which is what matters to us, is very, very clear. And they're executing it right now violently.
And just for the chairman quickly, I have one for the chairman. You said this is not a one-night operation. It will take time to achieve the goals. What would be the goal line here for you?
I think the Secretary laid out the military objectives, and that's what we execute against, is the military objectives.
Last one right here.
Uranium is. Thank you, sir. As you've said, there are a large amount of U.S. service members that are in harm's way right now. What is your prayer for them?
First of all, my prayer for them is that I do pray for them. My wife prays for them, our family prays for them, our cabinet prays for them. None of this is done on a whim. Having been in their boots, having been in their shoes, having been in their flight suits, I know we think about them with every decision that we make and every recommendation that we make to the President of the United States. Those recommendations are made prayerfully. And when I pray every day for them and for this mission, I pray simply for the biblical wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it. It's going to take courage to follow through on this. There's going to be a lot of noise, and we pray for that, and we hope all of you do as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, that is the U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and America's top soldier, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. Let's recap everything that we heard. I'll just note that we are broadcasting here from the Middle East, where this war has expanded today. We are today in the city of Tel Aviv, Israel's largest city. All right, let's unpack some of the headlines from that. First of all, Pete Hegseth saying a number of things, that while he says this will not be a forever war, intimating Afghanistan and Iraq as those forever wars, he also says there is no timeline. While President Trump has said 3, 4, 5 weeks in recent days, there is no indication from the Secretary of War or the top soldier of an actual timeline. We do understand a bit more about how this happened, and so I want to unpack that for you. You will recall, perhaps, that the United States and Iran had been in talks, negotiations. Those wrapped up on Friday, the third round of negotiations, without any kind of agreement. It was on that same day, just what are we now, Monday, 4 days ago, that President Trump ordered as they said, approved with no aborts, the operation that we are now seeing unfolding before us. It was just shortly after 1 a.m. Saturday, locally, that this began. What was the trigger event? We are told in that news conference it was an effort carried out by the Israeli military. While they don't detail exactly what that is, it would seem fairly clear that trigger event was the opportunity to kill Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who is or was the most senior official in Iran, the Ayatollah, the supreme leader. They go on to describe some of the effort that is in place. More than 100 aircraft taking off in the early hours of that to seek out specific targets. We know that in the intervening time, there have been interceptions of Iranian missiles and drones carried out both on land and on the sea from U.S. warships, that this has been coordinated with, at first, the Israelis, more recently, countries like Saudi Arabia and the Emiratis. Pete Hegseth also saying more soldiers are on the way, primarily tactical aviation, and shedding some light on the deaths of U.S. service personnel, 4 of them now, the 4th succumbing to their injuries only recently. This was the result of incoming fire, which landed on a tactical operations center, a TOC in military ease. That TOC is an area where commanders and controllers would operate in a fortified setting. But even though it was fortified, some of those weapons got in, killed 3, wounded several others, and a 4th, one of those who was injured, succumbing to their injuries. Finally, on today's incident in Kuwait, it is under investigation, but 3 American F-15s shot down mistakenly when Kuwaiti air defenses mistook those American fighter planes to be a threat. The pilots were able to bail out and parachuted to the ground. We're looking now at video of, okay, there we go. That is one of these F-15 fighter jets just before it crashes to the ground. The pilot has already bailed out, and so there you see on the parachute coming back down to the ground. So when's it going to end? No sign of that. Not going to be forever, says the Secretary of War, but no timeline on how much longer it'll be. Willie Lowry also listening into that from our Washington Bureau, just across the Potomac River from the Pentagon itself, where that briefing took place. Willie, I've given some of the big headlines there, but I think the timeline was one of the key questions. The other was that justification for why they have done what they've now done.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that justification, David, because this was really the administration's first attempt at telling the American people, explaining to them why they've put U.S. troops essentially in harm's way and why they have started this war. And it is very much a war, in the words of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. I want to point out first, though, a few things. The journalists asking those questions are part of this new wave of Pentagon press journalists, not the traditional journalists who were essentially refused to sign off on the Pentagon's new rules that essentially said they could not report on anything that was not authorized specifically by the Department of Defense. Now, back to those justifications, he essentially listed a long list of grievances that Iran has committed over the years, dating back to the kind of Marine barracks bombing in Beirut in 1983, going up to IEDs in the Iraq War. In his words, it almost seemed to be a continuation of that war that started following 9/11 in 2003, even though it has been almost 15 years since the Iraq War ended and almost 5 since the U.S. pulled out of Afghanistan. But he essentially accused the Iranians of attempting to build a long-range ballistic missile program that would have enabled them to create a protective shield around their aspiring nuclear facilities and capabilities. He said the U.S. could not tolerate that.
Willie Lowry in our Washington Bureau, thanks very much. All right, let's turn our attention to Iran. Those inside it who are feeling certainly, if not most of the brunt, then a large proportion of the brunt of the war that is spreading now across the region. We're going to turn to Mehrdad Arianejad, who is an Iranian Canadian and the CEO of the Tirgan Festival based in Toronto. It's the largest celebration of Iranian arts and culture outside of Iran. Mehrdad, good day to you.
Good morning.
I want to ask you about your own family, your own contacts, people that you attempt to speak with on the regular in Iran. Have you been able to reach any of them over the course of the last 3 days?
Yeah, I've been in contact with some of my relatives back in Iran. And because, as you know, the internet has been shut down on and off, but they found ways to bypass this and be in contact with me or other people from the outside world.
Is there a question, and I would ask both for Iranians who are living in Iran, but the very large diaspora spread out, certainly in Canada and the United States, among other countries, is there a question about what might come next?
Absolutely. You know, Iranians are not naive. They know that war is not like, they believe that, you know, peace should be everywhere in the world, and they love peace. Everybody hates war. But they understand that to this regime, the Islamic Republic, is a threat to all Iranians, is a threat to the whole world. And they are cautious, but they are positive. They are positive and they're hopeful.
There is a great deal of division about who would take over should this regime fall apart. Is that in some ways the design of what the Iranian regime has created, that it can't easily be replaced?
I think, you know, when I talked to my relatives and friends in Iran, they were telling me that there is no division in Iran. They are all united. The division is mostly outside the diaspora. So because we're sitting in peace here and we have the luxury to choose, select, and decide. But they are inside Iran, and they are under the threat of this regime. They're getting killed. Just in the past 2 weeks, tens of thousands, were massacred by this regime. So they don't have this luxury. So they are united. The majority of people, as I saw the videos, the clips, and I've been talking to people, they were chanting the name of the Prince Reza Pahlavi. Because they know, even though some of them may not agree with him or may not like him, but they have realized that this is their winning ticket. And they are all united. I don't think people inside Iran are divided.
I think that that very question may come to bear, but the more immediate one, I think, is, as you're pointing out, is that this is a regime that has many tentacles and has built itself in a way to be able to suppress and repress its own people, and is okay with killing them if they step out of line with the regime. What would it take for people to actually stand up? Would it require the armed forces to put their weapons down?
I think people already stood up. They came to the streets of Tehran in millions, and they had peaceful protests and they were killed. I don't exaggerate, but I know that tens of thousands of people were killed, and the mostly young people. And I think they just need the regime suppressive forces to get weakened so that they can help the regime to fall. But I think that because they don't have guns, they don't have the people do not want to use violence. It would be best, and it would be better if the military, put down their not the military. I mean the people who are suppressing.
Absolutely, Mayor Dodd.
They put down their guns,
I hear you there, Mayor Dodd. I'm going to have to leave the conversation there with you, unfortunately, but thank you very much, Mayor Dodd. Ariana Jad, we have much more coverage here from Tel Aviv coming your way with the latest on this war. Good Monday morning. I'm David Common, live in Tel Aviv. It is a very active situation here today on a day that is seeing this war get ever larger. I will point out that there are threats against this city and have been repeatedly over the course of the last 3 days. If a siren sounds, our team here will have to go inside to cover, but we've got a team in Toronto in our studio ready to take over as needed. Right now, let's get straight to the news you need to know, and that is this ever-expanding war in the Middle East. Here's what we know. We're starting with the U.S. starting to clarify its objectives.
No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars.
The Secretary of War outlining the aims of Operation Epic Fury as strikes continue. Israeli troops are on the border with Lebanon. The Israeli military say that they have killed a top Hezbollah leader in Beirut, and they're not ruling out a ground invasion.
He's dead! He's dead! He's dead!
Iranian Canadians react to the killing of Iran's supreme leader and the possibility now of regime change. There's a whole lot going on here in the Middle East today. We have American planes shot down in an incident of friendly fire. We have more bombings that are taking place in multiple countries on the land and in the sea. We want to start, though, with the U.S. Secretary of War signaling the conflict is not going to end anytime soon. The fighting widening. This is as Israel and Hezbollah are shooting at one another. Hezbollah, of course, Iran's proxy force in Lebanon. Pete Hegseth insists regime change in Iran is one goal, but not the only one. And he is highlighting the killing that kicked off this entire event, that is, of Iran's supreme leader.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
Let's look now to Tehran. New video in showing the effects of Israel and U.S. Strikes happening the third day there now. Iran's Red Crescent Society says at least 555 people have been killed since this began early Saturday. The Secretary of War would not give a timeline on when these attacks might end, and saying the decision rests with President Trump alone. Trump has said it could be 4 or 5 weeks. The top U.S. general says it could be a long war.
This is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses.
The U.S. Defense Department confirming 4 U.S. service members were killed in a retaliatory strike by Iran on the first day of fighting. Pete Hegseth also repeating U.S. President Trump's position that the Americans attacked Iran to block the regime from developing nuclear weapons. Let's look now to who is running Iran. The president among the members of an interim council now running the country. Al Jazeera reporting a Revolutionary Guards general has been named the new defense secretary, but the permanent decision on who will run Iran will be taken in the next couple of days. Meantime, here in Israel, at least 19 people have been hurt after the latest retaliation from Iran. Officials saying a missile hit Beersheba in southern Israel. Air alerts have been sounding across Israel this morning. As we see there, dramatic images of people taking cover in Jerusalem. And there's an update on the deadly Iranian attack on Israel. The president of Israel, Isaac Herzog, says children are among 9 killed in the missile strike Sunday. He says the Iranian attack hit a synagogue just west of Jerusalem. That's where we sent our Crystal Gamansing to.
This is what we can show you of the direct hit that happened on Sunday in Bet Shemesh. There is an area that's been cordoned off for the media, but I can move out of the way and give you a bit of a better look. One of the structures that used to be here was, in fact, a synagogue. There are some religious study books that you can see mixed into the ground. Also, one of the other areas that took a direct hit was, in fact, the shelter where people were seeking safety after those initial alarms went off. We spoke to one of the search and rescue individuals here from Zaka. He said that he was actually nearby. He just happened to be in the area. He recorded a video on his phone because he was talking about the alerts, having to pull over, and he captured that massive boom when that missile actually struck. So he was here within minutes and described a scene of fire and chaos and a lot of people who needed help. This location has also been visited today by a number of politicians, the head of the opposition, as well as Israel's President Isaac Herzog. They are all here today to share a message, one, that they are with the community members. They are expressing sympathy to the lives that have been lost, to the families in mourning. 9 people lost their lives at this site, including a number of children.
From that scene of destruction, we turn to southern Lebanon. Israel launching new airstrikes there against Hezbollah. Israel's military confirming it carried out a wave of airstrikes against the Iranian proxy force, claiming those strikes killed the militant group's intelligence chief, and says they are retaliation after Hezbollah fired rockets into northern Israel. Lebanon's prime minister condemns Hezbollah's attacks and has banned its military activities. This is the first fighting between Israel and Hezbollah since a ceasefire took effect more than a year ago. There is a lot going on, and we're lucky to be able to track the situation live from around the world. I'm here in Tel Aviv. We also have Willie Lowry in our Washington bureau, Briar Stewart on the Turkish side of the Iran-Turkey border, and Anna Cunningham outside the British Parliament there. Let us start with Willie Lowry in Washington. Willie, we've just had that update from the Secretary of War as well as the U.S. Top soldier. Key question there from a number: how long is this going to last, and why? What is this about?
That's right, David. Short answer, they don't know how long this is going to last. And Secretary of War Pete Hegseth reserved the right and on behalf, essentially, of President Donald Trump to carry out this mission for as long as it takes. Now, Pete Hegseth, in many ways, this was similar to when he brought his generals back to the U.S. in September. This was really less a speech to the American people in many ways than a speech and a rallying cry to the soldiers that he essentially commands, telling them that they were free to do whatever they needed in order to achieve victory, that they shouldn't be encumbered by the rules of engagement. And he essentially listed a long list of grievances that the U.S. had with Iran dating back to the 1983 Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, coming forward to the use of IEDs in Iraq. And he essentially said that this was retribution for all of the havoc that the Islamic Republic has wreaked over the decades. But he made clear that the catalyst was that the U.S. believed that Iran was building a ballistic missile program that would have enabled it to protect and defend its nuclear capabilities, its nuclear ambitions, despite the fact that back in June, the U.S. says it destroyed those capabilities. So still lots of questions as the U.S. continues on a war footing.
Confirmation, Willie, this morning that a 4th American service person has been killed in this conflict, that the result of an incoming threat on a tactical operations center. At some point, we're going to start seeing the names and faces of those American personnel who've been killed. There are the images out there of 3 U.S. warplanes being shot down mistakenly by their allies, by the Kuwaitis, thinking that it was a threat rather than a friendly fighter. At some point, this is going to begin to weigh on the president's domestic policies. And I know you're hearing questions being raised within Congress. Can you take us through that?
Yeah, David, I can only imagine this is shaping up to be a very busy and very consequential week on the Hill. We have to remember, for all intents and purposes, the U.S. president has declared war in the Middle East, and he has not asked or sought permission from Congress. And under the Constitution, it is for Congress ultimately to approve and decide that. So that is something that lawmakers will most certainly be asking and pressing the administration on this week. I know that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is speaking on the Hill to leaders today. Later today, he's also addressing the wider Congress tomorrow. So I expect this to be front and center in the days to come.
No question about it, and this war looks set to continue for at least days and more likely weeks to come. Willie Lowry, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
All right, with the airspace over Iran and much of the Middle East now closed, Iranians who are looking to flee the country have to try escape by the only means they can, and that is by land. The crossing at Kapikoy, Turkey, has seen long lines as people have been trying to get out of Iran. And that is where Briar Stewart is right now. Briar, take us through the situation on a very busy border.
Yeah, and David, I would say it's a little quieter right now, but we've been here all afternoon and we've seen people come in waves. And I should say both leaving Iran, certainly, but also people entering Iran, because you have people who are out of the country at the time, or perhaps on vacation or on a business trip, and they want to return to their home to be with their family during this time. Now, in terms of the situation at the border here, yesterday and really through the night, we had heard that there was issues with the communication system, the computer system on the Iranian side. So you had Iranian citizens who weren't able to come out, and in some cases, families were split up. Part of the family could leave because they had a foreign passport, a Turkish passport, and others had to stay. What we're hearing from people who have passed through is that it seems that that's been fixed, but you did have people waiting 7-8 hours back there just waiting to come out. Obviously, as we've been saying, it's very, very difficult to get an accurate picture of what's going on in the ground inside Iran because of widespread internet outages. Talking to people, they say that they can sometimes reach family members by phone, but often the family member will have to call them. It's difficult for them to reach them if they dial a call, and really messaging apps and things like that are simply not working. I will say, speaking to people here, we have talked to a number of them today. That being said, a lot of them didn't want to talk, even if we were just having a conversation, because there is real fear. There is fear about what's going on, what has happened, and really just where all this is headed, given the uncertainty.
Yeah, that is the fear of what comes next in all of this. I think, Briar, as you talk about Iranians who are trying to get back into the country, getting back into seeing their families, but are walking into a war zone, there must be a lot of talk about fear.
Yeah, there is a lot of talk about fear. I spoke with a young woman this morning, 23-year-old, in the city of Van, Turkey, which is about 100 kilometers or so from where I am. And she was actually supposed to go back to Tehran today. She had a bus ticket. She had come to Turkey back in January during those mass protests out on the street, those protests that were met by a violent crackdown by authorities. We know that thousands of people were killed, and human rights groups are still trying to verify all of the victims. So she left Tehran then because she said she was almost caught up in some of the gunfire while she was out on the street. As I said, she was planning on going back today, but she got a call from her mother who told her to stay away for at least a little bit longer. And, it was quite interesting talking to her because she was saying that on Saturday morning when she woke up and she heard news about the U.S. strikes in Iran, she started shaking because she was so emotional, but she said that she was happy, right? She wants this to end in a positive way, but she says, this is just the very beginning. I asked her, why she was afraid to speak out, and she talked about those fears. She said, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he may be killed, but you have this entire regime, this apparatus that is still functioning, that can function, that can punish people, crack down on people, crack down on their families for speaking out. And she said that needs to be dismantled. How that's dismantled, in what form, and what comes next after that, I mean, that's the big question. But there is a mix, I would say, of kind of optimism and hope, and also people coming through here, particularly those that are returning to the country, who have told us that they don't think it's fair, that you have the U.S. now joining in on this, that one man told us that he thought this should just be between Iran and Israel, and other people talking about how they want to defend their country. So you do have a mix of divergent views, but I think at the end of the day, everybody's afraid because war is war, and certainly those fears are being expressed here.
In the end, we hope to have a really big celebration, but I don't really know what's going to happen yet, because it won't end with just Khamenei dying. The whole regime has to fall, and it's not really clear what is going to happen.
Yes, and so that was some of my interview with that 23-year-old that I mentioned, talking about how she wants to see the whole system dismantled. She's very, very hopeful that she'll be able to return to Iran, but as I said, her family has encouraged her to stay away for now, and so she'll be waiting and watching and waiting for news to come out. But obviously, as I said, it is very difficult to get an accurate picture of what's going on the ground there.
Certainly. As Briar Stewart on the border with Iran, thank you very much. An apparent Iranian drone attack on a British military base in Cyprus is adding to concerns about just how big this conflict is getting. That drone hit the British Air Force base Kratiri around midnight local time. The president of Cyprus says it caused limited damage and caused no casualties. It has not, as a base, been targeted since Libyan militants did so in 1986. Anna Cunningham, looking at the British side of this story, joins us now from outside the British Parliament. More drones, it would seem, have been intercepted. Anna, take us through that latest incident.
Yeah, David, over the past couple of hours, it's been reported that the sirens have been sounding on RAF Kratiri in Cyprus. They went into lockdown, and officials say that 2 drones were heading towards the base. But a Cypriot government spokesperson has said that they were intercepted. Now, just to locate where this is, on the island of Cyprus in the Mediterranean, but the actual RAF base is seen as part of British sovereign territory. We know that this is now, if we look at the time frame of this, potentially 4 drones trying to target RAF Kratiri in 12 hours. So there's a great deal of concern about this. We know that British military family members have been moved from that base at the moment, but obviously it will be a deep concern, and we're hearing now that the British Prime Minister is going to give a statement in the House of Commons in just over an hour's time.
All right, Anna Cunningham, we'll leave it there with you in London outside the British Parliament. Thank you very much. Now, we're getting more reaction from the Canadian government this morning on the situation in Iran, and in fact, in the broader region as well. We know that at this point, 85,000 Canadians have registered their presence with Global Affairs Canada, indicating, for instance, if there is a way for them to get out that doesn't currently exist, they would be interested in at least knowing about that. 85,000 Canadians would be a small number. There are quite likely many more than that. We also did hear from the Foreign Affairs Minister, Anita Anand, who was speaking from New Delhi.
First and foremost, Canada wasn't involved, we weren't notified, and we do not have an intention to be involved in any military strikes or operation. We share the concern of the United States and many other countries relating to Iranian nuclear proliferation. And in fact, we've called on Iran for a number of years to cease proliferating in terms of its nuclear capacity. That's why we have not had diplomatic relations with Iran for 15 years. At the same time, we prefer a diplomatic solution. This is why I have spent the last 2 days speaking with my counterparts across the Middle East and in the Gulf states, from Jordan to Qatar, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to UAE, and all of my G7 counterparts, stressing that Canada believes in a diplomatic and peaceful solution And as soon as possible, we would like parties to get to the table.
We've heard in the last hour from the U.S. Secretary of War, who says this conflict has no timeline. It will not be a forever war, he says, but it is going to continue for some time, and they intend to finish the job.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change.
Pete Hegseth saying the joint U.S.-Israeli operation aims to destroy Iran's long-range missile and naval capabilities and stop its nuclear program. He said this campaign is not about regime change, though President Trump has said in some ways that it is. The president also saying combat operations will continue for, in his words, 3, 4, even 5 weeks. You are watching CBC Morning Live, and we are this morning live in the Middle East from Tel Aviv. You look at the Iranian capital now in its third day of facing airstrikes from the United States and Israel. Washington saying fighting will not end quickly. The top U.S. general says the Trump administration's objectives cannot be achieved by one night of attacks, and the U.S. Secretary of War says the objectives go beyond knocking out Iran's nuclear capability. Pete Hegseth talking about eliminating their ability to carry out any kind of attack. There are many ways that those attacks have been coming through drones, through missiles, both guided missiles and cruise missiles. And the Americans and Israelis have continued their efforts to try to prevent Iran from having those capabilities in the future. Let's reach out to Omid Mamarian now, who is a senior analyst at Dawn. It is a nonprofit organization which supports democracy and human rights in the Middle East and North Africa region. Good day to you, sir.
Thanks for having me, David.
You have people you know in Iran. There is effectively an internet blackout, whether that is because of censorship efforts by the regime or blocking efforts by U.S. Jamming aircraft. The effect is that it's very hard to get word out from what's happening in Iran. Have you heard from anybody you know?
The internet is not fully shut down. Here and there, over the past 24 hours, I've been able to contact a lot of my friends and family members who are at home and witnessing what is happening, what's unfolding throughout the country, in particular in Tehran, which we have seen a lot of bombings over the past 72 hours, and so people are on one side. When Khamenei was killed, there was a lot of happiness, basically, on the streets. People, I heard from a few people that they were sleeping, and then from the voices they heard on the streets, people celebrating the death, they woke up. But the bombing continues, and there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of anxiety, and people do not know what's the end game, what's going to happen, how the regime is going to hold up, how the security forces is going to react. Still, the regime's base is intact, and they are promising to retaliate. They are promising to keep keep cities safe, as they say. So there is no clear path, and that's why many people are very worried about the future in the next few days, few months, and few years.
The regime has built itself into a structure that even if the supreme leader gets killed and has been killed, that others move into his place, and so on and so forth. The idea is that the regime stays alive even when people are being killed. Is there any prospect that the Israelis and the Americans who continue to target senior officials can actually get to a place where the regime is so compromised it doesn't exist anymore?
It very much depends on how long these attacks, continue. If it continues and for the next few weeks, as President Trump said yesterday, it's going to be very, very devastating. Even right now in the city of Marivan, because many of the security and law enforcement offices have been bombed. One of the prisons, they have opened the doors to all the prisoners. They are out and free. It doesn't mean that they are all political prisoners, but criminals, everybody who has been in the prison are released. So we are seeing signs that things are changing in different directions and in ways that we never predicted 2 days ago. But the regime has a very strong core base, and they are armed, and they are very determined after the killing of their leader to protect the country, to protect the cities. And yes, the bombing of thousands of places and dismantling Iran's nuclear program, Iran's military capability, and all that doesn't necessarily mean that the regime would give up and the regime collapses. So there is a long way to go to get there. But it also very much depends on the intensity of the attacks and the length of it. We do not know how long it's going to take, because on one side we have the U.S. bombing, on the other side we have the Iranian regime that is trying to inflict as much as harm they can on the U.S. and also make the war more regionalized, to regionalize the war and create costs for the countries in the region and globally. So there are so many different factors involved, and we have to see how what's the endurance of the Iranian regime. And I think in the next few days we probably learn more.
But the only certainty in war, it has been said, is people die. That has been happening. Sometimes they are combatants. Very often they are not. They are civilians. And we've seen that in many places in just the short 3 days of this conflict so far. How do people within Iran, do you think, balance the hope they may have for a changing regime and therefore a changing life against the fact that people are being killed?
It's a very difficult feeling to deal with, because on one side they have a very brutal regime which massacred Iranians in January. Thousands of people died on the streets, and over the past years the regime has become more cruel and cruel, and so for them they are between a rock and a hard place. And on the other side they have the U.S. and Israelis attacking, bombing different parts of the city. The U.S. has made it clear over the past 20 hours, even during the weekend, Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Defense Minister, Secretary, he said that the objective of the U.S. is to make sure that Iran's military capabilities are gone and they are not a threat to the U.S. So the main objective for the U.S. is Iran's military capability. Senator Lindsey Graham said last weekend that whether there is a cleric in place in Tehran or a representative democracy. For the U.S., the main objective is that Iran does not act as it's acting now as a militarily, and that does not pose a threat to the U.S. So for the U.S., the objective is very clear, and it's diminishing Iran's military capability. Whether a regime change is a possibility for the U.S. is not a main objective. For the Israelis, might be, but for the U.S. is not a main objective. And whether it happens or not, but that's why it's very tricky for Iranians to think of like what's going to unfold in the future, because it can go to many different directions. It can go to really, really dark directions, and the scenarios are ahead of them are range from bad to very bad to horrible.
Omen Mamarian, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's take a look at Beirut that happened just a short time ago. It appears to be a blast in the southern part of the Lebanese city. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, had issued an urgent evacuation order for this area. We know Israel has been attacking Hezbollah. It is Iran's proxy force in Lebanon. And Israel has said it is doing so because Hezbollah has been attacking Israeli targets. Israel now claims to have killed Hezbollah's intelligence chief and is doing this in response to the firing by Hezbollah of rockets into northern Israel. We are just across the border from that very scene here today in Tel Aviv. This is CBC Morning Live. We are live this morning in Israel's largest city, Tel Aviv. This coming as the United States signaling its conflict with Iran will not be ending anytime soon. The fighting is widening. More countries now involved as Israel and Hezbollah are shooting at one another. Hezbollah, of course, Iran's proxy in Lebanon. The U.S. Secretary of War insists regime change is not the primary goal here, but Pete Hegseth highlighting the killing of Iran's supreme leader.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
Let's look at Tehran now. Israel and the United States in their third day of striking Tehran with missiles and bombs. Iran's Red Crescent Society says at least 555 people have been killed since this began on Saturday. Pete Hegseth would not give a timeline on when these attacks will end. President Trump has said 3, 4, or 5 weeks, and it ultimately rests with the commander-in-chief. Now, we are getting a better sense. In fact, let us turn here quickly to Beit Shemesh, which is in Israel. Is that where we're heading right now? It is a site where you see the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu there. He has been visiting Beit Shemesh, which is an area that took a very large impact in recent fighting. A missile or some sort of other Iranian projectile landed. Our Crystal Gamansing was there just a short time ago, showing us some of the destruction from this incident, which happened yesterday. And since that time, Israeli politicians and others have been visiting the site. It is a site where people were killed. That is Benjamin Netanyahu there at Beit Shemesh, one of the many places in Israel that has been struck in Iran's retaliation. Now let's talk about the Canadians. There are 85,000 at a minimum registered across the Middle East, some of them right here in Israel, many in Iran, trying to figure out what they do now. Linda Ward joins us with the advice from Global Affairs Canada.
85,000, those are just those who have registered in the region, David, and they say that some of those people may have already come back to Canada. That number may not be accurate, but within those numbers, we're learning how many are in Iran, about 3,000 in Iran, over 6,000 in Israel right now. Importantly, though, at this time, what we're learning from Global Affairs Canada is that they say we are not aware of any Canadians who've been injured or killed as a result of the hostilities.
Linda, the federal government also updating its travel advice throughout the Middle East. It had been saying avoid all travel to a number of countries. Is that changing?
Yeah, we'll give you a look at the map that they have put out, a bit of a color-coded depiction of what we're seeing across the Middle East right now. Areas in red, avoid all travel. Of course, this does include Iran and Israel and a number of neighboring countries there you can see on your screen. In orange, avoid non-essential travel. Jordan, Oman, Saudi Arabia there. In yellow is the area to exercise caution. Now, staff at Canadian missions, where Canadian missions exist in this region, of course not in Iran, but they say they are safe as well. They continue to provide some limited assistance to Canadians, but it's very difficult right now. And they're saying don't rely on these missions to be able to get you out of the country at this time when air or land travel is available, that they will be reaching out to Canadians who are registered in the region to give them advice. But the advice now is if you're not registered, get yourself registered. Global Affairs Canada also says that they are deploying what they call the Standing Rapid Deployment Team. These are highly trained employees that are called in to be on standby to assist in case of emergency.
Let's talk about the airlines because they have suspended operations across much of the Middle East, given the potential for, frankly, their planes to be shot down accidentally as a result of this conflict. Any sense of when or how they might begin operations?
Yeah, we are starting to see some indication that there may be some flights starting to take off again, but hundreds of thousands of passengers have been disrupted, stranded across this region. Airspace through the region largely closed. That area in red show the airspace closures. In yellow is where there's some restrictions, and in orange is the conflict zone, but airspace is open. hundreds of flights right now diverting around this area, sort of leaving an empty corridor right over the Middle East. 2,100 flights today canceled so far from airports across the Middle East. In some cases, airports have been closed because they have actually been hit by strikes. We're talking Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha. We'll show you some of the damage that's been caused in these airports. These are important hubs for travel. There's so many flights that just even connect through these airports. So a lot of passengers are just kind of stuck, not able to get where they're going at this point. Dubai Airport says it will resume some flights later today. That is the latest. And in Abu Dhabi, we are getting some reports that a limited number of flights have already left there. Flights from Canada to the region largely suspended, but Air Canada and WestJet saying that they are offering flexible rebooking and cancellation for any customers that are affected by this, David.
All right, Linda, we have to leave it there because the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu now at Beit Shemesh, and he is speaking at the site of one of the attacks by Iran on an Israeli community. Let's listen to Benjamin Netanyahu now.
To America and the entire world. When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran, against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians. I've said for many years that they threaten not only Israel and not only America. They chant death to Israel, death to America. That's their ultimate target. But I said that they would also target those in between, that they would target Europe. They did. And if this regime, this terrorist regime of the kind we've never seen in the world, if they get nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, they will threaten all of humanity. So we set out to protect ourselves, but in so doing, we protect many others. And I want to say special thanks to our great friend and a great leader of the world, Donald Trump, for joining us in this crucial effort to save the world. Thank you.
Each day, so this war is expanding. How do you see it?
All right, that is Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking at Beit Shemesh. This is a community that was struck yesterday by an Iranian missile or drone. It's unclear to me at this point what caused the explosion and considerable destruction. Many people injured, and you see the tarp wall that's been put up there as they continue to look for, frankly, any human remains that might exist at that site. This is a practice throughout Israel that any time there is an incident, there are specialized personnel who go in to look for any portion of human remains that that may have been left behind to ensure a proper and complete burial. All right, that is Beit Shemesh. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking, frankly, for one of the very first times out in the open in this three-day-old conflict, a conflict that shows no signs of letting up, as not only the attacks on all sides continue, but the number of places being targeted, the number of participants in this now regional war continues to grow. We'll have the latest on U.S. warplanes being shot down accidentally, as well as what the Secretary of War at the Pentagon says about how long this conflict will last. We are live this morning for you in Tel Aviv. Many areas being hit in this ever-widening war, and we will look at Saudi Arabia's state-owned oil company, Aramco, which actually shut down one of its refineries after it was struck by an explosive drone. Let's turn to an eyewitness video shared by the company. You see the heavy smoke billowing from the refinery. It covers much of that industrial complex. Iran launched a series of strikes in response to the U.S.-Israeli attack, and it did so on many of its Gulf neighbors. There are concerns about just how much this war could disrupt the global economy. That is something that is front of mind for our senior business reporter, Peter Armstrong. Peter, very glad to have you on the program talking about this. Let me start by markets broadly and the price of oil.
It's an interesting morning on markets. They've only just opened, but we've had the European and the Asian markets reacting as well. And the fact is the response thus far, at least, has been pretty muted. You know, I'm looking at the Dow and the S&P. They're all down this morning, but they're not down by very much. And often in these days, these kinds of days, we ask the question of markets. What do you make of what's happening and how should we read that? And I think today the markets are asking that question back and saying, well, what is this? How long will this be going on? What are the actual goals that the U.S. and Israel are trying to achieve? And how will they know when they're accomplished? What is this going to mean for the energy market writ large, let alone the specifics in the industry? So the response, whether it's in equity markets, stocks, whether it's in the treasury markets and bonds, or even in various sort of currency markets, has really been muted, I think, because the investors on trading markets around the world are really trying to get the same answers that you are today about what exactly is this thing.
A lot of people are going to be wondering how this will impact filling up the car. What is this doing already to the price of oil?
So I couldn't quite hear you there, but I think what you're asking about is the oil markets. And that, I think, is going to be the most interesting thing to watch. And in particular, what we're watching, of course, for are the Straits of Hormuz, that pointed little squeeze of land in the Gulf, where 20% of the world's oil passes through. And it's going to have pretty serious ramifications for three main countries: Saudi Arabia, that exports 80% of its oil through that strait, and then China and India, who rely on the vast majority of their oil, also passes through that. We've seen the price of oil go up. We've seen, I think, WTI, the main North American benchmark, is up to 72. Brent breached 80. It was peaked at about 82. You're looking here at those Straits of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil, but remember, the vast majority of Saudi's oil passes through there. Now, listen, there are a bunch of ways around that. There are export capacities on the other side of the Straits of Hormuz, through Oman. There's pipelines. So I think we come back there to, well, what will this mean in 2 or 3 days' time? What are the actual goals here? Where are we going to continue to move as this situation unfolds? Because it is really hard to read, and it is hard to know what the impact is going to be. The shutdown of one of the big LNG facilities has seen the futures in LNG, in Europe at least, spike through the roof. If that's the kind of thing we're going to see unfold, you're going to see more dramatic and much more quick moves in those markets. But right now, I think even the oil markets are really trying to figure out what this is going to be, not today, but maybe in 2 or 3 days' time.
What, Peter, should we all be watching for in those coming days?
Again, couldn't hear you, but what I think you're asking is what we're watching for going forward. And again, you're going to be watching for more specific information than Pete Hegseth and General Kane provided in terms of deliverabilities. What is this? What does the end of this look like? What do the United States and Israel need to see to say, okay, we're stepping back and cutting back on the airstrikes? We need to see how are the oil tankers going to navigate. Right now, they're sort of, you saw on that graphic, they're sort of sitting on either side of those Straits of Hormuz. One tanker was hit. That's going to make everybody else think twice about going through. We've seen insurance be canceled for an awful lot of these tankers going through. So I think, the thing to watch is how this rolls out over the next days. And I think that's going to define these next 24 or 36 hours, I think will be even more definitive about what the next week is going to look like than the last 36 hours have been. We're through the easy part. Now it only gets harder and harder with every step you take further into this conflict.
All right, Peter Armstrong, who cannot hear my questions, but somehow has all the right answers to them. Thanks very much. Let us turn now to Prime Minister Carney, who is on a multi-nation trip talking about Canada's economy. He's just left India. He's got a deal to sell Canadian resources there. Janice McGregor joins us now with a look at this, and particularly Carney's meeting with Narendra Modi and this new partnership. What exactly is it, Janice?
Well, they have big aspirations to eventually double the two-way trade between Canada and India by 2030. But there's a lot of negotiating, a lot of details to be worked out before anything close to that unfolds. What they have done today is set a one-year timeline for these talks towards a comprehensive trade agreement. They've named a chief negotiator, Bruce Christie, a veteran Canadian trade negotiator brought back to the department over the winter to lead these sensitive talks. He had previously left last spring, retired, I understand, brought back to do this work. In the meantime, what they actually signed today, a series of MOUs, 10 commercial agreements worth up to $5.5 billion, according to the paperwork they've provided us here. Interesting, one of these has to do with cultural exchanges, students, faculty exchanges. We know Canada has missed the business of Indian foreign students, wanted to continue to attract the brightest and the best of them to come here, but of course Canada's reputation as a destination for Indian students harmed somewhat by recent decisions taken with respect to visas, so wanting to kind of restore those kind of ties between the two countries. The biggest commercial deal, if you will, is for Saskatchewan's Cameco, a $2.6 billion deal to sell uranium, a continuation of previous arrangements, this one now lasting over 9 years, something Scott Moe very enthusiastic about. There were some other deals with respect to the tech sector, AI, pharma, McCain Foods making a play there, Canadian steelmaking coal also going to be flowing to India, but notably no tariff deals, something disappointing, particularly to Saskatchewan's premier, who was hoping for a breakthrough on the agriculture front, trying to tout a new center to advance research in pulses, proteins for farmers in both countries. But really, they were hoping for more, and these talks over the next year, we'll see if they can eventually get there.
Janice, I got to ask you, there's explosive reporting about something that has itself been explosive between Canada and India, and it relates not just to foreign interference, but the killing of somebody on Canadian soil. Can you take us through what these new reports are and how it's being received in India?
That's right, because what you speak of is reporting in the Globe and Mail last evening, people perhaps seeing it for the first time this morning, detailing names, roles of a couple of Indian diplomats posted at the consulate in Vancouver who were involved, one of them pretending to be a visa official, and in fact was an intelligence officer, according to national security and police sources that the Globe's reporting was based on, relaying information back and forth to India about the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, which of course was the reason for a real fracturing in Canada-India diplomatic relations in the first place. It is controversial to be deepening your trade relationship while these facts are still coming to the surface, and people in India, the Indian government, still wanting to sort of push back and deny its involvement in this killing. Anita Anand was pressed on this today, and she was trying to explain why she thinks it is still the best course for Canada to be trying to move forward diplomatically and economically with India.
Diplomacy is not about retreating and hiving yourself off from having difficult conversations. It's very much about ensuring that the written word is marking the path forward on national security. That's exactly what we are doing here in India.
Anita Anand there in India, and Janice McGregor in our Parliamentary Bureau. Thank you very much. As we finish off our time here in Morning Live in Tel Aviv, Israel, recapping some of the core things that have happened over the past few hours in this war. It's got bigger. Israel and Hezbollah now fighting with one another. Hezbollah, of course, an Iranian proxy based in Lebanon, add, therefore, another country to this conflict. We've also seen 3 U.S. fighter jets destroyed in Kuwait, a case of friendly fire when they were mistaken for the enemy, shot down. The pilots were able to eject and get safely to the ground. In the meantime, a 4th U.S. service person has been killed or succumbed to their injuries after 3 were killed yesterday in an Iranian missile attack on a tactical operations center. We're going to continue coverage throughout the day here on CBC News Network, bringing you the latest as this war gets ever larger.
Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Paul. We begin with the widening war in the Middle East, now involving more countries and more targets. Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in Lebanon, has now entered the conflict. Rockets launched from Lebanon set sirens blaring across northern Israel. And Israel has retaliated with waves of airstrikes. Its military says a top Hezbollah leader has been killed in Beirut. This is new video of people trying to flee southern Lebanon. Hezbollah claims it targeted an Israeli missile defense site in response to the weekend killing of Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei. Lebanon's prime minister is condemning the militants' attack and calling for a ban on its activities. This is the first fighting between Israel and Hezbollah since their ceasefire more than a year ago. Here now is a list of the countries caught up in the war in the Middle East. Over the past 3 days, Iran has launched waves of ballistic missiles and drones across the region, targeting not just Israel, but take a look at the map here. Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Cyprus, and ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Yesterday, an oil tanker off the coast of Oman was struck. Civilian targets hit have included hotels and airports. And this now is the scene in southern Iran. It remains a focus. It's the aftermath of a reported airstrike that hit a girls' school over the weekend. Iranian media report dozens of children were killed. The school is reportedly adjacent to a naval base belonging to Iran's Revolutionary Guard. The U.S. says it's investigating. President Donald Trump is calling Iran's military commanders to surrender, warning that the U.S. military can keep up airstrikes for weeks. Now, meanwhile, in Israel, this is the aftermath of a deadly Iranian rocket strike yesterday in a residential neighborhood of a city west of Jerusalem. The country's president, Isaac Herzog, says children are among 9 people killed, including 3 teenage siblings. Herzog says a synagogue and shelter took a direct hit. Another 27 people are wounded. Now, the U.S. has confirmed a 4th member of its military has died in the conflict. A short time ago, at a Pentagon media briefing, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth confirmed a deadly strike that killed U.S. troops at what he describes as a tactical operations center. He didn't say where it was located. He also would not put a time frame on how long the war with Iran could last. But he laid out reasons why he said the U.S. and Israel had to launch it.
Crazy regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. It's common sense. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
And we are bringing you the latest on this fast-moving story. We have reporters in several key locations. As you know, of course, David Common is in Tel Aviv. Megan Williams is in Dubai. Willie Lowry is in Washington. And Anna Cunningham is in London. So we do want to begin our coverage out of Tel Aviv. A short time ago, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu toured the city of Beit Shemesh, where that Iranian missile struck a synagogue and shelter. Here's what he had to say.
This is the 3rd day of the Operation Roaring Lion, the operation the Israeli army and the state of Israel set out to, with our great friends, the United States of America and President Trump, to thwart existential threats to Israel and great threats to America and the entire world. When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians. I've said for many years that they threaten not only Israel and not only America. They chant death to Israel, death to America. That's their ultimate target. But I said that they would also target those in between, that they would target Europe. They did. And if this regime, this terrorist regime of the kind we've never seen in the world, if they get nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, they will threaten all of humanity. So we set out to protect ourselves, but in so doing, we protect many others. And I want to say special thanks to our great friend and a great leader of the world, Donald Trump, for joining us in this crucial effort to save the world.
Listening into Netanyahu is the host of Morning Live, David Common, who is in Tel Aviv this hour. It's an active situation in Israel. David, what's the latest on the ground right now?
Well, as you see from Benjamin Netanyahu there, Arti, he is at the scene of an attack, an Iranian missile striking at that community of Beit Shemesh. It is just one of a number of communities that have been hit. And you may sit there and say, well, Israel has that Iron Dome. it is able to stop some threats, but not all threats, that some things do get through, and we have seen that on multiple occasions over the course of the last 3 days. Not only is it a recipient of attacks, of course, Israel is carrying out attacks, did so today in Iran, but also inside Lebanon. And that is key because it opens up another front to this war that continues to expand. Hezbollah was its target there. It has been an arch enemy of the Israelis for quite some time, a proxy force for the Iranian regime based in Lebanon. And that is why Iranian military officials targeted Hezbollah, including by killing, apparently or purportedly, the head of their intelligence division. This is happening at dozens of towns and cities, particularly in southern Lebanon, and Israel says it was triggered after Hezbollah militants launched rockets into the Israeli city of Haifa. And so, not only are we seeing attacks still happening right across the region, but they are growing in the number of places. We had seen 5, 6, now 7 other countries involved in what many feared would become a regional war, and now it has done just that.
Of course, when we talk about how active the situation is right now, we know that smoke is rising over Tehran after new airstrikes. What's happening on that front?
These airstrikes coming from both Israeli and American warplanes, and not just aviation. These are missiles that are coming off of ships in both the Arabian Sea and the Mediterranean, being launched potentially by submarines as well, that surface, launch off a missile, striking a target, a highly coordinated effort. When the Pentagon briefed on how they have been carrying out this effort, they noted that American bombers, bomber aircraft, flew all the way from the United States to Iran, did what they had planned to do, then turned around and went back to the United States. And that kind of effort is continuing as we see not only Israel calling up more of its forces, but the Americans doing that as well. And the target continues to be Iran's senior leadership, killing those who are filling the voids, also targeting their ability for command and control, being able to communicate among the military and political senior leaders, but also at their long-range strike capability. And this, it would appear, is going to be a long job, trying to find where it is, because very often with the Iranians, it is on a mobile platform driven somewhere else in the country. And so they have to find them and then destroy that infrastructure or that mobile weapon system. That is going to continue, it would appear, for weeks to come. That, according to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, saying the job very clearly, Arti, not yet done.
David, thank you for this. That is host of Morning Live, David Common in Tel Aviv. So as we heard, as the conflict in the Middle East expands and intensifies, explosions are being reported in multiple Gulf states. They include an attack on energy infrastructure in Qatar and a major oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. They're places where the U.S. has allies and military installations. The CBC's Megan Williams is in Dubai for us with more on this. So Megan, just how wide has this war become, and what's the reaction within the region?
Well, essentially all of the U.S. allies in the region are under attack and defending themselves with their rigorous defense system. There was a drone strike at the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait, billows of black smoke from that. As you mentioned, in Saudi Arabia, one of the biggest oil refineries was hit by a drone strike from Iran as well. It caused a fire there, and a number of energy installations that have been targets. Qatar as well, which is the world's biggest exporters of liquefied natural gas. It exports about 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas. It was hit in 2 spots by Iranian drones, and it has shut down its operating facilities for now out of safety. Here in Dubai, the loud booms in the sky have continued today. You hear them, and then just behind me here, clouds of smoke appear. They're either drones or missiles that are being shot down by by the United Arab Emirates. Interestingly, today, Italy's defense minister, Guido Crosetto, who was actually blocked in Dubai for a couple of days, he went back last night on a military jet, but he announced that the Gulf countries have requested air defense anti-drone systems, including SAMPT, which is the European long-range air defense system developed by France and Italy. So they're clearly looking for more assistance. Despite the ongoing missile and drone interceptions, long-haul airline carriers, including the Emiratis, have announced just shortly, a few minutes ago, that they're going to start some limited flights tomorrow morning. So they clearly think that the situation is safe enough to get some commercial flights out of the country.
Now, Megan, as we were discussing here, the U.S. military also says that 3 U.S. fighter jets were brought down in Kuwait today. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that was a situation of so-called friendly fire. Kuwait mistakenly shot down these 3 American F-15E fighter jets during an Iranian attack. All 6 of the crew members, however, made it safely to ground. They ejected and managed to arrive safely on the ground. So nobody died in that incident, but clearly there was some confusion in Kuwait during Iranian missile and drone attacks, and Kuwait shot down their allies.
Megan, thank you for that. That is the CBC's Megan Williams in Dubai. So let's now get more on the U.S. part of this story. The CBC's Willie Lowry joins us now from Washington. Willie, of course, this morning we heard from the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. What is he saying about the state of play right now?
Yeah, absolutely, Arthi. Pete Hegseth speaking to the public, essentially, to the American people, for the first time since the U.S. and Israel launched these attacks on Saturday morning. And in many ways, he was speaking not just to the American people, but to the troops that he commands, kind of rallying them and encouraging them, telling them that they will not be encumbered, they don't need to be encumbered by the rules of engagement, that they have the total support of the Trump administration. But he also refused to put a timeline on this military operation, on this war, saying that it would not be endless, but that he would not give the enemy, so to speak, Iran, any sort of insight into what the U.S. was planning. And he outlined several justifications for the war, one of which was long-standing grievances that the U.S. had towards Iran, accusing it of antagonistic behavior over several decades and of killing U.S. personnel, U.S. civilians in that process, but also of building a long-range ballistic missile program that could eventually be strong enough to protect and ensure its nuclear or future nuclear capabilities. But we have to also remember that back in June, during that 12-day conflict, the U.S. destroyed much of Iran's nuclear facilities.
Now, Willie, of course, we know in addition to the Secretary of War, we also heard from General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. What other reaction have we been getting out of the U.S.?
Yeah, so the reaction has been coming out fast and furious. I anticipate that this will be a very busy week on Capitol Hill as the U.S. is essentially engaged in a regional war at this point in the Middle East, and yet the Trump administration has not sought congressional approval for that. That is something that under the Constitution they are supposed to do. So I anticipate that lawmakers on the Hill will start pressing the administration. I believe there is a War Measures Act that will be tabled later this week. We also know that Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be addressing congressional leaders today and then speaking to the wider Congress tomorrow. So lots of movement, lots of, I believe, challenging times ahead for the Trump administration as especially Democratic lawmakers try and get answers as to why the U.S. has done this.
Willie, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Willie Lowry in Washington. Well, a drone attack on a British military base in Cyprus is adding to concerns of a widening regional conflict. That drone hit the base around midnight local time. The president of Cyprus and the UK Defence Ministry says it caused limited damage and no casualties. The base hasn't been targeted since a rocket attack by Libyan militants in 1986. And the CBC's Anna Cunningham joins us now live from outside the UK Parliament in London, where the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, is scheduled to address MPs on the Middle East this hour. Anna, we're now hearing more about 2 more drones that were reportedly intercepted in Cyprus. What do you know about this latest incident?
Yeah, this was at RAF Akrotiri. It's actually a base on the island of Cyprus in the Mediterranean, and it is British overseas territory. This is now the second time in the space of 12 hours that we're told Iranian-made drones were intercepted. That base went into lockdown. We've seen images of British fighter jets overhead. And this is clearly concerning for the British government. We understand that the families who are based there of military personnel have now been relocated. We're also hearing from Greece, who have said that they are now going to be sending 2 warships from its navy and also an extra 2 fighter jets to the island of Cyprus. So certainly a concern for the British government that they appear to be being targeted at that military base.
Now, Anna, we've heard from Prime Minister Keir Starmer about his decision to permit U.S. use of British bases for defensive strikes. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this is interesting because over 48 hours, the British government, Prime Minister Keir Starmer, was adamant that they were not going to agree to US demands to use the UK's military bases. But then Sunday, late in the evening, we had a video statement from the British Prime Minister. Take a listen to some of what he said.
I want to be very clear. We all remember the mistakes of Iraq, and we have learned those lessons. We were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now. But Iran is pursuing a scorched earth strategy, so we are supporting the collective self-defense of our allies and our people in the region.
Now, we have had a response from the US President Donald Trump, who has told the Telegraph newspaper here in the UK in an interview that he is very disappointed with the delay in this decision to use UK bases. We understand that the military bases involved are Fairford, which is in Gloucestershire in England, and also Diego Garcia, which is in the archipelago in the Indian Ocean. It will certainly be a tricky time for the British Prime Minister. We're expecting him to make a statement in Parliament in about the next 10 minutes.
Anna, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Anna Cunningham in London. Well, Global Affairs Canada says it is aware of more than 95,000 Canadians in the Middle East right now. Those are people in its registration system, but officials say the actual number is likely higher. Earlier today, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand spoke to reporters in New Delhi about the conflict now underway in Iran and the wider region. She's traveling with Prime Minister Mark Carney on his multi-nation trade mission. Here's some of what Anand had to say.
First and foremost, Canada wasn't involved, we weren't notified, and we do not have an intention to be involved in any military strikes or operation. We share the concern of the United States and many other countries relating to Iranian nuclear proliferation. And in fact, we've called on Iran for a number of years to cease proliferating in terms of its nuclear capacity. That's why we have not had diplomatic relations with Iran for 15 years. At the same time, we prefer a diplomatic solution. This is why I have spent the last 2 days speaking with my counterparts across the Middle East and in the Gulf states, from Jordan to Qatar to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to UAE and all of my G7 counterparts, stressing that Canada believes in a diplomatic and peaceful solution, and as soon as possible, we would like parties to get to the table.
Again, that's Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand speaking earlier in New Delhi. As we mentioned, there are tens of thousands of Canadians that have registered in the Middle East region. I want to bring in the CBC's Linda Ward, who has more on the Canadian part of this story. So the details from Global Affairs Canada have been coming out in regards to the Canadian impact here. What are we hearing from them?
Yeah, so we know there are about 85,000 Canadians, citizens or permanent residents that are in the region right now, and those are who are registered there. So there may be some who have already left, so that number may not be exactly correct, but nearly 3,000 in Iran and just over 6,000 in Israel are the numbers that we're getting. So importantly, at this time, what we're learning from Global Affairs Canada is that they say they're not aware of any Canadians who have been injured or killed as a result of these hostilities.
In terms of supports that the Canadian government is offering to those individuals in the region right now, what do we know about the details there?
Yeah, so they've been giving advice right from the very beginning, and they're using this sort of color-coded map we can show you. Canadians are advised in this red area, which is essentially all of Iran, avoid all travel to the area. And then when we look at the wider region, you can see here the areas in red, again, avoid all travel, orange, avoid non-essential travel, so that includes Jordan, Oman, and Saudi Arabia, and yellow is just the area to exercise caution. Staff at Canadian missions, where missions do exist, of course not in Iran, they say that they are safe there and accounted for. They continue to be able to provide some limited services, but if you're trying to get out of the area, they're saying do not rely on the government's assistance at this time. When air and or land travel is available, information will be shared with Canadians who are registered in the area. So the advice right now to Canadians, if you're in the area, is to get registered, because once that becomes available, then you will get that information sent to you. But they also say that they have deployed members of what they call the Standing Rapid Deployment Team. These are highly trained employees, they say, who are on standby to assist in responding to emergencies if needed.
And Linda, of course, all morning and really all weekend, too, we've been talking about how complicated the situation is for those who find themselves in the Middle East right now. Airlines, of course, had to respond immediately once the strikes began. What are we hearing from those airlines now as so many people maybe trying to get out?
Yeah, hundreds of thousands of people who have been stranded either in transit, trying to get somewhere. Maybe they have a connecting flight. This airspace through the region is largely closed. Here's what it looks like right now from flight tracking site Flight Radar 24. Red is the airspace closure. Yellow is some restrictions, and orange is the conflict zone, but the airspace is open. Hundreds of flights right now just diverting around this area. 2,100 flights today canceled to and from airports across the Middle East. In some cases, airports are closed. We're looking at Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Doha, that were directly hit by strikes, and we can show you some of that damage as well. These are important hubs for travel and connecting flights. Dubai's airport says that it will, despite the damage, resume some flights later today. We're getting some reports that a limited number of Etihad flights have left Abu Dhabi already. Emirates says that they will begin operating a limited number of flights this evening. So things sort of slowly getting back to normal. But when it comes to Air Canada, WestJet, we're watching those, of course, for you. Flights still largely suspended. They're offering free changes and cancellations for any customers affected.
Okay, thank you for this, Linda. That is the CBC's Linda Ward reporting. And of course, we'll continue to bring you the latest on the situation in the Middle East, including, of course, a statement from UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Also ahead, resetting Canada's relationship with India. Prime Minister Mark Carney brokers a series of major deals as he melts frosty relations and expands trade. We'll bring you the details coming up here on CBC News Network. The U.S. is signaling that the conflict with Iran won't end quickly. Right now, the fighting is widening. Israel is also attacking Hezbollah, Iran's proxy, in Lebanon. U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is insisting regime change isn't the goal, but he is also highlighting the killing of Iran's supreme leader.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
This is video from Tehran. Israel and the U.S. are now in a third day of missile strikes there. Iran's Red Crescent Society says more than 550 people have been killed since the U.S. and Israel launched their air assault early Saturday. Pete Hegseth won't give a timeline when U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran will end, saying that decision is up to U.S. President Donald Trump. So in the midst of all this, Prime Minister Mark Carney is on a multi-nation trip to diversify Canada's international trade. He's currently on his way to Australia from India, where he secured a deal to sell Canadian resources there. The CBC's Janice McGregor joins us now from our Parliamentary Bureau with more on that. Janice, Mark Carney and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced a new partnership earlier today. What are the details there?
Well, aspirations for a new partnership, let's say. Mark Carney did not take any questions from reporters before boarding his plane for the next leg of his trip in Australia. But some pretty big aspirations articulated in his prepared remarks for the cameras earlier today. Goals of wanting to double two-way trade with India by 2030. In the meantime, they have set a pretty ambitious timeline for the trade negotiations that have now been restarted after they were postponed amid diplomatic tensions. More on those in a minute. They think they can get a comprehensive economic partnership agreement negotiated and signed within a year. That's the timeline they're hoping for. They've named a new lead negotiator for Canada's side, Bruce Christie, and work now officially underway as this visit concludes. What they signed today were a series of memorandums of understanding that, if you take them all together, add up to just over $5 billion. Interestingly, one of them about cultural student faculty exchanges. We know how Canada has missed Indian foreign students this year at its post-secondary institutions, wants to get back to attracting the best and the brightest among them after tensions emerged over changes Canada made with respect to its temporary resident visas, wanting to kind of get back some business that had been lost internationally on the student front. The biggest commercial deal is a $2.6 billion understanding over 9 years with Saskatchewan's Cameco to sell uranium for nuclear power generation to India. Premier Scott Moe very excited about that. We saw some other deals today, technology companies expanding in several Canadian cities, a couple of new pharmaceutical facilities, some trade in the other direction, investments from McCain Foods, an AI startup from Ontario, even sort of the sale of more Canadian coal for steelmaking. But there were no tariff deals announced today. Scott Moe talking about sort of some cooperation going forward on research into proteins from pulses, saying this is going to help two-way agriculture farmers in both countries, but ultimately coming away without, I think, what he would have wanted from this, which is some better tariff arrangements for agricultural trade between the two countries.
Now, Janice, we're also seeing reporting today detailing Indian state connections with the killing of a Sikh activist here in Canada. And this has raised a number of concerns, including foreign interference, of course. What is the government's position on that right now?
Yeah, pretty substantial new details reported by the Globe and Mail last evening or first thing this morning, depending on when you saw the report. Names, roles, specific involvement by two individuals posted to Vancouver's consulate in the run-up to the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar in 2023. More detail than was previously understood, the Globe obtaining from what it called national security and law enforcement sources, really making it explicit severed the ties between the diplomats posted in Vancouver and the crime that was committed. In the wake of this information, deepening Canada's trade relationship with India becomes more controversial than ever. Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand on the defensive, trying to explain the need to keep working with India on a number of fronts, even as these tensions are likely to be sort of ratcheted up again in light of this new information.
Diplomacy is not about retreating and hiving yourself off from having difficult conversations. It's very much about ensuring that the written word is marking the path forward on national security. That's exactly what we are doing here in India.
Anand was pressed as to whether Mark Carney raised specific details about this with Narendra Modi when they spoke today. As she said, she raises national security concerns with her counterpart every time they speak. She pointed reporters to a specific paragraph, a few lines in the shared joint statement, saying that they agreed on significant progress and that work would continue in terms of sort of things like fighting transnational repression, but no details on what this progress is that they've agreed to. They didn't elaborate on that. We know Indian diplomats continue to deny involvement in these sorts of activities on Canadian soil, and that's precisely why, even though it might be economically pragmatic to sort of want to deepen the trade relationship, especially at this moment in geopolitics, it will remain controversial, particularly for the Sikh community in Canada that continues to experience harassment and intimidation and feel very uncomfortable about all of this.
Thanks for this, Janice. That's the CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
As the U.S. Secretary of War commented on the conflict with Iran, the fighting continues to spread. In Lebanon, Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, traded strikes across the border with Israeli forces. Iran continues to launch attacks on a number of countries in the region, including Kuwait. The U.S. confirms 3 U.S. planes were shot down in a friendly fire incident from Kuwaiti defense systems. So for more on this, we've reached the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Olmert. He joins us live from Washington. Thank you so much for making time for us today, Mr. Olmert.
Good morning.
You know, I wanted to start first by some remarks that I had seen from you earlier on this month, rather in February, where you said any regime change in Iran should come from within. How likely do you think it is, now that all of this has unfolded, that there is the potential for a regime change?
Well, I still stick to my opinion voiced before the American and Israeli attack. I think that the regime change will have to come from within if it will be serious and consistent and effective. Of course, the events which took place in the last couple of days may have assisted a reassessment by different forces within Iran as to whether it is worthwhile for them to stick to the same old policies of belligerency and of provocation and of a challenge to America and to Western countries and to Israel, or they should perhaps adopt a new strategy. But at the end of the day, Iran is an enormously big, 92 million people country. The idea that one military attack can change entirely the domestic setup seems to be over-optimistic.
Aside from the domestic setup, of course, there is the fact that this war has expanded on multiple fronts. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the way that it is widening right now, with Iran aiming military bases, U.S. military bases in other nations within the Gulf region. How do you expect that to play out?
Well, of course, the reaction of Iran is not unexpected. One could think that if Iran will be attacked as it was by America, by Israel, with the possible assistance of some neighboring countries, there will be an Iranian reaction. How more it will expand, how serious it will be in terms of the confrontation with the neighboring countries remains to be seen. I think that basically what the Iranians want to say to the Americans, mostly to President Trump, is you may not want to carry on this military confrontation because there are possible ramifications in terms of countries which are important to you, America, Saudis, the Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar. The impact on these countries can make the whole balance of the military operation of America perhaps somewhat less promising. But it also remains to be seen how far President Trump is prepared to carry on this military attack. Is he prepared in terms of the domestic public opinion here in America to continue this for what, days, perhaps weeks? I'm not certain about that. So I think that there is a certain game here played by both sides. The Americans want to impact the domestic, the possible change of regime in Iran, and the Iranians want to signal to the Americans that maybe the expansion of the war towards the neighboring countries in the region and the continued ballistic shots and into the urban centers in Israel may not change the perception of the balance of this, not so much as it was perceived to be at the very first night of the attacks.
As you touched on there, in terms of the duration of this war, we heard from the U.S. Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who said that there was no specific timeline in place right now. In terms of this being a coordinated attack with Israel and U.S. working together here, you know, how much does Israel need the U.S. in order to continue with this? Is it for certain going to be a hand-in-hand operation until the end?
Well, now that the war started and the initial attack was in complete coordination between Israel and America, of course, and the initial impact was considerable and very impressive, one has to say, including obviously the elimination of the supreme commander and supreme leader of Iran. There is more space and flexibility for the Israeli operation. But at the end of the day, it's an American war. And America will have to determine how long it wants this war to take place. And therefore, while as long as Trump allows Netanyahu to carry on the air attacks against Iran, Netanyahu can carry on. But when Trump will say enough is enough, I believe Israel will not be able to carry on any further.
Mr. Olmert, I want to thank you so much for joining us today and for your analysis on this.
Thank you.
That is Ehud Olmert. He is a former Prime Minister of Israel. We reached him in Washington today. And with that, we do now want to take you to the British House of Commons, where Prime Minister Keir Starmer is giving MPs an update on the situation in the Middle East and the UK's involvement. Let's listen in.
For the region and for the world is a negotiated settlement in which Iran agrees to give up any aspirations to develop a nuclear weapon and ceases its destabilizing activity across the region. That has been the long-standing position of successive British governments. President Trump has expressed his disagreement with our decision not to get involved in the initial strikes. But it is my duty to judge what is in Britain's national interest That is what I've done, and I stand by it. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests, and our allies, and it cannot be ignored. Iran has lashed out across the region. They've launched hundreds of missiles and thousands of drones at countries which did not attack them, including the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Iraq, Bahrain, and Oman. And overnight, Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in Lebanon, launched attacks on Israel, seeking to escalate the war. Mr. Speaker, there are an estimated 300,000 British citizens in the regions, residents, families on holiday, and those in transit. Iran has hit airports and hotels where British citizens are staying. It is deeply concerning for the whole House and the whole country. And, Mr. Speaker, our armed forces are also being put at risk by Iran's actions. On Saturday, Iran hit a military base in Bahrain with missiles and drones. There were 300 British personnel on the base, some within a few hundred yards of the strike. Last night, a drone hit RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus. There were no casualties in this strike. Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to say that our bases in Cyprus are not being used by US bombers. The security of our friends and partners in Cyprus is of critical importance. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. The strike on RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus was not in response to any decision that we have taken. In our assessment, the drone was launched prior to our announcement. Iran's aggression towards Britain and our interests is long-standing, and that's why we've always ensured that protections for British bases and personnel are at their highest level. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that the death of the Supreme Leader will not stop Iran from launching these strikes. In fact, their approach is becoming even more reckless and more dangerous to civilians. They are working ruthlessly and deliberately through a plan to strike not only military targets, but also economic targets in the region, with no regard for civilian casualties. That is the situation we face today, and to which we must respond. Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking to our Gulf partners over the weekend. They're outraged by Iran's acts, particularly as they played no part in any strikes, and they've asked us to do more to defend them. Moreover, it is my duty, the highest duty of my office, to protect British lives. That is why we put British jets in the air, Typhoons and F-35s, as part of coordinated defensive operations, which have already successfully intercepted Iranian strikes, including, Mr. Speaker, taking out one drone that was heading towards a coalition base in Iraq, housing UK service personnel. I want to pay tribute to our brilliant servicemen and women, putting themselves in harm's way to keep others safe. And I know the whole House will join me in expressing our gratitude and our respect. But, Mr. Speaker, it is simply not possible to shoot down every Iranian missile and every drone after they've been launched. The only way to stop the threat is to destroy the missiles at source, in their storage depots or at the launchers. The US requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose because they have the capabilities to do so. Yesterday evening, we took the decision to accept that new request. in order to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved. To be clear, the use of British bases is limited to the agreed defensive purposes. We are not joining the US and Israeli offensive strikes. The basis for our decision is the collective self-defence of long-standing friends and allies and protecting British lives. It is in accordance with international law, and we've produced a summary of our legal advice, which clearly sets this out. We will keep the decision under review. Mr. Speaker, we are not joining the strikes, but we will continue our defensive actions in the region. France and Germany are also prepared to enable US action to destroy Iran's capability to fire missiles and drones from source. I've been in close contact with President Macron and Chancellor Merz in recent days, as well as President Trump and leaders across the region to that end. Mr. Speaker, be in no doubt, the regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. In January, they murdered thousands of their own people, the full horror of which is still hidden from the world. For decades, they have sought to destabilise the region and export terror around the world. Their proxies in Yemen have targeted British ships in the Red Sea. They facilitated Russia's attacks in Ukraine. The regime's tentacles have even reached these shores, posing a direct threat to Iranian dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, Iran has backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil, each of which, Mr. Speaker, we have foiled. So it's clear the Iranian regime must never be allowed to get their hands on nuclear weapons. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. And ultimately, this will have to be achieved at the negotiating table. Mr. Speaker, in this dangerous moment, our first thoughts are with our citizens in the region, friends, family members, and constituents. I recognise the deep concern that the situation is causing for those involved and for communities across the country. We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support, and to monitor the Home Office travel advice, which is being regularly updated. Across much of the region, airspace remains closed, and local authorities are advising individuals to shelter in place. The situation on the ground may remain challenging for some time, so we're sending rapid deployment teams to the region to support our British nationals on the ground. And we're in close contact with the travel industry and governments in the region, including with our friends in the UAE, given the concentration of British nationals in that country. And we're looking at all options to support our people. We want to ensure that they can return home as swiftly and safely as possible. The FCDO phone lines are open to provide consular support, and ministers are available to meet MPs to discuss any individual cases. Mr. Speaker, we're also reaching out to communities across the United Kingdom, including Muslim and Jewish community organisations, and we're making sure that sites across the country, including places of worship, have appropriate protective security in place. Mr. Speaker, the situation in the region is developing rapidly, so we will continue to update the House in coming days. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken recently about the toll that global events are taking here at home. They come crashing into our lives with ever greater frequency, hitting our economy, driving up prices on the supermarket shelves or at the pump, dividing communities, bringing anxiety and fear. That's why how we operate on the world stage matters so much. Mr. Speaker, we all remember the mistakes of Iraq, and we have learned those lessons. any UK actions must always have a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. I say again, we were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now. But in the face of Iran's barrage of missiles and drones, we will protect our people in the region and support the collective self-defence of our allies, because that is our duty to the British people. It is the best way to eliminate the urgent threat, to prevent the situation spiralling further, and support a return to diplomacy. It is the best way to protect British interests and British lives. That is what this government is doing, and I commend this statement to the House.
Leader of the Opposition, Kevin Bednall.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer giving an update there on the nation's response to strikes by the US on Iran and what followed. Iran launching attacks on countries in the Gulf with US military installations. Starmer had faced criticism, as he spoke about, from the US president for initially not being involved. The UK Prime Minister said very clearly there that at that time it was his duty to judge what is in Britain's national interest. But he does say now, with what he calls, quote, the outrageous response by Iran and its proxies, the UK will continue defensive actions in the region and that they must respond. So the UK will put jets in the air to protect British lives, specifically, again, in a defensive capacity. I do want to bring in the CBC's Anna Cunningham. She was listening along from outside British Parliament. And Anna, what did you make of the remarks that we heard there from Starmer?
Well, I think there was one thing that was very clear in that statement that he has just given at the House of Commons behind me, is that there is no doubt he was saying that Britain has not joined the US and Israel in those initial strikes and will not be joining. But he did talk repeatedly about a decision that was about collective defence. And that is where, as you just said, he has said, you know, British jets will be in the air. There are about 300,000 Brits in the Middle East at the moment. There is a large number in the United Arab Emirates. And he said, you know, these are people who are expats. They're also holiday makers and people in transit who are stuck there now. So he made it very clear that as British Prime Minister, it is his responsibility to protect British people. Interestingly, as well, another thing that I think is worth noting is he said they will keep this in review and he will continue to update the House should anything change. He did talk about and acknowledge that he knew the US President Donald Trump was not happy with the decision, he said, for Britain not to join in those strikes. There is this potential for a bit of a diplomatic spat, I think, between Britain and the US, but British Prime Minister Keir Starmer making it clear that he has now allowed the US to use military bases. We understand these are two military bases, one in England and one on Diego Garcia, the archipelago in the Indian Ocean. He didn't say those names specifically, but that is our understanding. But what he did also say is the base in Cyprus, this is an RAF base in southern Cyprus in the Mediterranean Sea, which has, over the past 12 hours, seen 2 attempted strikes by, we're told, Iranian-made drones. He said that was not because of his decision to allow the US to use UK bases for defensive action. So this is Keir Starmer laying out Britain's situation and their decision at the moment. But remember as well that what lies behind all of this very much, certainly for Britain, is the ghost of the Iraq war. And he acknowledged the mistakes made there. And he said that any action must have a solid legal basis. So that is what we've heard from the British Prime Minister.
Anna, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Anna Cunningham in London. There's a live look to Washington this hour. We do continue to monitor reaction from the ongoing U.S.-Israeli airstrikes on Iran. We know the U.S. president will take part in a Medal Honor award ceremony. We'll have that for you. Hello and welcome inside the CBC Newsroom. I'm Arthi Paul. We begin with the widening war in the Middle East, now involving more countries and more targets. Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in Lebanon, has now entered the conflict. Rockets launched from Lebanon set sirens blaring across northern Israel. And Israel has retaliated with waves of airstrikes. Its military says a top Hezbollah leader has been killed in Beirut. This is video of people trying to flee southern Lebanon. Hezbollah claims it targeted an Israeli missile defense site in response to the weekend killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Lebanon's prime minister is condemning the militants' attack and calling for a ban on its activities. This is the first fighting between Israel and Hezbollah since their ceasefire more than a year ago. Now, over the past 3 days, Iran has launched waves of ballistic missiles and drones across the region. Many countries now caught up in the war in the Middle East. Strikes from Iran targeting not just Israel, but also Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Cyprus, and ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Yesterday, an oil tanker off the coast of Oman was struck. Civilian targets that have been hit include hotels and airports. And this scene in southern Iran remains a focus. It's the aftermath of a reported airstrike that hit a girls' school over the weekend. Iranian media report dozens of children were killed. The school is reportedly next to a naval base belonging to Iran's Revolutionary Guard. The U.S. says it's investigating. President Donald Trump is calling on Iran's military commander to surrender, warning that the U.S. military can keep up airstrikes for weeks. Now, meanwhile, in Israel, this is the aftermath of a deadly Iranian strike yesterday in a residential neighborhood of a city west of Jerusalem. The country's president, Isaac Herzog, says children are among 9 people killed. The victims include 3 teenage siblings. Herzog says a synagogue and shelter took a direct hit. Another 27 people are wounded. And the U.S. has also now confirmed a 4th member of its military has died in the conflict. Earlier today, at a Pentagon media briefing, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth confirmed a deadly strike that killed U.S. troops at what he describes as a tactical operations center. He didn't say where it was located. He also would not put a time frame on how long the war with Iran will last, but he laid out reasons why he said the U.S. and Israel had to launch it.
Crazy regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. It's common sense. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
And we've got in-depth coverage for you today. We begin with the host of Morning Live, David Common, in Tel Aviv. So, David, of course, we know that it's a fluid situation. Sirens blared just minutes ago where you were. They could ring again, and of course, you would need to go and shelter in place. So that demonstrates just how active the situation is right now. But we also know that a short time ago, Benjamin Netanyahu toured the city of Beit Shemesh, where that Iranian missile struck a synagogue and shelter. Tell us a little bit more about what we heard from the Prime Minister.
This is a community that saw an Iranian missile strike and caused considerable destruction and injury in that community. That prompted the visit by a number of Israeli officials, the president, for instance, and then, as you note, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And it shows the story about how many sites across Israel have been targeted. They had been targeted primarily by Iranian missiles, drones, and other munitions coming this way. Now another front opening with Hezbollah as well. What this signals is a situation where this conflict is widening ever more. You note the sirens were sounding here in the city of Tel Aviv just a short time ago. We have since got the all clear, but just down below me, I was watching as people were running into the shelters, something that has become all too familiar for many people. When we look at Benjamin Netanyahu's visit today, he was using it not just as an opportunity to visit one community that had been profoundly affected by being targeted, but also as an opportunity to talk about where the operation is on day 3.
When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians. I've said for many years that they threaten not only Israel and not only America. They chant death to Israel, death to America. That's their ultimate target. So we set out to protect ourselves, but in so doing, we protect many others. And I want to say special thanks to our great friend and a great leader of the world, Donald Trump, for joining us in this crucial effort to save the world.
And of course, the fighting continues. Smoke is rising over Tehran after new airstrikes. What's happening on that front, David?
Both Israel and the United States continuing to target dozens, if not hundreds, of sites inside Iran. We know that the strategy all along has been to decapitate the leadership by killing, certainly the supreme leader, and looking at those who would replace him, as well as senior military officials. Secondly, they are trying to degrade the ability of that political and military leadership to be able to respond to this, to be able to tell, for instance, missile units that they should fire and on which targets, trying to prevent that from happening. And then finally, looking for where those missiles, those drones are being fired from. They get moved around on mobile platforms, trying to identify them and destroy them so that they are degrading Iran's capability to fire weapons long range. That's key to what they're targeting when we look at Iran and why smoke is rising. Now, whether these missiles always find the target that was intended, whether there are people who are killed along in the process. Certainly, we've seen an instance of a girls' school purportedly being hit. Many dozens of people, including students, hit in that incident, purportedly, according to the Iranian officials there. And part of the reason behind that, why a school was hit, it is almost next door to an Iranian naval facility. That could be the reason why, Arthi.
You know, as we continue to monitor all of the developments here, we also know that the Iranian-backed military group Hezbollah in Lebanon has begun exchanging rocket fire with Israel. What's the significance of Hezbollah entering the war here?
It makes a regional war that much bigger. Lebanon now in some ways a party to this conflict, although it has not as a country declared war on any nation. It is Hezbollah militants inside Lebanon who, according to Israel, began by firing rockets into the Israeli city of Haifa. That prompted an Israeli response at more than 50 villages, targeting particular infrastructure related to Hezbollah. Of course, it is an Iranian proxy. It is aligned with that group. It is trying to come to the support of its Iranian, its Iranian parents, for lack of a better term, and yet we are seeing continued violence between Israel and Hezbollah crossing that borderline.
David, thank you for this. That is the host of Morning Live, David Kamen, in Tel Aviv. Now, as the conflict in the Middle East expands and intensifies, explosions are being reported in multiple Gulf states. They include an attack on energy infrastructure in Qatar and a major oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. They're all places where the U.S. has allies and military installations. The CBC's Megan Williams is in Dubai with more on just how wide the war has spread.
Well, essentially all of the U.S. allies in the region are under attack and defending themselves with their rigorous defense system. There was a drone strike at the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait, billows of black smoke from that. As you mentioned, in Saudi Arabia, one of the biggest oil refineries was hit by a drone strike from Iran as well. It caused a fire there, and a number of energy installations that have been targets. Qatar as well, which is the world's biggest exporters of liquefied natural gas. It exports about 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas. It was hit in two spots by Iranian drones, and it has shut down its operating facilities for now out of safety. Here in Dubai, the loud booms in the sky have continued today. You hear them, and then just behind me here, clouds of smoke appear. They're either drones or missiles that are being shot down by the United Arab Emirates. Interestingly, today, Italy's defense minister, Guido Crosetto, who is actually blocked in Dubai for a couple of days, he went back last night on a military jet, but he announced that the Gulf countries have requested air defense anti-drone systems, including SAMPT, which is the European long-range air defense system developed by France and Italy. So they're clearly looking for more assistance. Despite the ongoing missile and drone interceptions, long-haul airline carriers, including the Emiratis, have announced just shortly, a few minutes ago, that they're going to start some limited flights tomorrow morning. So they clearly think that the situation is safe enough to get some commercial flights out of the country.
Now, Megan, as we were discussing here, the U.S. military also says that 3 U.S. fighter jets were brought down in Kuwait today. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that was a situation of so-called friendly fire. Kuwait mistakenly shot down these 3 American F-15E fighter jets during an Iranian attack. All 6 of the crew members, however, made it safely to ground. They ejected and managed to arrive safely on the ground. So nobody died in that incident, but clearly there was some confusion in Kuwait during Iranian missile and drone attacks, and Kuwait shot down their allies.
The CBC's Megan Williams in Dubai. Now, you heard, of course, Megan mention the concerns in the region about Iran targeting oil facilities. And there are significant concerns about how this war could disrupt the global economy. Our senior business reporter, Peter Armstrong, joins me for more on all of that. Okay, we look at the Strait of Hormuz, and we think about what is going to happen with all of those oil shipments and with these targeted attacks, rather.
So there's a really interesting thing developing around the Straits of Hormuz. Are this like choke point in the Persian Gulf. 20% of the world's oil passes through there. And right now you've got ships essentially parked on either side of the strait. The ones trying to leave saying, I'm not going to go through there just yet. One tanker was hit and was set on fire. That set off a lot of concerns. A lot of insurance companies have said, we're not going to insure you if you go through the Strait of Hormuz because of the obvious concerns that have there. So between the two, of the actual military activity happening and the insurance side, you've got all these ships on either side of the Strait of Hormuz just sitting there, waiting. That's going to have this weird trickle-on impact into oil markets. We've seen WTI, the main North American benchmark, it's up like $70 to $72. So here, we're looking at a map of the Strait of Hormuz now, and you can see, like, you've got all these parked vessels on either side. Usually, this is just like, it's a highway of super tankers flowing through, carrying oil out of the Persian Gulf, one of the busiest export hubs in the world, out to everywhere in the world. And the 3 main countries we're watching for impact here, one is Saudi Arabia. 80% of their exports go through there. They have other options about how they can get stuff out, but it's going to be like a day, no problem. 2 days, okay, we're getting a little bit stressed out. You get into a week or 5 days of nothing going through the Strait of Hormuz, that's going to impact the Saudi Arabian economy. It's also going to impact 2 main countries that import that oil, India and China. So like the geopolitical risk of all of this spreads. But again, I think oil markets, oil-using countries, are all looking at this and still trying to figure out what this really is. Are we looking at something that's going to go on for days and weeks? Are we looking for something that, like, are we looking for signs that the Americans and the Israelis might say, okay, we've got what we needed to get done, and now we can start to ramp things down? Nobody knows. And because of that, you've seen the response in oil markets, as I say, 72 on the North American benchmark, 80 on the Brent crude, the more global benchmark. So a lot of questions and not a lot of answers. And I think the markets are asking us, what do we think this is going to turn into?
Yes, a lot of people bracing for market open, of course, over the course of the weekend. What's the impact on oil specifically? A lot of people have their own personal reasons for being interested in that, too.
Well, right. So, I mean, you're going to be looking at what is this going to do to the cost of gasoline in Canada, in North America, around the world. We've also seen gas prices go up because Qatar shut down one of the big LNG export facilities. So the futures price for LNG in Europe, so it's a niche part of this, but it's shot up all of a sudden. And again, the question is, if it's a day or two, I think they can manage it. And I think if it's a day or two, I think we'll see a bit of a momentary spike in gasoline prices, but not something that's going to drag on very long. If we're looking at something that's going to take us weeks or months to actually get to the end of whatever this operation is, because we still don't have a clear sense of, like, if these 3 things happen, then it's over. So that leaves you with an awful lot of questions about what has to happen to get to this ending that we don't know what it really looks like, and what's that going to mean for ongoing operations, ongoing uncertainty, ongoing delay and disruption in global oil markets, and in just about everything else.
Okay, thanks for breaking it down for us, Peter. That is CBC senior business reporter Peter Armstrong. Thanks. Okay, and we do want to turn to the Mediterranean, where a drone attack on a British military base in Cyprus is adding to concerns of a widening regional conflict. The drone hit the base around midnight local time. The president of Cyprus and the UK Defence Ministry says it caused limited damage and no casualties. Now, that base hasn't been targeted since a rocket attack by Libyan militants in 1986. And the CBC's Anna Cunningham joins us now live from outside the UK Parliament in London, where just a short time ago, Prime Minister Keir Starmer addressed MPs on the situation in the Middle East, referencing, of course, that strike in Cyprus as well. Anna, the U.S. president is not happy with Prime Minister Starmer delaying his decision until late Sunday to allow the U.S. to use British military bases. What did Starmer say on that front?
Yeah, I mean, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, in his statement to the House of Commons, made it very clear that the UK is not involved, was not involved initially in the US-Israeli strikes, and is not involved now. However, he was explaining, putting forward his reasoning for changing his mind on that request that came from the US to use British military bases. And we did hear late on Sunday that he was giving permission to the US. But let's take a listen to what Prime Minister Starmer said a short time ago in the Commons.
President Trump has expressed his disagreement with our decision not to get involved in the initial strikes. But it is my duty to judge what is in Britain's national interest. That is what I've done, and I stand by it. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests, and our allies.
Now, what Prime Minister Starmer did add is that they will keep this under review and they will update the Commons if anything changes. But he made it very clear, Arthi, that Britain is only looking at the defensive approach and it is not getting involved in the offensive. That was something that he reiterated, and he said that it was in a collective defence that they were looking at the moment. We understand there's about 300,000 Brits currently in the Middle East.
Now, Anna, we're also hearing more about 2 drones that were reportedly intercepted at the British military base in Cyprus. We were mentioning that. What do you know about this latest incident?
Yeah, this is RAF Akrotiri. It is actually a British overseas territory. It's in southern Cyprus. And late on Sunday, there were 2, we're told, Iranian-made drones that were heading for the base. One was intercepted, the other one was actually hit the base. But then 12 hours later, again, a second attempt, and we're told that 2 drones were intercepted there. Now, we know that the families of military personnel on that British base have now been moved elsewhere. We're also hearing that Greece has said it is now sending a warship, 2 warships to Cyprus, along with 2 extra fighter jets as well. So it's something which certainly the British Parliament is keeping a very close eye on.
Thanks for this, Anna. That is the CBC's Anna Cunningham in London. Well, Global Affairs Canada says it is aware of well over 85,000 Canadians in the Middle East right now. Those are people in its registration system, but officials say the actual number is likely much higher. Earlier today, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand spoke to reporters in New Delhi about the conflict now underway in Iran and the wider region. She is, of course, traveling with the Prime Minister on his multi-nation trade mission. And here is some of what Anand had to say.
First and foremost, Canada wasn't involved, we weren't notified, and we do not have an intention to be involved in any military strikes or operation. We share the concern of the United States and many other countries relating to Iranian nuclear proliferation. And in fact, we've called on Iran for a number of years to cease proliferating in terms of its nuclear capacity. That's why we have not had diplomatic relations with Iran for 15 years. At the same time, we prefer a diplomatic solution. This is why I have spent the last 2 days speaking with my counterparts across the Middle East and in the Gulf states, from Jordan to Qatar to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to UAE and all of my G7 counterparts, stressing that Canada believes in a diplomatic and peaceful solution, and as soon as possible, we would like parties to get to the table.
That was the Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand speaking in New Delhi. Now stay with us. Still ahead, resetting Canada's relationship with India. Prime Minister Mark Carney brokers a series of deals as he melts frosty relations and expands trade. We'll bring you the details straight ahead right here on CBC News Network. Amid the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, Prime Minister Mark Carney is on a multi-nation Asia-Pacific trade mission to shore up Canada's economy. And right now, he's on his way to Australia from India, where he secured a deal to sell Canadian resources there. The CBC's Janice McGregor has the latest on the trade mission from Ottawa.
What they signed today were a series of memorandums of understanding that, if you take them all together, add up to just over $5 billion. Interestingly, one of them about cultural student faculty exchanges. We know how Canada has missed Indian foreign students this year at its post-secondary institutions, wants to get back to attracting the best and the brightest among them after tensions emerged over changes Canada made with respect to its temporary resident visas, wanting to kind of get back some business that had been lost internationally on the student front. The biggest commercial deal is a $2.6 billion understanding over 9 years with Saskatchewan's Cameco to sell uranium for nuclear power generation to India. Premier Scott Moe very excited about that. We saw some other deals today, technology companies expanding in several Canadian cities, a couple of new pharmaceutical facilities, some trade in the other direction, investments from McCain Foods, an AI startup from Ontario, even sort of the sale of more Canadian coal for steelmaking. But there were no tariff deals announced today. Scott Moe talking about sort of some cooperation going forward on research into proteins from pulses, saying this is going to help two-way agriculture farmers in both countries, but ultimately coming away without, I think, what he would have wanted from this, which is some better tariff arrangements for agricultural trade between the two countries.
Now, Janice, we're also seeing reporting today detailing Indian state connections with the killing of a Sikh activist here in Canada. And this has raised a number of concerns, including foreign interference, of course. What is the government's position on that right now?
Yeah, pretty substantial new details reported by the Globe and Mail last evening or first thing this morning, depending on when you saw the report. Names, roles, specific involvement by two individuals posted to Vancouver's consulate in the run-up to the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar in 2023. More detail than was previously understood, the Globe obtaining from what it called national security and law enforcement sources, really making it explicit. The ties between the diplomats posted in Vancouver and the crime that was committed. In the wake of this information, deepening Canada's trade relationship with India becomes more controversial than ever. Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand on the defensive, trying to explain the need to keep working with India on a number of fronts, even as these tensions are likely to be sort of ratcheted up again in light of this new information.
Diplomacy is not about retreating and hiving yourself off from having difficult conversations. It's very much about ensuring that the written word is marking the path forward on national security. That's exactly what we are doing here in India.
Anand was pressed as to whether Mark Carney raised specific details about this with Narendra Modi when they spoke today. As she said, she raises national security concerns with her counterpart every time they speak. She pointed reporters to a specific paragraph, a few lines in the shared joint statement, saying that they agreed on significant progress and that work would continue in terms of sort of things like fighting transnational repression, but no details on what this progress is that they've agreed to. They didn't elaborate on that. We know Indian diplomats continue to deny involvement in these sorts of activities on Canadian soil, and that's precisely why, even though it might be economically pragmatic to sort of want to deepen the trade relationship, especially at this moment in geopolitics, it will remain controversial, particularly for the Sikh community in Canada that continues to experience harassment and intimidation and feel very uncomfortable about all of this.
The CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. Thank you, Janice. Now stay with us. Still ahead, Israeli troops are on the border with Lebanon. Military officials say they've killed a top Hezbollah leader in an airstrike on Beirut, and they're not ruling out a ground incursion. We'll get the latest from the ground. You're watching CBC News Network. The U.S. is signaling that the conflict with Iran won't end quickly. Right now, the fighting is widening. Israel is also attacking Hezbollah, Iran's proxy force in Lebanon. U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is insisting regime change is not the goal, but he is also highlighting the killing of Iran's supreme leader.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
Now, meanwhile, this is video from Tehran. Israel and the U.S. are now into a third day of missile strikes. Iran's Red Crescent Society says more than 500 people have been killed since the U.S. and Israel launched their air assault early Saturday. Hegseth won't give a timeline for when U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran could end, saying that decision is U.S. President Donald Trump's alone. Let's now go back to David Common, who joins us again from Tel Aviv. David, night has fallen there now. What has the day brought in Israel?
Well, Arthi, as darkness began to fall here, the siren sounded in Tel Aviv, indicating that people needed to get to a shelter as quickly as possible. What we understand is that there were both missile and rocket threats. We could hear from our position here interceptions, likely high altitude interceptions, just a low thud, thud, thud as counter missiles would go up and try to take out the threat that was coming in. But it has been a very busy day, both in terms of strikes inside Israel, but also Israel striking not just Iran, but now striking into Lebanon, positions from Iranian proxy group Hezbollah, a group that Israel has long been in a fight with, has considerably degraded their capability. But they say Hezbollah fired rockets into Israel late last night, and that prompted an Israeli response, which continues to this point. Soldiers have long existed along the border, the Lebanese-Israeli border, but continue to be there in a heightened state of alert. That is a key area that we are watching as this regional war really begins to expand further and further, Arthi. Looking at now, honestly, I'm losing track. I think it might be 7 different countries are implicated in this. Not just Iran, the United States, Israel. We now look at Lebanon, which has seen strikes on its territory, and of course Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Oman, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar. All of these neighboring nations seen strikes on their facilities. This as the Americans continue to push against Iran, trying to decapitate more of its leadership, destroy their ability to communicate between senior political and military leaders. And of course, key to it for the Americans is find and destroy their long-range weapons system. And that work looks set to continue for at least weeks to come. Arthi.
Okay, David, thank you for this. That is host of Morning Live, David Common in Tel Aviv. So as we just heard there, as Iran, Israel and the U.S. continue to trade blows, concerns over the safety of Canadians in the region has heightened. Explosions have been heard in Gulf cities, including Dubai. And my next guest is a Canadian living there. Anton Vigin joins us now. So Anton, thank you so much for making time for us today.
Thanks, Arthi.
I wanted to start by asking you to describe for me what this weekend was like in terms of what you heard and what you saw.
It all started on Saturday when we all saw the news about the attack on Iran. And I would say that life was pretty normal all day for much of Saturday. I actually even went to the beach. And that's when we started hearing the first explosions. You could hear them and see very little. You would see some kind of odd clouds in the sky in an otherwise cloudless sky. It really intensified into Saturday evening, where you would hear explosions and even see some missile debris in the sky. It kind of looked like a shooting comet. And the explosions really continued throughout the night. It was unnerving, but I think a lot of people were still going about their regular daily activities. I think there's a lot of confidence in the missile defense system that is protecting the United Arab Emirates. And I think the most concerning moment was at about 12:30 a.m. A Saturday night into Sunday, when an emergency alert was sent to everyone's phones, advising everyone to seek shelter due to incoming missiles. Again, you would hear a lot of the explosions. You wouldn't see all that much, and thankfully there have been precious few instances of it. But still, there's been a bit of a heightened sense of alertness, and it really continued a bit into Sunday. But today, it's been a lot quieter. A lot of people have kind of fallen back into more normal rhythms.
Now, Anton, you've been in the region for a few years now. You spent some time in Saudi Arabia. Now you're in the UAE. You mentioned that over the course of the weekend, there was an alert that came through on people's phones. So in that moment, what did you do? Certainly, this isn't something that you've faced before, is my understanding.
That's right. And the alert suggested people seek security in stairwells. Unlike in Israel, where they have a lot of shelters, they don't have that here in Dubai. This has been a very atypical experience here in Dubai and the UAE more broadly. And so a lot of people found security wherever they could. We went kind of near the stairwell area, kind of waited to sort of see if the explosions would subside and to see what would happen. The advice was to stay away from windows, in case there are some explosions and the windows would shatter. So it was a fairly restless night. You would hear explosions every 30 minutes, hour or so. So certainly unsettling, unnerving. But I'd say that overall, there's been a overall more secure feeling that I think a lot of folks have had because of that missile defense system. And I think we've seen that hundreds of missiles and drones have been launched at UAE, according to the government. And there's very little in terms of damage. Yes, there have been some injuries and a couple of fatalities, unfortunately. But considering kind of what has been sent our way, there's been very little in terms of visible impact. It's just that general state of unease.
Certainly, there's no sign of this war letting up at this stage. We've seen the battle continue with the U.S. Secretary of War saying he does not have a timeline in his mind right now when it comes to how long this could play out for. I'm wondering for you, and I'm sure that you've been fielding calls and messages from friends and family who are quite concerned about your safety. What stage would you consider leaving the region, and how would you even start to do that?
That's a great question. I mean, right now, I'm not making any specific plans. I do feel safe and secure here. The airspace has been closed for the most part over the past 48, 72 hours. But just in the past hour or two, Etihad Airways and Emirates, two of the big airlines here in the country, have started limited operations, and they are still planning some limited operations over the coming days. So a number of the people who are stranded here are looking to get out or come home, as it were. They'll start to have more of those options. I know some people who have driven over across the border to Oman, a nearby country where they had a few more frequent flights. But for the time being, as I say, I do feel safe and secure here. If the situation worsens, there are a number of land approaches to neighboring countries, Saudi Arabia, I mentioned Oman. So those may be options. But truly, this does feel like a good place to be for now, with all the various defense systems, both in the country and with the U.S. fleet that's massed in the Gulf here.
Anton, we very much appreciate you sharing your experience with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's Anton Vidgen. He is a Canadian living in Dubai. There now, another look at Tehran today. The Iranian capital is under a third day of airstrikes. Washington is again signaling that the fighting won't end quickly. In a news conference today, the top U.S. general says the Trump administration's objectives can't be achieved in one night of attacks. U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says the objectives go beyond knocking out Iran's nuclear capability. Hegseth spoke of eliminating Iranian ability to carry out any kind of attack. So now, for more on what's happening inside Iran today, let's bring in the CBC's Hilary Johnstone, who's been tracking all of the developments for us. So what more do we know about what has taken place so far?
As those pictures, of course, demonstrate, the strikes inside Iran, they have continued today, specifically on the capital of Tehran. And we can show you some of these latest videos that we have of what the situation is like. At this point, according to Iranian authorities, more than 550 people have died. Remember, though, that those are numbers that are coming from Iranian authorities. Very rare do they grant visas to international journalists. It can be very, very difficult to get sound information on numbers such as that. And, of course, there have been both phone and internet blackouts. Earlier, we heard from American officials also saying that the Americans have continued to target some of these Navy sites, Iranian Navy sites as well. U.S. President Donald Trump has claimed that they've sunk 9 Iranian warships. And that they have largely destroyed the Navy headquarters. They have also made claims, this is according to Iran's ambassador to the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, has been telling reporters that airstrikes have also been targeting the Natanz nuclear enrichment site. Remember, that was also a site that was targeted back in June. Now, at this point, both the U.S. and Israel, neither one of them have acknowledged that. But so you can sort of understand why there are these sort of conflicting reports about what exactly has been targeted, because not everyone has been particularly forthcoming with what has been targeted. The U.S. military, though, has said that those B-2 stealth bombers have struck Iran's ballistic missile facilities with 2,000-pound bombs as well. Just a little bit of what we've been seeing and hearing inside Iran. I also would like to point out that the streets, from what we can tell, also seem to be quiet, particularly in Tehran. You'll remember that the U.S. president has called for an uprising to happen, but some of the reports at this point indicate that there have been roadblocks that have been set out, that there have been armed guards in the streets as well, trying to make sure that members of the Iranian public do not sort of heed those calls and rise up, as the U.S. president has been calling on them to do.
And of course, we've noted how challenging it can be to get information out of Iran right now because of the communication blackouts that are in place. So over the weekend, though, we do know that there was a deadly strike on a girls' school. It's estimated 150 deaths were reported from that strike. That's according to Iranian authorities. What more do we know about that?
That's right. 153, that's the number that Iranian authorities have been presenting. They claim that there are children among those who have been killed as well. U.S. officials say that they are looking into this and that they take any sort of civilian casualty seriously. Israel, for its part, has said that there were no IDF operations in the area. But it's just a few hundred meters, this school, a few hundred meters away from an IRGC, so the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps base, which some people have wondered if that was the primary target. This is video showing the aftermath. Remember that officially Friday is the day of rest in Iran, a 6-day working week, which would mean that there could have been people inside that school that was hit on a Saturday, according to these reports. So that, of course, is something that we will continue to monitor.
Thank you for this, Hilary. That's the CBC's Hilary Johnstone. We do now want to take you live to Washington, where U.S. President Donald Trump is discussing ongoing U.S. operations in Iran, and that's at a Medal of Honor awards ceremony. Let's listen in.
We're steadfast and unmovable. We thank you for the unyielding conviction of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds, who looked evil in the eyes and did not flinch. And we thank you for the battlefield grit of Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, courage that saved lives in Vietnam and courage that stands before us today. And Lord, we thank you for Staff Sergeant Michael Allis, who, in a final selfless act, made his own body a shield for a friend. Bless the family and friends of these great men of honor, O Lord, and forbid that we leave this place as mere admirers of their heroic deeds. Plant in our hearts a measure of their courage, that we might prove worthy of the freedom for which they and generations before them defended. And Lord, now let the light of liberty continue to shine on our great nation. We pray in the strong name of the one who guides us. This will defend. Amen.
Thank you very much, Chaplain Green. Wonderful job. Appreciate it. And thank everybody for being here, and please feel free to sit. So before we begin this important ceremony, and there's no ceremony that can be much more important than this, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury. Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out. And they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful, by far, military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. But please join me in thanking every American service member who bravely is standing in harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We have a lot of great service members here with us, too, in this beautiful building. Isn't it beautiful? We're adding on to the building a little bit. We're improving the building. See that nice drape? When that comes down right now, you see a very, very deep hole. But in about a year and a half from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice, I think I'll save money on the doors, because it can't get more beautiful than that. I picked those drapes in my first term. I always like gold, but I think we can save a lot of money. I just saved curtains. But, and it'll be spectacular. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom. I believe it, because I built many a ballroom. I believe it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world. And when you hear all that hammering out there, you know why the First Lady is not thrilled exactly. She said, will the pile drivers ever stop? You know, they go from 6 in the morning till 11:30 in the evening. Can you imagine? Here? You know what? To me, that's a beautiful sound. She doesn't like it. I love it. You know what? To me, other than here, because we're donating it, not a penny to the taxpayer. It'll be under budget, ahead of schedule. It'll be $400 million or less. Most people say 400 million or more. No, it'll be less. But when I hear that sound, that beautiful sound behind me, it means money, so I like it. But my wife isn't thrilled. She said, this is getting crazy. I said, don't worry about it. We'll be all finished up in a few months. But now, for the reason that we're gathered this morning to recognize the unsurpassed courage of 3 really incredible American heroes, 1 living and 2 no longer with us. So together, we recognize the exceptional valor of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds. And maybe I could ask your families to stand, because they're beautiful families. I got to meet them, and please.
The U.S. President Donald Trump at a Medal of Honor ceremony, but primarily speaking for the first time to media following the launch of strikes on Iran over the weekend. A little more clarity here from the president on the U.S. motivation for the attack now. Trump said despite an operation being carried out months back where the president claimed military sites and nuclear buildup was obliterated, Trump said they wanted to prevent further development of these weapons. And so the U.S. president said the regime's ballistic missile program was, quote, growing rapidly. And he said the regime would, quote, have soon had missiles capable of reaching America. I do want to bring in the CBC's Willie Lowry now. He's been listening in to that from Washington with us. And of course, we heard some key parts of his motivation, perhaps. A little bit of clarity on what motivated these U.S. airstrikes along with Israel.
Yeah, absolutely, Arthi. A little more clarity. He outlined 4 clear objectives in what he is hoping to achieve in what he called a large-scale operation. Among those objectives were to destroy Iran's long-range missile capabilities, as well as to ensure that they can never obtain a nuclear weapon, that they could also no longer fund proxies. That has been a long-standing grievance of the U.S., and I'm trying to read what is a very illegible handwriting on my part for that third point, annihilating the Navy. He said that the U.S. was ahead of schedule, but he refused to give a timeline. He said that they were prepared to fight for as long as necessary, and he was slightly more restrained and muted than his Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who spoke to reporters earlier this morning and really outlined quite bombastically his objectives. He essentially told his soldiers that he is, of course, in command of, that they are untethered and that they will should not be encumbered by the rules of engagement. Let's take a brief listen to some of what Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth had to say.
And know this above all, President Trump and I have your back, always. Through fire, through criticism, through fake news, through everything. We unleash you because you are the best, most powerful, most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen.
And of course, this operation comes after months of U.S. buildup in the Middle East. But, and this is very important here, it also comes without congressional approval. The Trump administration did not ask or seek approval for these actions, what Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth essentially described as war.
There still are a lot of questions and reaction coming from within the United States as well. What else are we hearing? We know the Democrats have raised some concerns too.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a very busy week on Capitol Hill. I know that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is expected to brief leadership on the Hill later this afternoon and to hold a second briefing to a wider group of lawmakers tomorrow. We know that Democrats are up in arms over the U.S.'s recent actions. They are irate that the administration did not seek their approval. Let's take a listen to Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader in the House.
Now, we've seen this wannabe king try to rip away Congress's power of the purse. We've managed to reverse that. He's tried to rip away Congress's power as it relates to tariffs. Working with our attorney generals and governors and others across the country, we've managed to reverse that through the most recent Supreme Court decision. And we're going to do the same thing as it relates to reclaiming Congress's power with respect to matters of war and peace.
And we expect a War Measures Act to be tabled on the Hill at some point this week. It will be interesting to see how much support the Democrats can get from Republicans. A lot of unanswered questions, obviously.
Thanks for this, Willie. That's the CBC's Willie Lowry reporting. So the war in the Middle East now involves more countries and more targets. Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in Lebanon, has now entered the conflict. Rockets launched from Lebanon set sirens blaring across northern Israel. And Israel has retaliated with waves of airstrikes. Its military says a top Hezbollah leader has been killed in Beirut. This is video of people trying to flee southern Lebanon. Hezbollah claims it targeted an Israeli missile defense site in response to the weekend killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Lebanon's prime minister is condemning the militants' attack and calling for a ban on its activities. This is the first fighting between Israel and Hezbollah since their ceasefire more than a year ago. And here now is a list of the countries that are caught up in the war in the Middle East. Over the past 3 days, Iran has launched waves of ballistic missiles and drones across the region, targeting not just Israel, but Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Cyprus, and ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Yesterday, an oil tanker off the coast of Oman was struck. Civilian targets hit have included hotels and airports. And this now is the scene in southern Iran, and it remains a focus. It's the aftermath of a reported airstrike that hit a girls' school over the weekend. Iranian media report dozens of children were killed. The school is reportedly adjacent to a naval base belonging to Iran's Revolutionary Guard. The U.S. says it's investigating. President Donald Trump is calling Iran's military commanders to surrender, warning that the U.S. military can keep up airstrikes for weeks. Now, meanwhile, in Israel, this is the aftermath of a deadly Iranian rocket strike yesterday in a residential neighborhood of a city west of Jerusalem. The country's president, Isaac Herzog, says children are among 9 people killed, including 3 teenage siblings. Herzog says a synagogue and shelter took a direct hit. Another 27 people were wounded. And we do now want to head to Israel. The host of Morning Live, David Common, is live for us in Tel Aviv. We know that night has fallen, David, but tensions remain high. Take us through what has transpired today in Israel.
Well, it has been another extraordinary day on this third day of the war, encompassing many more nations. Arthi, you've outlined some of the major developments, and certainly here in Israel, we have seen a number of targets that have been struck by Israeli drones and missiles. Just a short time ago, right here in Tel Aviv, the sirens wailed out. People ran into underground shelters trying to take any measure of protection they could against a rocket and missile attack. It is our understanding that Israel's Iron Dome intercepted a number of those rockets and missiles, perhaps all of them. We heard some of the thuds happening at the high altitude, and that is an indication of typically a successful intercept where one missile goes up to destroy something else flying in potentially from Iran. There have been a number of sites that have been struck, and of course it is not always military targets, be it here or in any of the other many countries that are impacted by this violence, by this conflict. Oftentimes it is others, civilians, who are paying the price the most. In the community of Beit Shemet here in Israel, there was an instance of one such attack leveling one particular neighborhood, causing considerable casualties there. And the Israeli prime minister, among the many politicians in this country touring that, here is Benjamin Netanyahu.
When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians. I've said for many years that they threaten not only Israel and not only America. They chant death to Israel, death to America. That's their ultimate target. So we set out to protect ourselves, but in so doing, we protect many others. And I want to say special thanks to our great friend and a great leader of the world, Donald Trump, for joining us in this crucial effort to save the world.
And of course, as we continue to track developments, we're getting reports of a police station damaged in Israeli strikes earlier in Tehran, and Iran's Revolutionary Guards say they've launched a new attack and are using new missiles. And now Hezbollah, the militant group in Lebanon, has begun trading rocket fire with Israel. Where might that take the conflict?
Well, it means the conflict has got bigger, encompassing somewhere in the area of 10 countries right now that are either active participants or seeing violence occurring on their territory. That this conflict is getting larger was in some ways the key fear here. So why did this happen? Israel and Hezbollah have long been at odds, seeing each other as an arch enemy. Hezbollah seen as the proxy for the Iranian regime, its territory though in Lebanon. The Israelis say it began this round when Hezbollah fired rockets into Israel, into the port city of Haifa, and that prompted the Israeli military to respond with a very large barrage in Lebanon, which is ongoing at this point. Right now, it has affected dozens of communities in Lebanon and prompted many people to flee. This as border tensions continue to exist. Soldiers from the Israeli Defense Forces have long been up against the Lebanese border and continue to be there, not just on patrol tonight, but on alert, Arti.
Thanks for this, David. That is host of Morning Live, David Common in Tel Aviv. So now, as we heard, as the conflict in the Middle East expands and intensifies, explosions are being reported in multiple Gulf states. They include an attack on energy infrastructure in Qatar and a major oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. They're all places where the U.S. has allies and military installations. The CBC's Megan Williams is in Dubai with more on just how wide the war has spread.
Well, essentially all of the U.S. allies in the region are under attack and defending themselves with their rigorous defense system. There was a drone strike at the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait, billows of black smoke from that. As you mentioned, in Saudi Arabia, one of the biggest oil refineries was hit by a drone strike from Iran as well. It caused a fire there, and a number of energy installations that have been targets. Qatar as well, which is the world's biggest exporters of liquefied natural gas. It exports about 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas. It was hit in two spots by Iranian drones, and it has shut down its operating facilities for now out of safety. Here in Dubai, the loud booms in the sky have continued today. You hear them, and then just behind me here, clouds of smoke appear. They're either drones or missiles that are being shot down by the United Arab Emirates. Interestingly, today, Italy's defense minister, Guido Crosetto, who is actually blocked in Dubai for a couple of days, he went back last night on a military jet, but he announced that the Gulf countries have requested air defense anti-drone systems, including SAMPT, which is the European long-range air defense system developed by France and Italy. So they're clearly looking for more assistance. Despite the ongoing missile and drone interceptions, long-haul airline carriers, including the Emiratis, have announced just shortly, a few minutes ago, that they're going to start some limited flights tomorrow morning. So they clearly think that the situation is safe enough to get some commercial flights out of the country.
Now, Megan, as we were discussing here, the U.S. military also says that 3 U.S. fighter jets were brought down in Kuwait today. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that was a situation of so-called friendly fire. Kuwait mistakenly shot down these 3 American F-15E fighter jets during an Iranian attack. All 6 of the crew members, however, made it safely to ground. They ejected and managed to arrive safely on the ground. So nobody died in that incident, but clearly there was some confusion in Kuwait during Iranian missile and drone attacks, and Kuwait shot down their allies.
That is the CBC's Megan Williams in Dubai. Thank you. Well, a drone attack on a British military base in Cyprus is fueling concerns of a widening regional conflict. No one was killed when the drone struck the base around midnight. The last time, though, that this base was targeted was 1986 by Libyan militants. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer referenced the attack earlier in the British House of Commons. Starmer also responded to Donald Trump's criticism that he took too long to allow the US to use British military bases. The CBC's Anna Cunningham is outside the British Parliament with more.
The British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, in his statement to the House of Commons, made it very clear that the UK is not involved, was not involved initially in the US-Israeli strikes, and is not involved now. However, he was explaining, putting forward his reasoning for changing his mind on that request that came from the US to use British military bases. And we did hear late on Sunday that he was giving permission to the US. But let's take a listen to what Prime Minister Starmer said a short time ago in the Commons.
President Trump has expressed his disagreement with our decision not to get involved in the initial strikes. But it is my duty to judge what is in Britain's national interest. That is what I've done, and I stand by it. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests, and our allies.
Now, what Prime Minister Starmer did add is that they will keep this under review and they will update the Commons if anything changes. But he made it very clear, Arthi, that Britain is only looking at the defensive approach and it is not getting involved in the offensive. That was something that he reiterated, and he said that it was in a collective defence that they were looking at the moment. We understand there's about 300,000 Brits currently in the Middle East.
Now, Anna, we're also hearing more about 2 drones that were reportedly intercepted at the British military base in Cyprus. We were mentioning that. What do you know about this latest incident?
Yeah, this is RAF Akrotiri. It is actually a British overseas territory. It's in southern Cyprus. And late on Sunday, there were 2, we're told, Iranian-made drones that were heading for the base. One was intercepted, the other one was actually hit the base. But then 12 hours later, again, a second attempt, and we're told that 2 drones were intercepted there. Now, we know that the families of military personnel on that British base have now been moved elsewhere. We're also hearing that Greece has said it is now sending a warship, 2 warships to Cyprus, along with 2 extra fighter jets as well. So it's something which certainly the British Parliament is keeping a very close eye on.
The CBC's Anna Cunningham in London. Stay with us. Still ahead, more explosions in Iran. We'll show you the scene in the capital of Tehran next on CBC News Network. Here's another look at Tehran today. The Iranian capital is under a third day of airstrikes. Washington is again signaling that the fighting won't end quickly. In a news conference today, the top U.S. general says the Trump administration's objectives can't be achieved in one night of attacks. U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says the objectives go beyond knocking out Iran's nuclear capability. Hegseth spoke of eliminating Iranians' ability to carry out any kind of attack. And just moments ago, Donald Trump updated Americans on the conflict. And before he spoke, the 4 U.S. soldiers killed over the weekend were identified. Trump says this war had to be launched by the U.S. and Israel to prevent Tehran from getting nuclear weapons.
Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America.
So that was Donald Trump speaking just a few moments ago. But for more on what's happening inside Iran today, I want to bring in the CBC's Hillary Johnstone. She's tracking all of the developments there. What's the latest? What do we know so far?
The other thing that we heard from Donald Trump is that he says that major combat operations are still happening right now inside Iran. And certainly some of the video and the photographs, the footage that have been coming out would indicate that is what's happening. Remember, it is difficult to get information out of Iran. They often do not grant visas to international journalists. And in recent days, there have both been phone and internet blackouts. At this point, Iran claims that more than 550 people have been killed since these strikes started on Saturday, and they say that they do continue to see those strikes in different places throughout the country, and also here, what you're looking at right now in the capital of Tehran. We also know that the Iranians are claiming that one of those nuclear enrichment sites, Natanz, that had been hit back in June, they say that the Americans have hit it again. We have not heard anything definitive from the American side on that at this point. Donald Trump has also claimed that the Americans have taken aim at Iran's Navy capacity, claiming that they have sunk 4 Iranian warships and that they have also, in his words, largely destroyed Iran's Navy headquarters. We also know, according to Iran's government news outlet, that Tehran's Golistan Palace, which is UNESCO World Heritage Site, was also damaged as part of these U.S.-Israeli strikes just yesterday on Sunday. In terms of people in Iran, in some of these cities, and whether they are out on the streets, as the U.S. president has called on them to do, at this point, it would seem that for the most part, things are quiet. Remembering here that it is difficult to communicate directly with people who are inside this country and are experiencing it. But we do know that one of the paramilitary forces that had played such a central role in crushing some of those recent uprisings that we have seen just in recent weeks, that they have been out on the streets, setting up checkpoints across Tehran as well. There have been similar reports from elsewhere in the country, including in the north. So not a lot of signs, not many signs yet anyways, Arthi, that some of what the U.S. president has called on your average Iranian to do, that is necessarily happening at this point anyways.
And you know, as you touched on, there have been so many civilian casualties as well. When we're talking about the number of dead, some organizations saying more than 500 killed. And specifically, there's some focus also on a strike that targeted or was next to what is believed to be a naval base, and that was a girls' school. 150 people killed in southern Iran. What do we know about that?
That's right. And as you say, those numbers are coming from the Iranian side. We know that this reportedly happened on Saturday. These are some images here of some of the aftermath. The Iranians claiming that this was a girls' school that was hit and that 153 people, including children, have been killed. Remember that the way Iran's work week works is that Friday is the official day of rest. So it is possible that there would have been kids inside this school on a Saturday morning when it was reportedly hit. For them their part, the Americans have said that they are looking into this, that they take any civilian casualties seriously. Israel has said that there were no IDF operations in the area at the time. But we know that this girls' school was very close, only a few hundred meters away from one of these bases belonging to Iran's Revolutionary Guard. This is, of course, something that we will continue to monitor if more and more information becomes available on it.
Thank you for this,
Thank
Hillary.
you.
The CBC's Hillary Johnstone reporting. The U.S. is signaling that the conflict with Iran won't end quickly. President Donald Trump was speaking minutes ago and said they had projected 4 to 5 weeks to accomplish their objectives, but says the U.S. has the capability of continuing for much longer. And right now, the fighting is widening. Israel is also attacking Hezbollah, Iran's proxy force in Lebanon. And U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is insisting regime change is not the goal, but he is also highlighting the killing of Iran's supreme leader.
This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
And this here is some video from Tehran. Israel and the U.S. are now into a third day of missile strikes. Iran's Red Crescent Society says more than 500 people have been killed since the U.S. and Israel launched their air assault early on Saturday. Hegseth won't give a timeline when U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran will end. He says that decision is up to the U.S. president. And we know that Global Affairs Canada says it is aware of more than 95,000 Canadians in the Middle East right now. Those are people in its registration system, but officials say the actual number is likely much higher. Earlier today, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand spoke to reporters in New Delhi about the conflict. She's traveling with Prime Minister Carney on his Asia-Pacific trade mission.
First and foremost, Canada wasn't involved, we weren't notified, and we do not have an intention to be involved in any military strikes or operation. We share the concern of the United States and many other countries relating to Iranian nuclear proliferation. And in fact, we've called on Iran for a number of years to cease proliferating in terms of its nuclear capacity. That's why we have not had diplomatic relations with Iran for 15 years. At the same time, we prefer a diplomatic solution. This is why I have spent the last 2 days speaking with my counterparts across the Middle East and in the Gulf states, from Jordan to Qatar, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to UAE, and all of my G7 counterparts, stressing that Canada believes in a diplomatic and peaceful solution, and as soon as possible, we would like parties to get to the table.
And now the death of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, ushers in only the second leadership transition since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. So what does the process of replacing him look like? For more on this, we've reached Nazila Fatih in Washington. She's a former New York Times correspondent based in Tehran for a decade. Thank you for making time for us.
Thank you.
Now that the supreme leader is dead, a new three-man council has formed to govern Iran. What can you tell us about the members of that council?
So the members of this council are the president, head of the judiciary, and one jurist from the so-called Guardian Council. This is a council that has been predicted in the Iranian constitution, and it's considered just a transition council for the real or the future supreme leader. 88 members of the Council of Experts need to get together and appoint the new leader or a council of leadership.
When you mentioned the Transition Council, we also noted that, of course, it's been since 1979 that there has had to be the selection of a new leader. How fast could that happen?
I highly doubt that they would be able to get together in one place under the current condition. I mean, that requires like about 88 very old clerics who are, some of them are not even mobile, to come from all over the country, be in one place. First of all, I mean, every meeting that there have been senior officials have been attacked. It has come under military strike. So Iranian officials have said that they want to make that decision within the next 1 or 2 days, but I really don't know how they're going to do that.
So does that perhaps open a bit of a window in order to see a regime change, which of course we've heard that that is what Iranians really want?
That is what Iranians want, without any doubt. This regime is a brutal regime. It's not popular at all. However, regime change is complicated. It takes time. And so far, we've seen that despite the death of Iran's supreme leader Saturday morning or Friday night, we've seen that, I mean, there is no indication that Iranian leadership is fractured or it is on the verge of collapse.
What would it take?
That's the $1 million question. Regime change is usually difficult. It takes time. And I think the biggest question is that what happens the day after? What if the regime collapses? What if there is a power vacuum? Who's going to fill that power vacuum? We've seen that, you know, oftentimes radical groups, much more extremist groups, fill in the vacuum. In the case of Iran, there is really no organized leadership inside the country that can fill that vacuum. The only group that is organized, has organizational capability, has leadership, are radical forces within Iran's Revolutionary Guards. If there are any other alternatives, we don't know. Most of the pro-reform leaders are jailed. They are behind bars. Many of them have left the country. They're in exile. And so they have lost their ability to organize protests, to organize their supporters. So it is a very vague situation.
I understand, Nazila, that you have a lot of family in Iran as well. I mean, how are they doing? Have you had a chance to touch base with them, to connect with them and see that they're okay?
I have been in touch with family and friends from time to time. It is not easy to get in touch from outside the country. Sometimes people can call outside and we get some word, but you know, it's really a time that people are hunkering down. They've been stocking food. They were not expecting the war to be on such a big scale. And the intensity of the attacks have surprised people. Most large cities in Iran are densely populated. The casualty has been high. There are reports that 9 hospitals have been hit so far. We know about very high death toll in a school in southern Iran. So there is a very grim picture that we are getting.
You know, it has been so complex because certainly on the one hand, you are hearing from Iranians who say that they were looking for a way for this regime to be changed, for a way out of the control that they have been under. That said, many are also feeling conflicted about the way that it was done with this U.S.-Israeli operation. How do you think this might open up a path for Iranians to pave a way forward into the future, if it even does that?
It's very difficult to predict that kind of transition. I mean, as you know, Iranians just saw one of the worst massacres in the history of their modern Iran. I mean, thousands of people were killed. I mean, it's very natural for them to feel numb by that massacre. And then this war started. As far as I know, people are not out on the streets. They are, you know, looking for somewhere to be safe, to keep their families safe. This is not a condition that you would imagine people are going to come out and, you know, try to overthrow a regime that is armed to its teeth. And let's not forget that circumstances have changed. It's wartime. Any kind of opposition will be labeled as treason.
Nazila, I want to thank you so much for joining us and for your thoughts on this today. We appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me.
Nazila Fatih is a former New York Times correspondent based in Tehran for a decade. She's also the author of The Lonely War, One Woman's Account for the Struggle for Modern Iran. We reached her today in Washington. Thank you. Well, there are also significant concerns about how this war could disrupt the global economy. And earlier I spoke with CBC senior business reporter Peter Armstrong about that, specifically how these targeted attacks could affect international oil shipments.
There's a really interesting thing developing around the Straits of Hormuz are this like choke point in the Persian Gulf. 20% of the world's oil passes through there. And right now you've got ships essentially parked on either side of the strait. The ones trying to leave saying, I'm not going to go through there just yet. One tanker was hit and was set on fire. That set off a lot of concerns. A lot of insurance companies have said, we're not going to insure you if you go through the Strait of Hormuz because of the obvious concerns that have there. So between the two, of the actual military activity happening and the insurance side, you've got all these ships on either side of the Strait of Hormuz just sitting there, waiting. That's going to have this weird trickle-on impact into oil markets. We've seen WTI, the main North American benchmark, it's up like $70 to $72. So here, we're looking at a map of the Strait of Hormuz now, and you can see, like, you've got all these parked vessels on either side. Usually, this is just like, it's a highway of super tankers flowing through, carrying oil out of the Persian Gulf, one of the busiest export hubs in the world, out to everywhere in the world. And the three main countries we're watching for impact here, one is Saudi Arabia. 80% of their exports go through there. They have other options about how they can get stuff out, but it's going to be like a day, no problem. 2 days, okay, we're getting a little bit stressed out. You get into a week or 5 days of nothing going through the Strait of Hormuz, that's going to impact the Saudi Arabian economy. It's also going to impact two main countries that import that oil, India and China. So like the geopolitical risk of all of this spreads. But again, I think oil markets, oil-using countries are all looking at this and still trying to figure out what this really is. Are we looking at something that's going to go on for days and weeks? Are we looking for something that, like, are we looking for signs that the Americans and the Israelis might say, okay, we've got what we needed to get done, and now we can start to ramp things down? Nobody knows. And because of that, you've seen the response in oil markets, as I say, 72 on the North American benchmark, 80 on the Brent crude, the more global benchmark. So a lot of questions and not a lot of answers. And I think the markets are asking us, what do we think this is going to turn into?
Yes, a lot of people bracing for market open, of course, over the course of the weekend. What's the impact on oil specifically? A lot of people have their own personal reasons for being interested in that, too.
Well, right. So, I mean, you're going to be looking at what is this going to do to the cost of gasoline in Canada, in North America, around the world. We've also seen gas prices go up because Qatar shut down one of the big LNG export facilities. So the futures price for LNG in Europe, so it's a niche part of this, but it's shot up all of a sudden. And again, the question is, if it's a day or two, I think they can manage it. And I think if it's a day or two, I think we'll see a bit of a momentary spike in gasoline prices, but not something that's going to drag on very long. If we're looking at something that's going to take us weeks or months to actually get to the end of whatever this operation is, because we still don't have a clear sense of, like, if these three things happen, then it's over. So that leaves you with an awful lot of questions about what has to happen to get to this ending that we don't know what it really looks like, and what's that going to mean for ongoing operations, ongoing uncertainty, ongoing delay and disruption in global oil markets, and in just about everything else.
The CBC's senior business reporter, Peter Armstrong. Now, stay with us. Coming up, Canada's trade mission to India. Prime Minister Mark Carney brokered a series of deals as he melts frosty relations and expands trade. We'll bring you the details right here on CBC News Network. Well, after nearly 3 years of diplomatic tensions, India and Canada have taken a major step towards restoring their relationship. Prime Minister Mark Carney is on a multi-nation trip to diversify Canada's international trade. He's currently on his way to Australia following several days of trade talks with India. I'm going to bring in the CBC's Janice McGregor, who joins us now from our Parliamentary Bureau with more on this. So what, Janice, is the Prime Minister touting as a result of this meeting with Narendra Modi?
Look, there are a lot of big aspirations for where this relationship could go. The two leaders speaking of wanting to double the trade between them by 2030. But the fact is, they're not there yet. What they were doing today is signaling that they're hoping within a year, laying down a timeline to reach a comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the two. Trade talks, of course, abruptly called off. Then in the fall, they announced they would be getting back to the table again. This meeting of the two leaders today, a signal of sort of the official firing gun for those negotiations. The other thing that we learned today is that they've appointed an official negotiator, Bruce Christie, who will be leading things from the Canadian side. Some work already done on some areas, but so much has changed in geopolitics and in terms of the world economy since they were last trying to negotiate a comprehensive pact with India. The two countries' goals have changed, no doubt. What we did get today was not a full-on kind of comprehensive trade agreement, but a series of smaller sectoral deals, 5 memorandums of understanding signed between the two leaders today. One of them about sort of cultural exchanges. There's a lot of language in the materials provided to us about student and faculty exchanges, more scholarships, trying to attract the best and the brightest of India's students back to Canada again after a period where, because of some visa changes, Canada was no longer seen as an attractive destination for post-secondary education. The biggest dollar value deal today was a $2.6 billion uranium deal, something Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe was touting. Purchases over the next 9 years, extending arrangements they had previously had with the nuclear energy industry in India to sort of provide it with the uranium it needs. Other deals involving sort of tech firms, pharma firms, of course, an area of strength for India. Canada, in return, McCain Foods having a deal with them, and also going to be selling some Canadian coal for steel making. But no tariff deals today, something that must have been a disappointment for Saskatchewan's premier, who wanted to get a breakthrough in particular for the pulse industry in his province. They do have a new center of excellence for those crops that they're going to work on for Canadian and Indian farmers. But that's different than getting some preferential trade access to that market, which, of course, when you're talking about lentils, peas, India, so many vegetarians, that's huge.
Of course, there's the politics of the trip, too, and we're seeing new reporting today on Indian state connections with the killing of a Sikh activist here in Canada. That killing and ongoing concerns over foreign interference have a lot of critics asking why Canada should be making deals with India. So what's the government's position on that?
Yeah, indeed. Troubling new information out from the Globe and Mail overnight. Specific names of a couple of individuals working at India's consulate in Vancouver, very much, according to the reporting from security and police sources of the Globe's, very much involved in that 2023 killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. What does this mean then? Anita Anand, the Foreign Affairs Minister, was pressed for whether it is indeed still consistent with Canada's principles to be pushing on with a big trade relationship right now. This is what she said.
Diplomacy is not about retreating and hiving yourself off from having difficult conversations. It's very much about ensuring that the written word is marking the path forward on national security. That's exactly what we are doing here in India.
She was touting some progress she said had been made, according to the joint statement of the two leaders on their security relationship, without telling us what that progress was. Meanwhile, the president of the World Sikh Organization outreacting to what Sikhs in Canada saw when the two leaders stood there, and Mark Carney declared, "We are one family," with Modi standing right there. This a little bit from their reaction today. Families do not assassinate, extort, or intimidate one another. If Prime Minister Carney considers the government of India Canada's family. Sick Canadians are left wondering where they fit in that definition, of course, as they continue to face harassment and ongoing police warnings from their perspective in this statement, saying things are getting worse, not better.
Janice, thank you for this. That's the CBC's Janice McGregor in Ottawa. Israel says at least 19 people are hurt after the latest retaliation from Iran. Officials say an Iranian missile hit Beersheba in southern Israel. Air alerts have been sounding across Israel this morning. There are images of people taking cover in Jerusalem. And there's an update on the deadliest Iranian attack on Israel. Israeli President Isaac Herzog says children are among 9 Israelis killed in a missile strike yesterday. Herzog says the Iranian attack hit a synagogue in a city just west of Jerusalem. The CBC's Crystal Gomansing is at the scene.
This is what we can show you of the direct hit that happened on Sunday in Bet Shemesh. There is an area that's been cordoned off for the media, but I can move out of the way and give you a bit of a better look. One of the structures that used to be here was, in fact, a synagogue. There are some religious study books that you can see mixed into the ground. Also, one of the other areas that took a direct hit was, in fact, the shelter where people were seeking safety after those initial alarms went off. We spoke to one of the search and rescue individuals here from Zaka. He said that he was actually nearby. He just happened to be in the area. He recorded a video on his phone because he was talking about the alerts, having to pull over, and he captured that massive boom when that missile actually struck. So he was here within minutes and described a scene of fire and chaos and a lot of people who needed help. This location has also been visited today by a number of politicians, the head of the opposition, as well as Israel's President Isaac Herzog. They are all here today to share a message, one, that they are with the community members. They are expressing sympathy to the lives that have been lost, to the families in mourning. 9 people lost their lives at this site, including a number of children.
The CBC's Crystal Gomansing reporting in Jerusalem. Stay with us. You're watching CBC News Network, and we're back in just a moment. The month of March is just getting underway now, so let's take a moment to check in on weather conditions across the country. Let's head over to the Weather Network and with Chris Murphy.
Well, your national forecast, we've got some cool sunshine across much of the east, warmer conditions across the west and the north. Well, that's where we're frigid. Look at the temperature contrast, 15 degrees cooler in Edmonton than Calgary today, and that's where some of that snow is going to be on the north side near that boundary. Just want to mention that March is typically the most dangerous and deadliest month when it comes to avalanche hazards and fatalities. And just last Friday and Saturday, a 15-year-old and a 23-year-old both died as a result of an avalanche. So we don't want any more of that. So going in groups, know the hazards and stay away from the unstable terrain. Rain showers returning to the lower mainland and Vancouver Island more so tomorrow. So today it's up towards the north. And the snow really for the coastal mountains and the interior mountains as opposed to the valleys. So those snow levels will be a little bit higher up. Got some snow this week, mainly near and north of the Yellowhead Highway with the Peace Country towards Edmonton getting more substantial snow. Really not much for Calgary or Regina. Light snow for northern Ontario, northern Quebec, southern Ontario and Quebec. Your temperatures warming up this week. And we're going to end off this segment with snow Tuesday night to early Wednesday in the Maritimes, Wednesday into Newfoundland. Even Halifax could see up to 15 centimeters.
CBC News.
Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. The U.S.-Israeli conflict with Iran is expanding today to more countries and more targets across the Middle East. Iran is retaliating with strikes on Israeli and U.S. interests across the region, with the assault on targets inside Iran continues. The U.S. Navy released this video of one of its battleships launching Tomahawk missiles towards Iran. And here's a look at the type of damage U.S. and Israeli weapons are doing. This is the aftermath of a strike on a police station in Tehran. The U.S. and Israel say they're hitting Iranian security and government facilities. The two countries launched their attack on Saturday, killing Iran's supreme leader. A short time ago, Donald Trump spoke at the White House and made the case for the war on Iran.
We warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people.
Here's a look at the countries now pulled into the conflict. Iran has been attacking U.S. interests across the region in Kuwait, Qatar, and Bahrain. It's also hitting civilian targets like a hotel in Dubai. Meanwhile, Iran's proxy Hezbollah opened another front of the war on Israel's northern frontier with Lebanon. The two sides have been exchanging fire across their borders. We will be bringing you the latest on this rapidly developing story in a moment. The CBC's Kate McKenna will join us from Washington on what we heard from U.S. President Donald Trump today. But first, let's get the latest on the ground with the CBC's Crystal Gumansingh. Crystal is in Jerusalem today and joins us live. Crystal, Israel and Hezbollah have resumed fighting today. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Andrew, this has been a front that has been quiet for some time. There was a ceasefire agreement that was in place that was broken earlier today when we saw some attacks being launched from Lebanon towards Israel. There have been a number of strikes across Lebanon throughout the day, including this evening. Israel Defense Forces say that they have hit 70 weapons sites across Lebanon. IDF also claiming that they have killed a senior commander of the Islamic Jihad group. This front does change things. Israel Defense Forces are saying they're not prepared at this point to remove citizens from communities along the border, but they are prepared to defend the border, to defend those communities. And they say they have the personnel and they are able to operate on another front. We do know that Israel recently called up roughly a 100,000 additional reservists in order to have them be a part of this wider operation. The latest numbers that we're getting out of Lebanon is that 52 people have been killed in strikes today. Wounded at last count was 150. So things are very active on that front. We are also, Andrew, hearing from the International Committee of the Red Cross. They have put out a statement really trying to encourage de-escalation in this situation. I just want to read a little bit of that statement from the ICRC president. It says widening hostilities across the Middle East are putting civilian lives in grave danger. The scale of major military operations flaring across the Middle East risk embroiling the region and beyond into another large-scale armed conflict that will overwhelm any humanitarian response. So another strong response coming out from the International Committee of the Red Cross. This is the second statement they have put out in just the past couple of days, encouraging de-escalation, expressing great fear about what happens going forward when it comes to the safety of civilians.
And Crystal, we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. What did he say about the conflict with Iran?
Yeah, he said the overall conflict, he said that, Israel and the United States are working to protect not only Israeli citizens, American citizens, but people right around the world. He is again talking about the need to make sure Iran can't use their missiles, can't use or continue on enriching uranium to move forward with a nuclear program. He said that they are prepared to continue these operations until they reach their goals. He said this while touring a location where 9 Israelis died in a direct ballistic missile site that was launched by Iran, that attack yesterday. And so we heard from him. We heard him talking about the need to carry on with this operation. Let's hear a little bit more directly from the Israeli Prime Minister.
When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran, against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians. I've said for many years that they threaten not only Israel and not only America. They chant death to Israel, death to America. That's their ultimate target. So we set out to protect ourselves, but in so doing, we protect many others. And I want to say special thanks to our great friend and a great leader of the world, Donald Trump, for joining us in this crucial effort to save the world.
Now, how long this military operation will last, we don't know. A lot of discussion right now when it comes to the length of this operation, but we are prepared for another busy night when it comes for attacks here into Israel and also those counterstrikes.
Crystal, thank you. That is the CBC's Crystal Gumansing live in Jerusalem. As you just heard a moment ago, U.S. President Donald Trump spoke at the White House for the first time since attacking Iran. The CBC's Kate McKenna joins us now live in Washington. So, Kate, what more did Trump have to say about the attack?
Yeah, the president gave his first live remarks justifying the war in Iran. He said the U.S. is continuing its large-scale combat operations and that he doesn't know how long this will last. He said it could be 4 to 5 weeks, but they're prepared to go longer. He also said that they're ahead of schedule, saying they thought it would take weeks to kill military leadership, but they did it, quote, in about an hour. In terms of the rationale for why, he claims Iran was continuing to harbor nuclear ambitions and at the same time building up its conventional ballistic missile program with the goal of having so many conventional weapons that no one would be able to stop them from building nuclear weapons. Take a listen to what he said.
The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons.
Now, before the U.S.-Israeli offensive started, there were ongoing nuclear peace talks between Iran and the U.S. And just days before the war started, the Omani mediator said the two sides were making significant strides. So we're hearing from many who are asking why now. We're hearing Democrats say they haven't received any briefing to answer that question and many other questions that they have, including what intelligence the U.S. may have had to justify a preemptive strike. The president bypassed Congress in making these decisions. It's only later today that U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio plans to brief House and Senate leaders.
And Kate, U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth gave a briefing this morning. What other details did he have?
Well, he was quite strident in his remarks, basically saying that this is retribution for all Americans killed by Iranians spanning decades. He said that the main objectives include destroying the Navy, destroying the missile threat, and preventing Iran from getting nuclear weapons. He was adamant, saying this is not like Iraq or Afghanistan. They don't want to be in another forever war, but at the same time, he didn't rule out putting boots on the ground. And he says it's not about regime change, but they're also not opposed to regime change. Take a listen to what he said.
Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
And Andrew, both Hegseth and Donald Trump paid tribute to the 4 Americans that have been killed in this conflict, with the president warning more deaths are likely coming.
Thank you. That is the CBC's Kate McKenna, live in Washington. Now, as the conflict in the Middle East expands and intensifies, explosions are being reported in multiple Gulf states. They include an attack on energy infrastructure in Qatar and a major oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. They are places where the U.S. has allies and military installations. The CBC's Megan Williams is in Dubai for us with more. So, Megan, just how wide has this war become, and what's the reaction in the region?
Well, Andrew, as you say, it has spread to a range of targets, energy targets, civilian targets. Here in Dubai, warehouses have been hit, hotels have been hit. The 2 major airport hubs in Dubai and Abu Dhabi were both hit. There's a lot of concern amongst the Gulf states that this could be really quite crippling economically. Dubai, of course, is the biggest international airport hub in the world, but it's also a finance center, a low-tax finance center that attracts a lot of investment. So there are reports that the Gulf states, especially United Arab Emirates and Qatar, are privately lobbying the American government to try and keep this conflict short. There have been attacks in Saudi Arabia as well on the energy infrastructure there, one of the biggest oil refineries, and also in Qatar, which produces about 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas. There were attacks there. They've shut that down and prices have skyrocketed. The price has doubled in Europe for liquefied natural gas. So again, a lot of concern about where this could all lead in the long term.
And Megan, the U.S. military says 3 U.S. fighter jets were brought down in Kuwait today. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that was friendly fire. The Kuwaitis shot down these American warplanes accidentally. There were 6 pilots on board. Fortunately, they all made it safely to the ground. They parachuted out of there. It was quite a dramatic scene, seeing these parachutes, lift off from these planes. But this is obviously what happens in wars. There's situations where there's confusion. Countries and even allies get their signals crossed. But fortunately, those 6 pilots made it safely to the ground, and it's interesting. There's also hearing Italy's foreign minister and defense minister announced today that some of the Gulf countries are asking for further defense support. So that might be forthcoming. It's not clear if they have that, but clearly there is a request on the behalf of some of the Gulf states for defense assistance from Europe.
Megan, we're just looking at the skyline behind you, this thriving metropolis of Dubai. I don't know how much of a chance you've had to kind of be out and about, but what would you say the reaction is from people in that city where you are?
Well, just behind me in the sky over the past 3 days now, I've been hearing and seeing explosions from intercepted missiles and drones. I think at first, you know, there was just a sense that this was sort of surreal and you know, not quite clear how long it would last. I think what's happening now is there's a sense of dread settling in. I think the fact that this is a city and this country, the United Arab Emirates, is so dependent. I mean, of course, it has oil, but it's so dependent on international finance and international visitors. And its trademark really has been that it offers safety in a very volatile region. And so that reputation with these missiles arriving here has been shaken. So I think there's a lot of concern about the future of the Dubai model.
Megan, thank you. That is the CBC's Megan Williams live in Dubai. For more on all of this, I want to bring in Michael Carpenter. He's a senior fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Michael, thank you for taking the time. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So speaking earlier today, Donald Trump listed 4 reasons for this attack on Iran: destroying their missile capabilities, quote, annihilating their navy, preventing the country from obtaining nuclear weapons, and making sure the regime cannot fund regional proxies. What do you make of those reasons?
Well, you just listed 4, and then Secretary of War Pete Hegseth listed a 5th, which is retribution. So all of this shows that the ends, the strategic goals that the United States has set out for itself, are very muddled. There is no clear strategic goal that the United States wants to pursue with this war. If it was stopping the nuclear program, we were engaged in diplomacy, which was advancing. And so there's also no indications that the nuclear program had advanced significantly since the strikes of June of last year, Operation Midnight Hammer. And in fact, President Trump said that the nuclear program had been obliterated at that time. So all of these different rationales look like post facto rationalizations for this war, which was a war of choice that President Trump started. And now we're starting to see that there are unintended consequences of war. Who would have thought that? But again, the ends, the means, and the ways are not aligned in this particular case.
So, Michael, what do you think are his reasons for choosing this war now?
Look, I think part of this is that the operation in Caracas to apprehend Nicolas Maduro was very successful. It was a narrowly targeted special operations force apprehension effort. And I think President Trump was a little bit high coming off that operation. It was not very popular. Intervention in Venezuela was not popular beforehand, but then afterwards it was judged to be successful. And so perhaps he thought that he could replicate something like that in Iran. And there's talk that, you know, potentially down the road, he might contemplate a similar scenario in Cuba. And look, frankly, I think a lot of this is driven by domestic politics. There's ongoing talk of scandals here in Washington, of course, the Epstein files being chief among them. The president's popularity is sagging. It's at a historic low. And the American people certainly did not want this war. It was very unpopular, even amongst registered Republicans, according to polling. So my best guess is that this was a little bit of a distraction designed to be a quick victory, a quick victorious war to distract from some of these other issues. But it may prove to be otherwise, because there is escalation risk anytime you start a conflict of this magnitude.
And the president said 4 to 5 weeks is how long this will last, but maybe longer. What do you make of that assessment?
Well, I wouldn't attach too much importance to what the president says his timelines are. I think it's very plausible that he could turn around tomorrow or the day after and say that it's mission accomplished, that the supreme leader has been taken out. and that the United States is pulling its forces back. I think that's entirely plausible, or it could go on for 4 or 5 weeks. But here's the reality. The longer this war goes on, the more likely it is that the Iranians will strike back at various targets. You've just reported on all the various sites they've struck in the Gulf region. They've also struck as far as Cyprus. And that impacts our allies and our partners. And so the escalation risk is sort of built into this scenario. And the longer it goes on, the more that escalation risk rises, and the more tempting it will be for President Trump to strike back whenever one of our partners or allies has been hit. And so that's what creates this sort of ratchet situation where the war just simply continues to drive on, and then it becomes very difficult to stop it.
In his initial remarks, Trump didn't repeat his call for Iranians to rise up against their government. Earlier today, we heard Secretary of War Pete Hegseth say this is not a regime change war. What do you make of the administration's rhetoric on that particular aspect? Because there are many Iranians that are hopeful that this could bring about some kind of secular democracy. But is that what the Trump administration wants or cares about?
Well, it's very difficult to achieve a change of regime with an aerial bombing campaign. I mean, you could take out individuals, as the U.S. did with Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, but it's an entirely different matter to implant a new leadership cadre without boots on the ground or without people that you're working with that are there on the ground. And so I think the notion that there's going to be wholesale regime change is a little bit fantastical. Now, I do think that you could see the administration pivot in the coming days and offer sort of a post facto justification for this war, but again, by saying that the supreme leader was targeted, he was taken out, and that was their goal all along. You'll have to watch how the rhetoric changes from one day to the next. Already you've seen just in that press conference, so many different goals articulated for why this war is happening. So let's watch and see. But the chances of an actual uprising that changes the authorities in Tehran, sure, it's possible, but it's unlikely.
So when you say it's unlikely, you think that it's unlikely because it will not be supported by Trump, by the Americans, or because it's just too chaotic right now? There isn't the kind of momentum for that to happen, or just your thoughts on because there are a lot of Iranians that are hopeful, that this could be a moment, and Trump has talked about how at one point he did encourage Iranians to kind of take over.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this moment in history is it's the first time in a long time where albeit a minority, but still a sizable chunk of the Iranian population actually was in favor of some sort of foreign intervention that would get rid of the supreme leader. So again, a minority to be sure, and a lot of people are grieving as well. So we'll have to see. But here's the reason why I'm skeptical about regime change of a significant type. Because the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, is still firmly entrenched in Iran, and they have immense paramilitary capabilities at their disposal to be able to go after crowds of protesters. And with the supreme leader gone, it's not like there's a clear target right now for a popular movement or revolution in the streets. And so it sure seems like there will be a change of personalities at the top. I mean, that's inevitable with the supreme leader gone. But whether the regime that comes forward, that coheres in the coming weeks and months, whether it's substantially different from what came before them, is very doubtful. Of course, there is that small percentage chance that if these strikes continue and if the leadership is really, truly degraded, perhaps there could be some uprising that brings forth new charismatic leaders from the opposition. But again, that's a very small likelihood chance of success and would require working with some of those elements on the ground, which so far there's no indications that either the U.S. or Israel is doing.
Michael, thank you. Michael Carpenter is a senior fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Still ahead, Canada inks a series of lucrative trade deals with India. It's part of efforts to diversify business and reduce dependency on the U.S. We'll bring you the details just ahead here on CBC News Network. U.S. President Donald Trump spoke about the war with Iran today. He said his objectives are to destroy Iran's missile capabilities and to ensure Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon or arm and fund its proxies.
An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people.
Meanwhile, the fighting continues to escalate. A police station in Tehran was hit in U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. And Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militant group in Lebanon, has begun trading rocket fire with Israel. More than 10 countries are now caught up in the war. Global Affairs Canada says it is aware of more than 95,000 Canadians in the Middle East right now. Those are people in its registration system. But officials say the actual number is likely higher. Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand is traveling with Prime Minister Carney on his multi-nation trade mission and spoke earlier about the conflict in Iran.
First and foremost, Canada wasn't involved, we weren't notified, and we do not have an intention to be involved in any military strikes or operation. We share the concern of the United States and many other countries relating to Iranian nuclear proliferation. And in fact, we've called on Iran for a number of years to cease proliferating in terms of its nuclear capacity. That's why we have not had diplomatic relations with Iran for 15 years. At the same time, we prefer a diplomatic solution. This is why I have spent the last 2 days speaking with my counterparts across the Middle East and in the Gulf states, from Jordan to Qatar, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to UAE, and all of my G7 counterparts, stressing that Canada believes in a diplomatic and peaceful solution, and as soon as possible, we would like parties to get to the table.
We are going to take you now to the United Nations. Israeli Ambassador Danny Danon is speaking. Let's listen.
The joint U.S.-Israel operation against the Iranian regime continues. Israel and the U.S. are acting with strength, coordination, and determination. We thank President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu for their steadfast leadership and moral clarity this critical moment. Our objectives are clear: no nuclear weapon, no ballistic missile threat, destroy their navy, and crush the regime's proxy network. We are hitting decisively, surgically, without apology. As we dismantle the regime, the Iranian leadership is lashing out in desperation. Over the past few days, missiles have been fired at Israel, most of them, but also the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, and even on European soil in Cyprus. This is not strategy. It is panic. It is desperate. While we strike military facilities and the machinery of terror with precision, the Iranian regime strikes civilians, families, airports, hotels, shopping centers, people's homes. In Bet Shemesh, a city near Jerusalem, 4 apartment buildings were destroyed. 9 innocent people were murdered, including these 3 young siblings, Sarah, Abigail, and Yaakov Biton. Same family, together. Brothers and sisters killed in their own home. Overnight, another missile struck Beersheba, injuring more innocent people. This contrast tells everything. We target military infrastructure, They target families. They terrorize their own people. They terrorize us. And now they are attempting to terrorize the region and the world. We honor those we have lost. Despite the sacrifice, we are determined. We will not stop until we achieve our objectives. Look at what they are doing now without a nuclear weapon, threatening the entire region. Ballistic missiles fired in desperation, a regime striking widely as it brought to its knees. Now, imagine that same regime with a nuclear capability. That is not a risk we tolerate. That is a reality we will not allow. That is why the joint operation was necessary. We do not just talk about stopping the Iranian regime, we are stopping it. Meanwhile, look at what is happening inside this building at the UN. As Iranian missiles were hitting Israeli cities, the UN Secretary General Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict, Vanessa Frazier, she tweeted last night condemning what she described as attacks on Iranian schools, leaving a large number of casualties, mostly children. That's from her tweet from last night. Horrible picture, indeed. She posted this graphic image where you can see families in Iran standing among rows of black body bags. I agree, it's a horrible picture. But this photograph is not from the past few days. It was actually taken at the end of January. The dead in these bags that you see were civilians killed by the Iranian regime itself, killed by the same regime now firing missiles at our cities. While this image is being circulated by a UN representative, Israeli children were being killed and injured by Iranian missiles. No tweet about them, no condemnation for them, no urgency for them. Ms. Fraser, if you wish to fulfill your mandate, condemn the Iranian attack that murdered Israeli children. But we know this is the UN. Accusations first, facts later. So I ask, where is the global urgency as this radical Islamist regime spreads its terror across the world? I will be clear. We will do whatever is necessary to protect our people, to protect our borders. Thank you very much.
What about a comment on the Iranian schoolgirls who were killed in Kaniv?
Well, please.
Thank you. It's Pamela Falk from U.S. News and World Report. We heard just this morning from the U.S. that there will be several more weeks of strikes. Are Iranian nuclear facilities within those targets? Thank you.
So I said it very clearly that one of the goals of this joint operation is to make sure that they don't have nuclear capabilities to threaten the entire world. And we all know that those sites, unfortunately, after the summer, they continue to develop them and to rebuild them. So we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't have nuclear capability.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. My name is Susan Tehrani from WION. President Trump said that the operations may last about 4 to 5 weeks. I was wondering, is that Israel's assessment as well? Thank you.
As long as it takes. You know, it's not easy for the people in Israel who stay in shelters for long days. It's not easy for our neighboring countries. You know, I get phone calls from people who are stuck now in Dubai and other places. It's not easy. We all sacrifice, but it will continue as long as it takes to achieve the goal of the operation.
Mr. Ambassador, my name is Stella. What is your message to the people of Israel who are under a psychological warfare, meaning they're not sleeping, the sirens are constantly going off, they're in and out of bomb shelters, but they're willing to take this risk because Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, has been a threat for so many years?
You know, I speak with my family, with my mother, She's 84 years old with my daughters, and I tell them, be strong. It will not last forever. You are making a sacrifice, but for the future of Israel, we have to do it. We have spoken about Iran for generations, and now finally, under the leadership of President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, we are finally taking action. The world will be a better place, not only in Israel, in the entire region, the entire world.
Victoria Churchill, Daily Mail. My question is, yesterday President Trump said that he was willing to talk with current Iranian leaders. Is there anybody currently leading in Iran that Israel trusts to take over ruling that country?
Well, I'm not familiar with what's really happening now in the leadership of Iran, but I can tell you one thing, that we expected that after the operation in the summer, they will recalculate their actions. They will decide to engage. It did not happen. On the contrary, from the information and the intel we received, we saw the determination to continue with the deception, to continue with the nuclear ambitions. So we hope that there will be new leadership. The Iranian people deserve better leadership, and we are telling them, we love the Iranian people. Mardumei Iran, we pray for you. We pray for your freedom, and I believe their freedom will come sooner than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. What would you say about the school that was hit? You posted this picture here, but do you have any comment about the school that was hit during the U.S.-Israeli strike on Iran?
So I have seen different reports. Some reports show that it was actually an IRGC attack that targeted this school. I don't have the exact information, but I will tell you that we regret the loss of life of any civilian. And we pray for the people of Iran, but we have the intelligence, and we target military assets. That's what we do. The Iranians, they do exactly the opposite. Thank you.
And you've been listening to Israel, the United Nations Israeli ambassador, talking about the U.S.-Israeli airstrikes on Iran, saying the Israel and the United States are acting with strength, determination, and coordination. Our objectives are clear. No nuclear weapons, saying that Iran had engaged in further developing nuclear weapons over the summer, saying that the Iranian regime is lashing out in desperation in terms of the retaliation that has been taking place in a number of countries throughout the region. And also, he was asked a little bit about the timeline suggested by the U.S. President Donald Trump that this operation would be about 4 or 5 weeks, but maybe longer. And we heard the UN ambassador saying, as long as it takes. He said, we love the Iranian people, and we believe that freedom will come sooner rather than later. The Prime Minister is en route to Australia from India right now as he begins the second leg of a 3-country tour of the Asia-Pacific region. The motivation behind his latest trip is clear. He's looking to drum up business, secure investments, and deepen bonds. It's all part of efforts to reduce Canada's dependence on the U.S. Canadian officials hope India will play a big role in that. The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian is on the story. He joins us live from our Ottawa bureau. So, Rafi, tell us about these deals and what was accomplished.
Yeah, Andrew, remember those years of frosty relationships between India and Canada that we've spoken about at length? Well, it's almost like the prime ministers of the two countries are saying, forget about those. Mark Carney and Narendra Modi coming out today announcing a handful of memorandums of understanding in sectors like energy and critical minerals, technology and artificial intelligence, even defense deals that total about $5.5 billion, according to Canada. Now, the biggest or perhaps most significant one of those is a $2.6 billion energy deal between the government of India and Saskatoon-based Cameco to provide more than 20 million tons of uranium starting next year to India for their nuclear sector. What we don't have yet, of course, or a hint of yet, is a comprehensive free trade agreement between Canada and India, though the two leaders say that is the goal. They hope to get to that by the end of this year even, so a pretty fast timeline. Nevertheless, Carney is also cautioning that even the deals that were signed today, well, they'll take some serious following up to implement. Have a listen to him.
MOUs, letters of intent,
intentions to have the CEPA Accord signed by the end of this year. That's absolutely important. What is even more important is the execution, ensuring implementation, doing the work, following up, making sure that this happens. And I want to underscore that that's what today is about. It's the scale of the partnership, but it is the commitment to implement all aspects of the partnership.
And Rafi, we are also seeing reporting today that details Indian state connections with the killing of a Sikh activist here in Canada. How's the government responding to allegations of foreign interference?
Yeah, the Globe and Mail put out a story just hours before the Carney-Modi meeting that's naming officials in India's Vancouver consulate, former officials, I should say, that were involved in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar in 2023. The event, of course, that set off those years of bad relationships between the two countries. I should point out our colleague Evan Dyer has detailed these allegations before, the gist of them before. Carney himself did not speak to journalists today, so that clip we just ran was from him speaking to a business audience in India. Now, his office says that they canceled a previously scheduled news conference because that meeting between Carney and Modi, it took too long, and then they had to get going toward Australia, the trip they're on right now that you mentioned earlier. We did hear from Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand. She spoke to what we were hearing last week from a senior Canadian official who had said that India no longer interferes in Canada's affairs, and Anand used language that was perhaps a little stronger than last week when she had already kind of come out and said, no, those are really still very serious issues and we're dealing with them. She addressed that again today. Have a listen.
The words of the senior official are not words that I personally would use.
Now, our colleagues in India also asked Anand, okay, since the Prime Minister is not speaking to us, can you say whether he raised foreign interference when he spoke with Modi? Anand responded that she can only speak to the conversations she has had with her counterpart, and then said the following.
Diplomacy is not about retreating and hiving yourself off from having difficult conversations. It's very much about ensuring that the written word is marking the path forward on national security. That's exactly what we are doing here in India.
Now, Carney should land in Australia sometime this evening, and then, of course, there's the last leg of his trip, which will take him to Japan. I'm sure we'll hear from him shortly. There are a bunch of questions he has not answered from journalists because it's been several days since he spoke to the media, so we haven't heard him take questions on those words from that Canadian official. We haven't heard him take questions on Iran, for example, but those opportunities will likely arise at some point over this trip, Andrew.
Rafi, thank you. The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian live in our Ottawa bureau. Still ahead, a British Air Force base in Cyprus is targeted by Iranian drones. We'll have reaction from London next on the significance of this attempted strike for the region. Stay with us. You're watching CBC News Network. A drone attack on a British military base in Cyprus is adding to concerns of a widening regional conflict in the Middle East. The drone hit the base around midnight local time. The president of Cyprus and the UK's defense ministry say it caused limited damage and no casualties. It's the first time the base has been targeted since Libyan militants launched a rocket attack in 1986. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has been speaking about the drone attack, as well as addressing the House of Commons on the UK's position on the US-Israeli strikes on Iran. The CBC's Anna Cunningham joins us from outside Parliament with more. So, Anna, let's start with what Starmer had to say to MPs today.
Well, Andrew, this was really an address, a statement given in the House of Commons to explain the UK's position. And the British Prime Minister was very adamant, making the point that the UK is not involved in the initial strikes by the US and Israel on Iran. He said he stood by that decision and that it was a deliberate choice to make. It seems as well that Starmer's mind had been changed after 48 hours of refusing to give the US permission to use British military bases. He did change his mind, and he explained that, saying that they could only be used for defensive, not offensive operations. He made that very clear. And he did also, and this was interesting, he did also address criticism that had come from the US president. Take a listen.
President Trump has expressed his disagreement with our decision not to get involved in the initial strikes. But it is my duty to judge what is in Britain's national interest. That is what I've done, and I stand by it. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests, and our allies.
Now, Andrew, we do understand that the likely options for those British military bases to be made use of by the US are RAF Fairford, which is in Gloucester in England, and also possibly Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean archipelago. But as we heard there, British Prime Minister very adamant that the use must only be for defensive operations.
And Anna, the UK played a major role in the Iraq War. How is that history impacting Starmer's decision as it relates to Iran?
Look, I think it's fair to say that the ghost of Iraq, of the war in Iraq 20 plus years ago, was very present inside the Commons today. The British Prime Minister really focusing on the legality of any decision to go ahead and join the US and Israel, and he has said that is not happening at the moment. He was grilled, though, by the opposition as to why he hasn't come out and supported US action. And it was just interesting, a response from Keir Starmer. He did say, and I quote, "This government does not believe in regime change from the skies." He also said that he wasn't prepared to commit military personnel to action unless he was sure that they were doing so on a lawful basis that has a viable basis. He was very clear on that. So I think Iraq did still, in the history of it, play a part.
And we mentioned that a British military base in Cyprus has been targeted by Iranian drones. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, look, this is not just a British military base, RAF Akrotiri. It is also British overseas territory, which makes this so important. There have been, in less than 12 hours, 2 attempts of drone strikes on the base. The security has now been upped. We know that Greece as well is saying that it is sending 2 warships and 2 fighter jets to support security on that island of Cyprus.
Anna, thank you. That is the CBC's Anna Cunningham live in London.
just found this by the window. Sounds like the start of a good joke.
I can't save her without your help.
I hope that this has nothing to do with that.
You think he may be involved?
I think he's not telling me everything he knows.
Call it a hunch. The eyes can lie. Science never does.
U.S. President Donald Trump says he hopes the Iranian people will rise up following the airstrikes by his country's military and Israel that resulted in the death of Iran's supreme leader. But one expert from a think tank that analyzes global crises says he doubts that is a realistic outcome.
For President Trump, I don't think he has a regime change or a day after strategy. He has a wish or a hope that by degrading the Iranian state's repressive capacity, and the Iranian people can come to the streets and take the matters into their own hands. But this is wishful thinking because the Iranian regime is deeply entrenched, deeply benched, and in contrast, the Iranian people are unarmed, unorganized, fragmented, and don't have the kind of leadership that is required to be able to hold the country together. The Islamic Republic is a system. It was never really a one-man show, and Ayatollah Khamenei was representing a consensual view within that system. It is true that at the end of the day, he had the final say, but his worldview, I think, has outlived him.
That was Ali Vaez from the International Crisis Group. You are looking at the skyline near Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Israel says it has responded to rocket fire from Hezbollah there by targeting the Iranian-backed militant group. Hezbollah reportedly hit Israel in retaliation for killing Iran's supreme leader. He is one of hundreds who have reportedly died in the U.S.-Israeli bombardment of Iran. That assault continues. We'll have the very latest straight ahead on CBC News Network. Hello, I'm Andrew Nichols. This is CBC News Network. War is spreading across the Middle East today as more nations are pulled into the conflict between the United States and Israel and Iran. The U.S. and Israel continue their assault on that country while Iran is retaliating on Israel and U.S. interests across the region. This is eyewitness video from Tehran where plumes of smoke filled the sky after a missile strike. The Red Crescent in Iran released this footage that it says shows rescuers pulling a body from the rubble of a residential building. The organization reports more than 550 deaths since Saturday. The U.S. and Israel launched their attack on the weekend, killing Iran's supreme leader. They say they're hitting Iranian security and government facilities. Donald Trump spoke at the White House earlier and made the case for the war on Iran.
We warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people.
Here's a look at the countries now pulled into the conflict. Iran has been attacking U.S. interests across the region in Kuwait, Qatar, and Bahrain. It's also hitting civilian targets like a hotel in Dubai. Meanwhile, a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah is falling apart. The two sides are exchanging fire across Israel's border with Lebanon for the first time in months. The CBC's Crystal Gumansing is in Jerusalem for us today. She has more on the escalating violence in the region, starting with the renewed hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah.
Well, Andrew, this has been a front that has been quiet for some time. There was a ceasefire agreement that was in place that was broken earlier today when we saw some attacks being launched from Lebanon towards Israel. There have been a number of strikes across Lebanon throughout the day, including this evening. Israel Defense Forces say that they have hit 70 weapons sites across Lebanon. IDF also claiming that they have killed a senior commander of the Islamic Jihad group. This front does change things. Israel Defense Forces are saying they're not prepared at this point to remove citizens from communities along the border, but they are prepared to defend the border, to defend those communities. And they say they have the personnel and they are able to operate on another front. We do know that Israel recently called up roughly a 100,000 additional reservists in order to have them be a part of this wider operation. The latest numbers that we're getting out of Lebanon is that 52 people have been killed in strikes today. Wounded at last count was 150. So things are very active on that front. We are also, Andrew, hearing from the International Committee of the Red Cross. They have put out a statement really trying to encourage de-escalation in this situation. I just want to read a little bit of that statement from the ICRC president. It says widening hostilities across the Middle East are putting civilian lives in grave danger. The scale of major military operations flaring across the Middle East risk embroiling the region and beyond into another large-scale armed conflict that will overwhelm any humanitarian response. So another strong response coming out from the International Committee of the Red Cross. This is the second statement they have put out in just the past couple of days, encouraging de-escalation, expressing a great fear about what happens going forward when it comes to the safety of civilians.
And Crystal, we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. What did he say about the conflict with Iran?
Yeah, he said the overall conflict, he said that, Israel and the United States are working to protect not only Israeli citizens, American citizens, but people right around the world. He is again talking about the need to make sure Iran can't use their missiles, can't use or continue on enriching uranium to move forward with a nuclear program. He said that they are prepared to continue these operations until they reach their goals. He said this while touring a location where 9 Israelis died in a direct ballistic missile site that was launched by Iran, that attack yesterday. And so we heard from him. We heard him talking about the need to carry on with this operation. Let's hear a little bit more directly from the Israeli Prime Minister.
When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians. I've said for many years that they threaten not only Israel and not only America. They chant death to Israel, death to America. That's their ultimate target. So we set out to protect ourselves, but in so doing, we protect many others. And I want to say special thanks to our great friend and a great leader of the world, Donald Trump, for joining us in this crucial effort to save the world.
Now, how long this military operation will last, we don't know. A lot of discussion right now when it comes to the length of this operation, but we are prepared for another busy night when it comes for attacks here into Israel and also those counterstrikes.
The CBC's Crystal Gumansing in Jerusalem. As you just heard a few moments ago, U.S. President Donald Trump spoke at the White House for the first time since launching strikes on Iran. The CBC's Kate McKenna is in Washington with more on what he had to say about the attack.
The president gave his first live remarks justifying the war in Iran. He said the U.S. is continuing its large-scale combat operations and that he doesn't know how long this will last. He said it could be 4 to 5 weeks, but they're prepared to go longer. He also said that they're ahead of schedule, saying they thought it would take weeks to kill military leadership, but they did it, quote, in about an hour. In terms of the rationale for why, he claims Iran was continuing to harbor nuclear ambitions and at the same time building up its conventional ballistic missile program with the goal of having so many conventional weapons that no one would be able to stop them from building nuclear weapons. Take a listen to what he said.
The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons.
Now, before the U.S.-Israeli offensive started, there were ongoing nuclear peace talks between Iran and the U.S. And just days before the war started, the Omani mediator said the two sides were making significant strides. So we're hearing from many who are asking why now. We're hearing Democrats say they haven't received any briefing to answer that question and many other questions that they have, including what intelligence the U.S. may have had to justify a preemptive strike. The president bypassed Congress in making these decisions. It's only later today that U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio plans to brief House and Senate leaders.
And Kate, U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth gave a briefing this morning. What other details did he have?
Well, he was quite strident in his remarks, basically saying that this is retribution for all Americans killed by Iranians spanning decades. He said that the main objectives include destroying the Navy, destroying the missile threat, and preventing Iran from getting nuclear weapons. He was adamant, saying this is not like Iraq or Afghanistan. They don't want to be in another forever war, but at the same time, he didn't rule out putting boots on the ground. And he says it's not about regime change, but they're also not opposed to regime change. Take a listen to what he said.
Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
And Andrew, both Hegseth and Donald Trump paid tribute to the 4 Americans that have been killed in this conflict, with the president warning more deaths are likely coming.
The CBC's Kate McKenna in Washington. Multiple countries in the Middle East, including Saudi Arabia and Qatar, have reported Iranian attacks on oil and gas facilities. And there are significant concerns about how this war could disrupt the global economy. The CBC's senior business reporter, Peter Armstrong, joins us with more on that part of the story. So, Peter, how are markets reacting today?
Pretty muted. And we woke up this morning wondering how much markets would glom onto which parts of the story. And what they seem to be glomming onto are all the unknowns. We don't know really what this operation is going to turn into. We certainly don't know how long it's going to last, and we don't know what the Americans and the Israelis need to see in order to start scaling things back. So markets are taking a largely muted stance on this and saying, let's wait and see. The S&P 500, for example, has just dipped back up into positive territory. It started the day down, not by much, but it's gone back into positive territory. The Dow is down 0.16%. So clearly the markets are saying, we don't know what this is going to turn into. Until we do, we're not going to make any big moves. And that's been kind of the stance of the day, that for all of these unknowns, and I think if markets and if investors believed this was going to be that it's going to continue to escalate from here, I think we would see a more pronounced move, certainly on stock markets. And in not, I think what we're hearing from them, I was saying earlier, usually on days like this, we turn to markets to say, all right, what are they telling us about this situation? I think what we're hearing from them today is markets saying, we don't have enough information to act, so we're putting the question back to you. What is this situation? What's it going to turn into? How long is this going to last? And until we have those, we're not going to make any big moves.
And what about the specific impact on oil?
So oil is an interesting one because there are two main things that have happened. One is just the broad scope of what this might mean in an oil-producing region. The other are those Straits of Hormuz that I know you've been talking about through the day, but just to remind people, this is like a real choke point we're looking at a map here, that choke point within the Persian Gulf. Through those tiny straits, I think it's 33 miles across, 20% of the world's oil crosses that. And right now, nothing's moving. The tankers that are on the ocean side of it are parked and waiting to see if they can make it through. The ones that are in the Gulf trying to get out are waiting as well. We've seen at least one tanker has been hit and struck. We've seen we've seen now a handful of insurance companies that have withdrawn or limited the amount of insurance these vessels have as they cross through there. And that's made everybody say, okay, we're going to hold on and wait and see. Now, again, we don't know how long that's going to last. We don't know what the impact of that is going to be. And so the response on the oil market is more pronounced than we've seen on stock markets, but still pretty muted. The WTI, the main North American benchmark, is up, but it's not up by much. I think it's at 72. Brent, the main one for that region, was up at 82 at one point today, but it's fallen all the way back down to 77, as just about everybody has said, we're going to wait and see. The one place I will note before I leave that has seen a real spike when the LNG, the liquefied natural gas facility in Qatar, shut down, because they closed down operations when the drones started hitting the area. When it shut down, the futures market for LNG in Europe, so it's kind of like a specific part of a specific part, that shot up. And that'll give you a sense that we'll start to see if specific areas start to get hit, if specific areas start to get curtailed, or if this looks like it's going to drag on, you'll see those spikes go up. But right now, everybody's saying, let's wait and see what happens here.
It's only been a couple of days. All right, Peter, thank you. CBC's senior business reporter, Peter Armstrong. So let's take you back to the region where we connect with Badr Al-Saif, an assistant professor at Kuwait University and an associate fellow at Chatham House. He is also a former chief of staff to the Prime Minister of Kuwait. Badr, appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Former deputy chief.
Former deputy chief.
Be with you.
So this appears to have evolved into a regional war. What are your main concerns right now?
My main concerns are the safety of our people, our infrastructure. Many lives have gone lost that were not supposed to have gone that way. If the Gulf mediation that was, started in the Gulf states here, whether by Oman or Qatar or other countries that were trying to mediate between the U.S. and Iran, have gone forward, and they were moving into a promising trajectory. I think that's where we need to refocus our efforts to go back to those negotiations, because this is not going to be solved on the field. This is going to be solved around the negotiation table. Everyone knows this. The U.S. knows this. The Gulf states know this. I think the one outlier is the current Israeli administration, which wants to clearly see a regime change. I don't think the Americans have the same exact objective. We've been seeing them waffle between different objectives when it comes to their combat operation in Iran.
Now, this is the second attack on Iran in 8 months, and this came as talks, as you mentioned, between Iran and the U.S. were underway and reportedly going well. What do you make of the timing of all of this?
Look, I mean, let me stretch it back historically. We have seen two belligerent states in the Middle East go at it at one another, first indirectly for a few decades, and this is Iran and Israel. And they moved into a direct confrontation 2 years ago in 2024. And that was episodic, very quick, both in April of 24 and then in October, November of 24. Moving then to the more escalatory track in June of 2025, as you know, in the 12-day war. And this is now, what we're living today is a continuation of that unfortunate episode. The region, the Middle East that is, has had its fair share of conflicts and disputes. We need to change the trajectory. We need to go back to the root causes of the issue. We need to look at the issues from all angles to make sure that all demands are met from all parties.
So that's something that needs to happen, in your view. But what is happening right now is that this war has escalated, and it has involved a number of areas throughout the region. What kind of concerns do you have that that could continue, worsen?
I don't think I can hear you.
Oh,
Andrew.
yeah. Have we lost? We apologize. We've lost connection. So we're going to try and figure that out. But for now, we're going to move on. We apologize for that. Just a little audio problem there. Still ahead, Canada inks a series of lucrative trade deals with India. It's part of efforts to diversify business and reduce dependency on the U.S. We'll bring you the details just ahead here on CBC News Network. U.S. President Donald Trump spoke about the war with Iran today. He said his objectives are to destroy Iran's missile capabilities and to ensure Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon or arm and fund its proxies.
An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people.
Meanwhile, the fighting continues to escalate. A police station in Tehran was hit in U.S.-Israeli airstrikes, and Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militant group in Lebanon, has begun trading rocket fire with Israel. More than 10 countries are now caught up in the war. Let's reconnect with Badr Al-Saif in Kuwait City. He's an assistant professor at Kuwait University and an associate fellow at Chatham House and a former deputy chief of staff to the Prime Minister of Kuwait. Thank you. We're just, you can hear me now?
I can,
okay,
yes.
great.
Welcome back.
So I just wanted to ask you, I was asking you, are you concerned, we've said now that this now involves 10 countries, are you concerned about this escalation, this becoming a protracted regional war?
I think it's 11 countries when I last counted, but I mean, that speaks to the graveness of the situation. Look, unfortunately, for better or worse, the Middle East is not new to conflict. So this is something that we've seen before, and we've seen it in various elements, whether we're talking about my country, Kuwait, being occupied, and then us having a whole coalition of countries to come to help in the liberation effort, which was celebrated 35 years ago, or the fight to combat ISIS, going to other battles between Iran and Israel. So we've had our fair share. And I think what has been built in the system is a form of resilience, unfortunately, to such calamities. My hope is that we can wean off of this cycle. And to do this, we really need to go and ask ourselves the hard questions. I know that we are now in the day-to-day operation, and we need to make sure that people are safe and secure and that we can cut the aggressions from wherever they are coming at, whether it's from Iran or from Israel. But we also need to go back and reflect on why we arrived at that moment and how can we change our fortunes to the better. And I think this is a question that needs to be asked and answered and reflected upon by actors in the region. But it's also a question that's posed to the international community. I mean, your previous speaker or reporter has mentioned the fallouts with the energy pricing and the energy security. This region, the Middle East, matters a lot to your listeners and to your audience for various reasons. And it's not only energy, it's a melting pot of some sort. There is a lot of things that are happening here. So I think it behooves us all to come to terms with resolving our issues once and for all.
Iran has retaliated, hitting neighboring countries. What's your assessment of its strategy there?
I think it's a scorched earth strategy. They're in it for their own existence, and they feel that they need to do this because if they don't, the regime is going to not last. And ironically, the Israelis and the Americans have helped Iran fulfill their objective of what seems so far as a seamless leadership transition. Because back in the day, Andrew, Iran was a very centralized power in which Khamenei, the supreme leader that was decapitated yesterday, held a lot of the levers of power at his hands. And because of what happened in the last 2 years of direct combat between Iran and Israel and the assassination attempts, that led to a change of strategy within Iran. It led them to decentralize power, to allow for other elements to come in, to name different successors to the different posts in the event of assassinations, as we have seen. So that, in a way, gave a leash of life to the Iranian regime as it stands. Therefore, we need to work with what we have at the moment. They don't seem to be leaving anytime soon. They're transforming as we speak. The hope is that we can shape the outcome for them to transform into something that we can deal with. Because for us in the Arab Gulf states, Iran is a neighbor, it's not going to go anywhere. And we can't count on the goodwill of any nation that tries to come in and handle any issue that is thorny and complicated, like the nuclear issue or the missile issue or the proxy activity of Iran. We've had our fair share of issues with Iran, no doubt. It has been a difficult neighbor. But at the end of the day, they are with us in the region, and we need to find a way to live in the region with them.
Based on what we've heard in recent days, including from President Trump just a couple of hours ago, what do you think the U.S. strategy is here?
That's a very good question. I don't think the U.S. knows what its strategy is. We've gone from limiting the nuclear capabilities to holding them accountable and stopping their missile development, to then, as you saw in some of the speeches, to the hints of regime change by Trump. And I think in between all of this, you saw signals of Trump wanting to speak to the new leadership. And so we're not clear on where that's going to take us. And it's reminiscent really of the lack of strategy that we saw in the 2003 US invasion of Iraq. I mean, you saw the mess that unfolded ever since then. And we're talking about a country that's more than double the size of Iraq. So if you end up doing the same thing there, then you're going to open Pandora's box. And it's not going to stay in Iran. it's going to spill over. Think about all the refugee inflows or the radiation and nuclear leaks that could happen, the possible, ownership of weapons under rogue elements. All of that is possible in these scenarios. And that's why we need to maintain our calm, and we need to work with what we have, and we need to go back to the negotiation table. That's where we're going to be able to resolve the issue with Iran.
Badr, thank you. Badr Al-Saif in Kuwait City, thank you very much. We're just getting an update from Air Canada related to this story. The airline is suspending flights from Canada to Israel and Dubai until March 22nd due to the military situation in the Middle East. They urge customers to go to their website, aircanada.ca, for the latest information and ways to rebook flights. Global Affairs Canada says it is aware of more than 95,000 Canadians in the Middle East right now. Those are people in its registration system. But officials say the actual number is likely higher. Earlier today, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand spoke to reporters in New Delhi about the conflict now underway in Iran and the wider region. She's traveling with the Prime Minister. With the Prime Minister, and Prime Minister Carney is on a multi-nation trade mission, and we'll have more on that trip in just a moment. Here's some of what she had to say.
First and foremost, Canada wasn't involved, we weren't notified, and we do not have an intention to be involved in any military strikes or operation. We share the concern of the United States and many other countries relating to Iranian nuclear proliferation. And in fact, we've called on Iran for a number of years to cease proliferating in terms of its nuclear capacity. That's why we have not had diplomatic relations with Iran for 15 years. At the same time, we prefer a diplomatic solution. This is why I have spent the last 2 days speaking with my counterparts across the Middle East and in the Gulf states, from Jordan to Qatar to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to UAE and all of my G7 counterparts, stressing that Canada believes in a diplomatic and peaceful solution, and as soon as possible, we would like parties to get to the table.
The motivation behind the Prime Minister's latest trip overseas is clear. It's looking to drum up business, secure investments, and deepen bonds. It's all part of efforts to reduce Canada's dependence on the U.S. Canadian officials hope India will play a big role in that. The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian is on the story for us, and he joins us live from our Ottawa bureau. So, Rafi, tell us about these deals and what was accomplished.
You know, Andrew, looking at these pictures of Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney and his Indian counterpart Narendra Modi shaking hands and smiling for the cameras, you'd almost think those years of frosty diplomatic relationships between the two countries never happened in the first place. Now, today, Carney and Modi announced about $5.5 billion in memorandums of understanding between Canada and India, deals that cover critical minerals and energy, as well as technology and AI, defense, culture. Perhaps the most significant of the deals is a $2.6 billion one between India and Saskatoon-based Cameco to provide more than 20 million tons of uranium for India's nuclear sector starting next year. There still is not a comprehensive free trade agreement between Canada and India, but both leaders are saying they hope to get to that by the end of this year, so still a pretty fast timeline. Carney, however, is also recognizing that even making sure the deals signed today go through is going to take some legwork. Have a listen to him.
MOUs, letters of intentions to have the CEPA Accord signed by the end of this year. That's absolutely important. What is even more important is the execution, ensuring implementation, doing the work, following up, making sure that this happens. And I want to underscore that that's what today is about. It's the scale of the partnership, but it is the commitment to implement all aspects of the partnership.
Rafi, we're also seeing reporting today that details Indian state connections with the killing of a Sikh activist here in Canada. How's the government responding to allegations of foreign interference?
Yeah, just hours before this Carney and Modi meeting, the Globe and Mail put out a story naming some individuals who used to work at India's Vancouver consulate, detailing their involvement in the alleged killing, the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, a Sikh activist who was shot in 2023. That's the event that kickstarted those years of bad relationships between Canada and India, especially once Carney's predecessor, Justin Trudeau, publicly alleged that India, the government, was involved in those events, something India has continued to deny. Now, Carney himself did not speak to journalists today. That clip we just ran is from him speaking to a business and government audience. Carney was supposed to have a news conference. His entourage says they had to cancel that because his meeting with Modi went long and they had to get going toward Australia. We did hear from Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand in that same news conference he just ran a clip of. She was also asked about foreign interference, specifically, again, about the words of a Canadian official last week who said that they no longer believe that India is interfering in Canada. Now, we'd already heard Anand walk some of that back, saying that there are still some issues the two countries are working on. Her wording today was a little stronger than last time we heard her. Have a listen.
The words of the senior official are not words that I personally would use.
Now, Anand was also asked whether Carney brought up foreign interference in his meeting with Modi. She said she can only stick to speaking about the conversations she's been having with her counterpart, and then adding this.
Diplomacy is not about retreating and hiving yourself off from having difficult conversations. It's very much about ensuring that the written word is marking the path forward on national security. That's exactly what we are doing here in India.
Now, Carney should be landing in Australia sometime this evening, and then there's the last leg of his trip in Japan. Look, I have not been on any prime minister trips where prime minister does not do at least one news conference as they're flying around the world, whether that's Carney himself or whether in the Trudeau days. So I would expect at some point he will pop up and speak to journalists and take questions. He has not done that in days, so we have not heard him address, for example, that Canadian official's words or, take questions about the situation in Iran. So I would expect that to come up sometime in the next few days, Andrew.
Rafi, thank you. The CBC's Rafi Boudjikanian live in Ottawa. Coming up, the U.S. and Israeli airstrikes on Iran continue for a third day, with U.S. President Donald Trump suggesting they could go on for weeks. We'll bring you the details of the impact they're having just ahead on CBC News Network. Our top story, Iran's capital is facing a third day of airstrikes. U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says the objectives go beyond knocking out Iran's nuclear capability. He says they include eliminating Iran's ability to carry out any kind of attack. Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon, says his country will do whatever is necessary to protect its people and its borders. He says Iran is firing missiles at multiple countries, not just Israel, and in his words, is lashing out in desperation.
While we strike military facilities and the machinery of terror with precision, the Iranian regime strikes civilians, families, airports, hotels, shopping centers, people's homes. In Bet Shemesh, a city near Jerusalem, 4 apartment buildings were destroyed. 9 innocent people were murdered, including these 3 young siblings.
That was Israel's ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon. He went on to deliver a message to the Iranian people saying, quote, "We pray for your freedom, and I believe the freedom will come sooner rather than later." For more on what's happening inside Iran today, let's bring in the CBC's Hilary Johnstone for the latest developments. So, Hilary, what are we seeing right now?
Well, we know that those strikes are continuing, and the U.S. president earlier today said that as well, that major combat operations within Iran will be continuing. And certainly the video, the footage that has been coming out of Iran would show that. This is some of the newest, footage into our newsroom. Remember that it can be very difficult to get information out of the country. They do not grant visas to many international journalists. And of course, there have been internet and phone blackouts in recent days. But according to Iranian officials, more than 550 people have been killed since those first strikes on Saturday, and we do know that they have continued. According to Iranian officials, they also say that there have been strikes on the Natanz nuclear enrichment site. That is a facility that was also targeted back in June. This is not something that the American side has confirmed, but the U.S. President Donald Trump has said that they have been targeting Iran's naval capacity. Trump claims that they have sunk 9 Iranian warships and that they have, quote, largely destroyed Iran's Navy headquarters. We also know that Tehran's Golistan Palace, which is a UNESCO-listed heritage site, was damaged as part of those U.S. and Israeli strikes on Sunday. Now, in terms of whether or not there are locals who were going out into the streets like the U.S. president has called on them to do, what we know at this point is that things have been largely quiet on the streets of Tehran today. There have been reports that there have been roadblocks set up, and the paramilitary force that really worked to try to clamp down on some of those protests that we saw a few weeks ago, they have also been out there setting up some of those roadblocks.
Over the weekend, a deadly strike on a girls' school killed more than 150 people in southern Iran. What do we know about that?
That's right. The first thing we know is that those numbers are, again, coming from Iranian officials, 153. They also say that among those 153 people that there were dozens of children. Remember that Iran's work week goes, Friday is their day of rest. It goes from Saturday until Thursday. So it is possible that you would have had people inside a school on Saturday when this occurred. For their part, the Americans have said that they are looking into this and that any sort of civilian casualty is something they take seriously. The IDF, the Israeli officials, have said that they did not have operations in the area at the time. But we do know that that school was only a few hundred meters away from a base belonging to Iran's Revolutionary Guard. So, of course, this is a story that we will continue to follow.
Hilary, thank you. CBC's Hilary Johnstone. A drone attack on a British military base in Cyprus is adding to concerns of a widening regional conflict in the Middle East. The drone hit the base around midnight local time. The president of Cyprus and the UK Defence Ministry say it caused limited damage and no casualties. The base hasn't been targeted since a rocket attack by Libyan militants in 1986. Let's go to the UK now, where British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has been explaining his country's position on US-Israeli strikes on Iran. The CBC's Anna Cunningham is outside the British Parliament with the latest.
This was really an address, a statement given in the House of Commons to explain the UK's position. And the British Prime Minister was very adamant, making the point that the UK is not involved in the initial strikes by the US and Israel on Iran. He said he stood by that decision and that it was a deliberate choice to make. It seems as well that Starmer's mind had been changed after 48 hours of refusing to give the US permission to use British military bases. He did change his mind, and he explained that, saying that they could only be used for defensive, not offensive operations. He made that very clear. And he did also, and this was interesting, he did also address criticism that had come from the US president. Take a listen.
President Trump has expressed his disagreement with our decision not to get involved in the initial strikes. But it is my duty to judge what is in Britain's national interest. That is what I've done, and I stand by it. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests, and our allies.
Now, Andrew, we do understand that the likely options for those British military bases to be made use of by the US are RAF Fairford, which is in Gloucester in England, and also possibly Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean archipelago. But as we heard there, British Prime Minister very adamant that the use must only be for defensive operations.
And Anna, the UK played a major role in the Iraq War. How is that history impacting Starmer's decision as it relates to Iran?
Look, I think it's fair to say that the ghost of Iraq, of the war in Iraq 20 plus years ago, was very present inside the Commons today. The British Prime Minister really focusing on the legality of any decision to go ahead and join the US and Israel, and he has said that is not happening at the moment. He was grilled, though, by the opposition as to why he hasn't come out and supported US action. And it was just interesting, a response from Keir Starmer. He did say, and I quote, "This government does not believe in regime change from the skies." He also said that he wasn't prepared to commit military personnel to action unless he was sure that they were doing so on a lawful basis that has a viable basis. He was very clear on that. So I think Iraq did still, in the history of it, play a part.
And we mentioned that a British military base in Cyprus has been targeted by Iranian drones. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, look, this is not just a British military base, RAF Akrotiri. It is also British overseas territory, which makes this so important. There have been, in less than 12 hours, 2 attempts of drone strikes on the base. The security has now been upped. We know that Greece as well is saying that it is sending 2 warships and 2 fighter jets to support security on that island of Cyprus.
The CBC's Anna Cunningham in London. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment here on CBC News Network. The war in the Middle East continues to intensify and expand. Today, the Israeli military launched strikes on Beirut and its southern suburbs, targeting Hezbollah. It says it was a response to rocket and drone attacks from the Iranian-backed militia. The IDF says it killed the head of the group's intelligence operation. Lebanon's health ministry says the Israeli attacks killed at least 31 people. The Lebanese government has now banned Hezbollah military activities in the country. Meantime, with Iran's airspace closed, any Iranians who want to get out of their country must do so in a vehicle or on foot. The CBC's Briar Stewart is tracking that story in eastern Turkey at the main border crossing with Iran.
I'm at the Kapakoi border crossing between Turkey and Iran, and all throughout the day we have seen people go over the border, both entering Iran and coming out. We understand that through much of yesterday and all through the night, there were computer system issues that were preventing many Iranian citizens from exiting the country. From what we're hearing from people passing through, those have mostly been rectified now. But people are making very long journeys, and they're doing it with very little communication with the outside because, of course, there has been widespread internet outages. It is difficult to get an accurate picture of what's going on the ground inside Iran. Speaking with people here as they left, they told us that in the large cities, a lot of businesses are closed. People are sticking close to home. There are reports in state media that the capital Tehran was rocked by several explosions today. The Iranian Red Crescent is reporting that more than 500 people have been killed since the strikes started on the weekend. Now, I spoke with a young woman, a 23-year-old, who was actually supposed to return to Tehran today, but she got a call from her mother telling her not to come back yet, to stay away for now. Now, she didn't want to be identified because she fears the punishment that could come from the Iranian authorities if she speaks out. She actually fled the country back in January during those mass protests, which we know were violently repressed by government authorities. Thousands of people were killed. Human rights groups are still trying to verify the number of victims that were killed in that. So she left the country back then and has been here this whole time waiting to return. And now she just says that it's not safe. She talked about how she felt when she heard that Iran's supreme leader had been killed in the strikes. She said it gave her optimism that things might change, but she says this is really only the beginning. Take a listen.
In the end, we hope to have a really big celebration, but I don't really know what's going to happen yet, because it won't end with just Khamenei dying. The whole regime has to fall, and it's not really clear what is going to happen.
I would say there is a lot of fear, certainly among Iranians that we have spoken to, people not wanting to be identified, people scared to share their opinions. There's also the other perspective, people who believe that Iran is being unfairly targeted. I heard one woman say that it was the US and Israel that started this as she was leaving the border today. So you do have divergent views, but I think it is safe to say that everybody is fearful because war is war, and certainly we know that there are a large volume of strikes going on, and people are afraid for their loved ones and their families at this time. Briar Stewart, CBC News, along the border between Turkey and Iran.
We're taking you live to the United Nations, where Iran's ambassador to the UN is speaking. Let's listen.
Unprovoked military attack against the Islamic Republic of Iran. This was a calculated act of aggression. Major cities and densely populated civilians areas were targeted. Hundreds of innocent civilians lost their lives, many more were wounded. This is a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations, especially Article 2, Paragraph 4, which strictly prohibits the threat or use of force against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of any state. It is a direct assault on the foundations of international law. The Security Council convened an emergency meeting on Saturday. The facts were clear. The aggression was clear. The responsibility also was clear. In a reckless and unprecedented escalation, the United States and Israel deliberately targeted the supreme leader of Islamic Republic of Iran and many high military officials. Targeting the highest official of a sovereign UN member state is an egregious breach of international law and a direct attack on sovereign equality. Such conduct endangers the entire international system. The United States and the Israeli regime are deliberately targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. The schools, hospitals, Red Crescent facilities, and residential buildings were attacked. On the first day of the aggression, the girls' school in Minab, a small town in Hormozgan province in southern Iran, was deliberately destroyed. As a result, 165 innocent school girls were martyred. I repeat it, 165 school girls martyred. Their bodies were recovered from a rubble after hours of rescue efforts. On the same day, similar attacks martyred several hundred students in other cities, including eastern Tehran and Abyek in Gazvin province. But just this afternoon, the ambassador of the Israeli regime from this very podium resorted to lies and fabrications, shamelessly denying and ignoring the crimes committed by this regime against children and innocent civilians in Iran. Yesterday, further strike targeted Red Crescent building, Motahari, Gandhi, and Khatam hospitals in Tehran, Abu Zaz hospitals in Ahvaz, 3 emergency checkpoints in Sarab, Chabahar, and Hamadan, as well as residential building in northern Tehran. This morning, missiles struck a densely populated residential area in Sanandaj in Kurdistan province. The full number of casualties is still being verified. These acts constitute aggression. They constitute war crimes. They constitute crimes against humanity. The United States cannot remain silent. The United Nations cannot remain silent. Accountability is not optional. It is deeply shameful and hypocritical that only the very first day of its presidency of the Security Council, the United States convened a high-level meeting on protecting children, technology, and education in armed conflict under the agenda item maintenance of international peace and security, while at the same time launching missile strikes against Iranian cities and bombing schools and killing children. For the United States, protecting children and maintaining international peace and security clearly mean something very different from the UN Charter provides. Words about peace and protection cannot cover acts of aggression. Let's make no mistake, there was no imminent threat from Iran. Our nuclear program is exclusively peaceful. We were engaged in serious diplomatic negotiations. For the second time, the United States chose force over diplomacy and violated the Charter. There are no legal grounds that justify this attack. The so-called preemptive attack has no basis in international law. The prohibition on the use of force is absolute, except in self-defense against an armed attack. Iran is exercising its inherent right to self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter. Our response is lawful, necessary, and proportionate. We target only the military objectives of the hostile forces. We don't target civilians. We don't target the interests of neighboring states. Under international law, every state has a duty not to allow its territory to be used for acts of aggression against another state. Member states must exercise due diligence to prevent their territory from being used by foreign forces to attack other countries. Iran does not seek war. Iran does not seek escalation, but Iran will not surrender its sovereignty. The issue before the international community is clear. Can a powerful state attack another sovereign member of the United Nations with impunity? If the answer is yes, then the Charter is meaningless. If the answer is no, then this aggression must be condemned and stopped. Double standard will destroy the credibility of this Council. Silence will embolden further lawlessness. As long as aggression continues, Iran will defend itself decisively and without hesitation. The Security Council must act firmly, clearly, and without ambiguity. I thank you for your kind attention.
What was the rationale behind attacking other countries, including Iraq, the UAE, Qatar, and some other countries, Iraqi Kurdistan as well?
As I mentioned, we are not attacking the interests of our neighboring countries. We are defending ourselves. We are targeting the facilities and the bases and the assets of the United States in this country, in those countries which is out of the control of the host countries. Thank you.
One more question. You've been listening to the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations talking about the strikes by the U.S. and Israel on Iran, saying this was a calculated act of aggression. Hundreds of innocent civilians lost their lives, including, he says, 165 schoolgirls. This was a direct assault on the foundation of international law. And he said as long as the aggression continues, Iran will defend itself. He was asked at the end there why Iran has been attacking other countries. And he said, we're not targeting other civilians in other countries. We're targeting U.S. bases and assets. We continue to bring you the very latest on the conflict and violence that are flaring across the Middle East today. More nations are now embroiled in the U.S.-Israel war with Iran. Those two countries are continuing their assault on Iran today with more air and missile strikes. This is eyewitness video from Tehran, where plumes of smoke filled the sky after a missile attack. The Red Crescent in Iran released this footage that it says shows rescuers pulling a body from the rubble of a residential building. The organization reports more than 550 deaths since Saturday. It is warning the hostilities are putting civilian lives across the region at risk. The U.S. and Israel launched their attack over the weekend, killing Iran's supreme leader. Donald Trump spoke at the White House earlier and made the case for the war on Iran.
We warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people.
Here's a look at the countries now pulled in